Produced by Jonathan Ingram, Marc DHooghe and the Project Gutenberg Online distributed proofreading team. Complete Prose Works. Specimen Days and Collect, November Bows and Goodbye My Fancy. By Walt Whitman. Contents. Specimen Days. A Happy Hour's Command Answer to an Insisting Friend, Genealogy Van Velser, and Whitman, the Old Whitman and Van Velser Cemeteries, the Maternal Homestead, 2 Old Family Interiors Paumanok. And My Life on It as Child and Young Man, My First Reading Lafayette Printing, Office Old Brooklyn Growth Health Work, My Passion for Fairies Broadway, Cites Omnibus Jaunts and Drivers Plays and Operas, 2 through 8 year sources of character results, 1860 opening of the Secession War National Uprising, and volunteering contemptuous feeling Battle of Bull Run. July. 1861, the stupor passes something else begins down at the front, after first Fredericksburg back to Washington 50 hours, left wounded on the field hospital scenes, and Person's Patent Office Hospital, the White House, by Moonlight and Army Hospital Ward, A Connecticut Case 2, Brooklyn Boys A Sesesh, brave the wounded from Chancellorsville A night battle over a week. Since unnamed remains the bravest soldier, some specimen cases My preparations for visits ambulance. Processions Bad Wounds the Young the most inspiriting of all wars, shows Battle of Gettysburg A Cavalry, Camp A New York Soldier Homemade Music, Abraham Lincoln Heated Term Soldiers, and talks Death of a Wisconsin Officer, Hospitals, Ensemble A Silent Night Ramble Spiritual Characters, among the soldiers' cattle droves about Washington Hospital Perplexity, Down at the Front Paying the Bounties Rumors, Changes. Etc. Virginia Summer of 1864, A New Army Organization, Fit for America Death of a Hero Hospital Scenes Incidents, A Yankee Soldier Union Prisoners, South Deserters A Glimpse of Wars, Hell Scenes Gifts Money Discrimination Items from My Notebooks A Case, from Second Bull Run Army Surgeon's Aid Deficiencies, The Blue Everywhere A Model Hospital Boys in the Army Burial of a Lady Nurse Female Nurses for Soldiers Southern, Escapees the Capitol by Gaslight. Inauguration Attitude of Foreign Governments During the War, The Weather Does It Sympathize with These Times. Inauguration Ball Scene at the Capitol A Yankee Antique Wounds and Diseases, Death of President Lincoln Sherman's Army, Jubilation at Sudden Stoppage, No Good Portrait of Lincoln, Released Union Prisoners from South Death of a Pennsylvania Soldier, The Armies Returning the Grand Review Western Soldiers A Soldier on Lincoln 2 Brothers. 1 South, 1 North Some Sad Cases, Yet Calhoun's Real Monument Hospitals Closing Typical Soldiers. Convulsiveness, 3 years Summed Up the Million Dead, 2. Summed Up the Real War Will Never Get in the Books An Interregnum Paragraph, New Themes, Entered upon entering a long farm lane to the spring, and brook and early summer reveille birds, migrating at midnight bumblebees CEDAR-APPLES, summer sights and indolences, sundown perfume quail notes the hermit thrush, A July Afternoon, by the pond locusts, and katydids the lesson of a tree autumn, side bits the sky days and night's happiness colors a contrast, November 8. 76 Crows, and Crows A Winter Day on the Sea Beach Seashore Fancies, in memory of Thomas Paine A2, Hours Ice Sail Spring Overtures Recreations, one of the human kinks, an afternoon seen the gates opening the common earth. The soil birds and birds and birds, full-starred nights mullines and mullines, distant sounds, A Sunbath Nakedness the Oaks, and IA Quintet the First Frost Mems 3 Young Men's Deaths, February Days A Meadowlark Sundown Lights Thoughts Under an Oka Dream Clover, and Hay Perfume An Unknown Bird Whistling Horsemint 3 of Us Death of William Cullen, Bryant Jaunt Up the Hudson Happiness, and Raspberries A Specimen Tramp Family Manhattan, from the Bay Human and Heroic New York Hours for the Soul Straw Color. And Other Psyches, A Night Remembrance Wild Flowers, A Civility 2 Long Neglected Delaware River Days, and Night Scenes on Ferry and River Last Winters. Nights, the First Spring Day on Chestnut Street Up the Hudson to Ulster County Days, at J. Beester Fire Spring Songs, Meeting a Hermit and Ulster County Waterfall Walter Dumont, and his Metal Hudson River, cites 2 city areas certain hours Central Park walks, and talks A Fine Afternoon. 4 to 6 Departing of the Big Steamers 2 hours on the Minnesota Mature Summer Days, and Night Exposition Building New City Hall River Trip Swallows on the River, begin a long jaunt west in the sleeper Missouri State Lawrence and Topeka, Kansas the Prairies, and an undelivered speech on to Denver Frontier Incident an hour on Kenosha, summit and egotistical. Find, new scenes, new joys, steam power, telegraphs. CEDAR-APPLES, backbone the park's art features Denver impressions I turn south. And then east again, unfulfilled wants the Arkansas River, a silent little follower the coreopsis. The prairies and Great Plains in poetry, the Spanish peaks evening on the plains Americas, characteristic landscape earths, most important stream prairie, analogies the tree question Mississippi Valley literature, and interviewer's item the women of the West, the silent General President Hayes's speeches St. Louis. Memoranda nights on the Mississippi upon our own land, Edgar Poe's significance Beethoven's, septet a hint of wild nature, loafing in the woods a contralto voice, seeing Niagara to advantage jaunting to Canada Sunday, with the insane reminiscence of Elias Hick's grand native growth, a sulphurine between the U.S. and Canada, the St. Lawrence Line, the savage Saguenay Capes Eternity, and Trinity Chicoutimi. And Haha Bay the inhabitants good living cedar plums like names, death of Thomas Carlyle, from American points of view a couple of old friends a Coleridge, bit a week's visit to Boston the Boston of today, my tribute to four poets Millet's pictures last items, birds and, a caution samples of my commonplace book my native sand and salt once more hot, whether New York, Ouster's last rally. Some old acquaintances memories a discovery of old age a visit, at the last. To R. W. Emerson other conquered notations, Boston common more of Emerson, an oceanic night dearest, friends only a new ferry boat death of Longfellow, starting newspapers the great unrest, of which we are part by Emerson's grave at present writing personal, after trying a certain book final, confessions literary tests, nature and democracy morality. Collect 1 or 2 index items. Democratic vistas. Origins of attempted secession. Prefaces to Leaves of Grass. Preface 1855 to first issue of Leaves of Grass, Preface 1872, to As a Strong Bird on Pinions Free, Preface 1876, to L of G and Two Rivulets. Poetry Today, in America Shakespeare the Future. A Memorandum at a Venture. Death of Abraham Lincoln. 2 letters. Notes left over. Nationality, and yet Emerson's books, the shadows of them ventures, on an old theme British literature Darwinism. Then furthermore, society. The tramp and strike questions democracy in the New World Foundation, stages then others general suffrage, elections, etc. Who gets the plunder? Friendship, the real article. Lacks and wants yet rulers strictly out of the masses monuments the past, and present little or nothing new, after all a Lincoln reminiscence freedom book classes Americas, literature our real culmination, an American problem the last collective compaction. Pieces in early youth. Doe face song death in the schoolroom, one wicked impulse, the last loyalist wild Franks return the boy lover the child, and the profligate Lingave's temptation little Jane dumb Kate, talk to an art union blood money, wounded in the house of friends, sailing the Mississippi at midnight. November bows. Our eminent visitors, past, present, and future. The Bible is poetry. Father Taylor and oratory. The Spanish element in our nationality. What lurks behind Shakespeare's historical plays? A thought on Shakespeare. Robert Burns is poet and person. A word about Tennyson. Slang in America. An Indian Bureau reminiscence. Some diary notes at random. Negro slaves in New York, Canada, Knight's Country Days, and Knight's Central Park notes plate glass notes. Some war memoranda. Washington Street, scenes the 195th Pennsylvania left hand, writing by soldiers Central Virginia in 64, paying the first colored troops. 5,000 poems. The Old Bowery. Notes to late English books. Preface to reader in British Islands additional note. 1887 Preface to English edition, Democratic Vistas. Abraham Lincoln. New Orleans in 1848. Small memoranda. Attorney General's Office. 1865, a glint inside of Abraham Lincoln's cabinet appointments, note to a friend written impromptu. In an album, the place gratitude fills in a fine character. Last of the war cases. Elias Hick's notes such as they are. George Fox and Shakespeare. Goodbye my fancy. An old man's rejoinder. Old poets. Ship ahoy for Queen Victoria's birthday. American national literature. Gathering the corn. A death bouquet. Some laggards yet. The perfect human voice Shakespeare for America unassailed renown. Inscription for a little book on Giordano Bruno Splinter's health. Old style, gay-heartedness as in a swoon L. Of G. After the argument for us too, reader dear. Memoranda. A world's show New York the Bay the old name a sick spell to be present only, intestinal agitation. Walt Whitman's last, public. In Jersal's speech feeling fairly old Brooklyn days, 2 questions preface to a volume and engineers obituary old actors, singers, shows, etc. In New York some personal and old age jottings out in the open again America's bulk average last saved items. Walt Whitman's last. Specimen days. A happy hour's command. Down in the woods July 2d, 1882 if I do it at all I must delay no longer. Incongruous and full of skips and jumps as is that huddle of diary jottings, war memoranda of 1862-65, nature notes of 1877-81, with Western and Canadian observations afterwards, all bundled up and tied by a big string, the resolution and indeed mandate comes to me this day, this hour, and what a day, what an hour just passing. The luxury of riant grass and blowing breeze, with all the shows of sun and sky and perfect temperature, never before so filling me, body and soul. To go home, untie the bundle, reel out diary scraps and memoranda, just as they are, large or small, one after another, into print pages, and let the mélange's lackings and wants of connection take care of themselves. It will illustrate one phase of humanity anyhow. How few of life's days and hours, and they not by relative value or proportion, but by chance are ever noted. Probably another point, too, how we give long preparations for some object, planning and delving and fashioning, and then, when the actual hour for doing arrives, find ourselves still quite unprepared, and tumble the thing together, letting hurry and crudeness tell the story better than fine work. At any rate I obey my happy hour's command, which seems curiously imperative. Maybe, if I don't do anything else, I shall send out the most wayward, spontaneous, fragmentary book ever printed. Note: samples of my commonplace book down at the creek. I have, says old Pindar, many swift arrows in my quiver which speak to the wise, though they need an interpreter to the thoughtless. Such a man as it takes ages to make and ages to understand. H.D. Thoreau. If you hate a man, don't kill him, but let him live Buddhistic. Famous swords are made of refused scraps, thought worthless. Poetry is the only verity the expression of a sound mind, speaking after the ideal end, not after the apparent. Emerson. The form of oath among the Shoshone Indians is, the earth hears me, the sun hears me, shall I lie? The true test of civilization is not the census, nor the size of cities, nor the crop snow, but the kind of a man the country turns out. Emerson. The whole wide ether is the eagle's sway. The whole earth is a brave man's fatherlandripides. Spices crushed, their pungence yield, trodden scents their sweets respire. Would you have its strength revealed, cast the incense in the fire. Matthew Arnold speaks of the huge Mississippi of falsehood called history. The wind blows north, the wind blows south, the wind blows east and west. No matter how the free wind blows, some ship will find it best. Preach not to others what they should eat, but eat as becomes you, and be silent Epictetus. Victor Hugo makes a donkey meditate and apostrophize thus: my brother, man, if you would know the truth, we both are by the same dull walls shut in, the gate is massive and the dungeon strong. But you look through the keyhole out beyond, and call this knowledge, yet have not at hand the key wherein to turn the fatal lock. William Cullen Bryant surprised me once, relates a writer in a New York paper, by saying that prose was the natural language of composition, and he wondered how anybody came to write poetry. Farewell, I did not know thy worth, but thou art gone, and now 'tis prized. So angels walked unknown on earth, but when they flew were recognized hood. John Burroughs, writing of Thoreau, says, he improves with age. In fact, requires age to take off a little of his asperity, and fully ripen him. The world likes a good hater and refuser almost as well as it likes a good lover, and acceptor only it likes him farther off. Louise Mitchell at the Burial of Blanqui, 1881. Blanqui drilled his body to subjection to his grand conscience and his noble passions, and commencing as a young man, broke with all that is Sybaritish in modern civilization. Without the power to sacrifice self, great ideas will never bear fruit. Out of the leaping furnace flame a mass of molten silver came, then, beaten into pieces 3 went forth to meet its destiny. The first a crucifix was made, within a soldier's knapsack laid. The second was a locket fair, where a mother kept her dead child's hair. The third a bangle, bright and warm, around a faithless woman's arm. A mighty pain to love it is antes a pain that pain to miss. But of all pain the greatest pain, it is to love, but love in vain. Maurice F. Egan on Daguerrean. A pagan heart, a Christian soul had he followed Christ, yet for dead Pan he sighed, till earth and heaven met within his breast. As if Theocritus in Sicily had come upon the figure crucified, and lost his gods in deep, Christ-given rest. And if I pray, the only prayer that moves my lips for me is, leave the mind that now I bear, and give me liberty, Emily Bront. I travel on not knowing, I would not if I might. I would rather walk with God in the dark, than go alone in the light. I would rather walk with him by faith than pick my way by sight. My native sand and salt once more. July 25, 81 Far Rockaway, LIA. Good day here, on a jaunt amid the sand and salt, a steady breeze setting in from the sea, the sun shining, the sedge odor, the noise of the surf, a mixture of hissing and booming, the milk-white crest curling. I had a leisurely bath and naked ramble as of old. On the warm gray shore sands, my companions off in a oat in deeper water. I shouting to them Jupiter's menaces against the gods, from Pope's Homer, July 28 to Long Branch 8:12 a.m., on the steamer, Plymouth Rock, foot of 23 D Street, New York for Long Branch. Another fine day, fine sights, the shores, the shipping and bay, everything comforting to the body and spirit of me. I find the human and objective atmosphere of New York City and Brooklyn more affiliative to me than any other. An hour later still on the steamer, now sniffing the salt, very plainly the long pulsating swash, as our boat steams seaward the hills of Navesink, and many passing vessels the air the best part of all. At Long Branch the bulk of the day, stopped at a good hotel, took all very leisurely, had an excellent dinner, and then drove for over 2 hours about the place, especially Ocean Avenue, the finest drive one can imagine, 7 or 8 miles right along the beach. In all directions costly villas, palaces, millionaires. But few among them I opine like my friend George W. Childs, whose personal integrity, generosity, unaffected simplicity go beyond all worldly wealth. Hot weather New York. Augustine the big city a while. Even the height of the dog days, there is a good deal of fun about New York if you only avoid fluster and take all the buoyant wholesomeness that offers. More comfort, too, than most folks think. A middle-aged man, with plenty of money in his pocket, tells me that he has been off for a month to all the swell places, has disbursed a small fortune, has been hot and out of kilter everywhere, and has returned home and lived in New York City the last 2 weeks quite contented and happy. People forget when it is hot here. It is generally hotter still in other places. New York is so situated, with the great ozonic brine on both sides, it comprises the most favorable health chances in the world. If only the suffocating crowding of some of its tenement houses could be broken up. I find I never sufficiently realized how beautiful are the upper 2/3 of Manhattan Island. I am stopping at Mott Haven, and have been familiar now for 10 days with the region above 100th Street and along the Harlem River and Washington Heights. I'm dwelling a few days with my friends Mr. and Mrs. J.H.J. and a merry houseful of young ladies. I'm putting the last touches on the printer's copy of my new volume of Leaves of Grass, the completed book at last. Work at it 2 or 3 hours, and then go down and loaf along the Harlem River, have just had a good spell of this recreation. The sun sufficiently veiled, a soft south breeze, the river full of small or large shells, light taper boats darting up and down, some singly, now and then long ones with 6 or 8 young fellows practicing very inspiriting sights. 2 fine yachts lie anchored off the shore. I linger long, enjoying the sundown, the glow, the streaked sky, the heights, distances, shadows. Og. 10 As I haltingly ramble an hour or 2 this forenoon by the more secluded parts of the shore, or sit under an old cedar halfway up the hill, the city near in view, many young parties gather to bathe or swim, squads of boys, generally twos or threes, some larger ones, along the sand bottom or off an old pier close by. A peculiar and pretty carnival at its height, 100 lads or young men, very democratic, but all decent behaving. The laughter, voices, calls, re-responses the springing and diving of the bathers from the great stringpiece of the decayed pier, where climb or stand long ranks of them, naked, rose-colored, with movements, postures ahead of any sculpture. To all this, the sun, so bright, the dark green shadow of the hills the other side, the amber rolling waves, changing as the tide comes in to a transparent tea color, the frequent splash of the playful boys, sousing the glittering drops sparkling, and the good western breeze blowing. Custer's last rally. Went today to see this just-finished painting by John Mulvaney, who has been out in far Dakota, on the spot, at the forts, and among the frontiersmen, soldiers, and Indians for the last 2 years, on purpose to sketch it in from reality or the best that could be got of it. Sat for over an hour before the picture, completely absorbed in the first view. A vast canvas, I should say 20 or 22 feet by 12, all crowded and yet not crowded, conveying such a vivid play of color. It takes a little time to get used to it. There are no tricks. There is no throwing of shades and masses. It is all at first painfully real, overwhelming, needs good nerves to look at it. 40 or 50 figures, perhaps more, in full finish and detail in the midground, with 3 times that number or more through the rest swarms upon swarms of savage Sioux, in their war bonnets, frantic, mostly on ponies, driving through the background, through the smoke, like a hurricane of demons. A dozen of the figures are wonderful. Altogether a Western, autochthonic phase of America, the frontiers, culminating, typical, deadly, heroic to the uttermost, nothing in the books like it. Nothing in Homer, nothing in Shakespeare, more grim and sublime than either, all native, all our own, and all a fact. A great lot of muscular, tan-faced men, brought to bay under terrible circumstances, death a hold of them, yet every man undaunted, not one losing his head, wringing out every cent of the pay before they sell their lives. Custer, his hair cut short, stands in the middle, with dilated eye and extended arm, aiming a huge cavalry pistol. Captain Cook is there, partially wounded, blood on the white handkerchief around his head, aiming his carbine coolly, half kneeling. His body was afterwards found close by Custer's. The slaughtered or half-slaughtered horses for breastworks make a peculiar feature. 2 dead Indians, Herculean, lie in the foreground, clutching their Winchester rifles, very characteristic. The many soldiers, their faces and attitudes, the carbines, the broad-brimmed western hats, the powder smoke in puffs, the dying horses with their rolling eyes almost human in their agony, the clouds of war-bonneted Sioux in the background, the figures of Custer and Cook, with, indeed, the whole scene, dreadful, yet with an attraction and beauty that will remain in my memory. With all its color and fierce action, a certain Greek continence pervades it. A sunny sky and clear light envelop all. There is an almost entire absence of the stock traits of European war pictures. The physiognomy of the work is realistic and Western. I only saw it for an hour or so, but it needs to be seen many times, needs to be studied over and over again. I could look on such a work at brief intervals all my life without tiring. It is very tonic to me. Then it has an ethic purpose below all, as all great art must have. The artist said the sending of the picture abroad, probably to London, had been talked of. I advised him if it went abroad to take it to Paris. I think they might appreciate it there, nay, they certainly would. Then I would like to show Messier Crépeau that some things can be done in America as well as others. A Connecticut case. This young man in bed 25 is HDB of the 27th Connecticut, Company B. His folks live at Northford, near New Haven. Though not more than 21 or thereabouts, he has knocked much around the world, on sea and land, and has seen some fighting on both. When I first saw him, he was very sick, with no appetite. He declined offers of money, said he did not need anything. As I was quite anxious to do something, he confessed that he had a hankering for a good homemade rice pudding, thought he could relish it better than anything. At this time his stomach was very weak. The doctor, whom I consulted, said nourishment would do him more good than anything, but things in the hospital, though better than usual, revolted him. I soon procured B, his rice pudding. A Washington lady, Mrs. O.C., hearing his wish, made the pudding herself, and I took it up to him the next day. He subsequently told me he lived upon it for 3 or 4 days. This B is a good sample of the American Eastern young man, the typical Yankee. I took a fancy to him and gave him a nice pipe for a keepsake. He received afterwards a box of things from home, and nothing would do but I must take dinner with him, which I did, and a very good one it was. 2 Brooklyn boys. Here in this same ward are 2 young men from Brooklyn, members of the 51st New York. I had known both the 2 as young lads at home, so they seemed near to me. One of them, JL, lies there with an amputated arm, the stump healing pretty well. I saw him lying on the ground at Fredericksburg last December, all bloody, just after the arm was taken off. He was very phlegmatic about it, munching away at a cracker in the remaining handmade no fuss. He will recover, and thinks and talks yet of meeting Johnny Rebs. A Secesh brave. The grand soldiers are not comprised in those of one side, any more than the other. Here is a sample of an unknown Southerner, a lad of 17. At the War Department, a few days ago, I witnessed a presentation of captured flags to the secretary. Among others, a soldier named Gant, of the 104th Ohio Volunteers, presented a rebel battle flag, which one of the officers stated to me was borne to the mouth of our cannon, and planted there by a boy but 17 years of age, who actually endeavored to stop the muzzle of the gun with fence rails. He was killed in the effort, and the flagstaff was severed by a shot from one of our men. The wounded from Chancellorsville. May 63. As I write this, the wounded have begun to arrive from Hooker's command from bloody Chancellorsville. I was down among the first arrivals. The men in charge told me the bad cases were yet to come. If that is so, I pity them, for these are bad enough. You ought to see the scene of the wounded arriving at the landing here at the foot of 6th Street at night. 2 boatloads came about 7:30 last night. A little after 8, it rained a long and violent shower. The pale, helpless soldiers had been debarked and lay around on the wharf and neighborhood anywhere. The rain was probably grateful to them, at any rate they were exposed to it. The few torches light up the spectacle. All around on the wharf, on the ground, out on side places the men are lying on blankets, old quilts, and with bloody rags bound round heads, arms, and legs. The attendants are few, and at night few outsiders, also only a few hard-worked transportation men and drivers. The wounded are getting to be common, and people grow callous. The men, whatever their condition, lie there and patiently wait till their turn comes to be taken up. Nearby, the ambulances are now arriving in clusters, and one after another is called to back up and take its load. Extreme cases are sent off on stretchers. The men generally make little or no ado, whatever their sufferings. A few groans that cannot be suppressed, and occasionally a scream of pain as they lift a man into the ambulance. Today, as I write, hundreds more are expected, and tomorrow and the next day more, and so on for many days. Quite often they arrive at the rate of 1,000 a day. A night battle over a week since. May 12, there was part of the late battle at Chancellorsville, 2nd Fredericksburg. A little over a week ago, Saturday night and Sunday, under Gen. Joe Hooker, I would like to give just a glimpse of a moment's look in a terrible storm at sea, of which a few suggestions are enough, and full details impossible. The fighting had been very hot during the day, and after an intermission the latter part was resumed at night, and kept up with furious energy till 3 o'clock in the morning. That afternoon, Saturday, an attack sudden and strong by Stonewall Jackson had gained a great advantage to the Southern Army, and broken our lines, entering us like a wedge, and leaving things in that position at dark. But Hooker at 11 at night made a desperate push, drove the Secesh forces back, restored his original lines, and resumed his plans. This night's scrimmage was very exciting, and afforded countless strange and fearful pictures. The fighting had been general both at Chancellorsville and northeast at Fredericksburg. We hear of some poor fighting, episodes, skedaddling on our part. I think not of it. I think of the fierce bravery, the general rule. One corps, the 6th Sedgwicks, fights 4 dashing and bloody battles in 36 hours, retreating in great jeopardy, losing largely but maintaining itself, fighting with the sternest desperation under all circumstances, getting over the Rappahannock only by the skin of its teeth, yet getting over. It lost many, many brave men, yet it took vengeance, ample vengeance. But it was the tug of Saturday evening, and through the night and Sunday morning, I wanted to make a special note of. It was largely in the woods and quite a general engagement. The night was very pleasant, at times the moon shining out full and clear, all nature so calm in itself. The early summer grass so rich, and foliage of the trees yet there the battle raging, and many good fellows lying helpless, with new accessions to them, and every minute amid the rattle of muskets and crash of cannon, For there was an artillery contest too, the red lifeblood oozing out from heads or trunks or limbs upon that green and dew-cool grass. Patches of the woods take fire, and several of the wounded, unable to move, are consumed. Quite large spaces are swept over. Burning the dead, also some of the men have their hair and beards singed, some, burns on their faces and hands, others holes burnt in their clothing. The flashes of fire from the cannon, the quick flaring flames and smoke, and the immense roar, the musketry so general, the light nearly bright enough for each side to see the other, the crashing, tramping of men, the yelling close quarters. We hear the Secesh yells, our men cheer loudly back. Especially if Hooker is in sight. Hand-to-hand conflicts, each side stands up to it, brave, determined as demons. They often charge upon us 1,000 deeds, are done worth to write newer greater poems, on and still the woods on fire still, many are not only scorched, too many, unable to move, are burned to death. Then the camps of the wounded, oh heavens, what scene is this? Is this indeed humanity, these butchers' shambles? There are several of them. There they lie in the largest, in an open space in the woods, from 200 to 300 poor fellows, the groans and screams, the odor of blood, mixed with the fresh scent of the night, the grass, the trees, that slaughterhouse. Oh well is it their mothers, their sisters cannot see them, cannot conceive, and never conceived these things. One man is shot by a shell, both in the arm and leg, both are amputated, there lie the rejected members. Some have their legs blown off, some bullets through the breast, some indescribably horrid wounds in the face or head, all mutilated, sickening, torn, gouged out, some in the abdomen, some mere boys, many rebels. Badly hurt, they take their regular turns with the rest, just the same as any, the surgeons use them just the same. Such is the camp of the wounded, such a fragment, a reflection afar off of the bloody scene, while all over the clear, large moon comes out at times softly, quietly shining. Amid the woods, that scene of flitting souls, amid the crack and crash and yelling sounds, the impalpable perfume of the wood's end, yet the pungent, stifling smoke, the radiance of the moon, looking from heaven at intervals, so placid the sky, so heavenly the clear obscure up there, those buoyant upper oceans, a few large placid stars beyond, coming silently and languidly out, and then disappearing, the melancholy, draperied night above, around. And there, upon the roads, the fields, and in those woods, that contest, never one more desperate in any age or land, both parties now in force masses, no fancy battle, no semi-play, but fierce and savage demons fighting, their courage and scorn of death the rule, exceptions almost none. What history, I say, can ever give for who can know the mad, determined tussle of the armies, in all their separate large and little squads, as the siege, steeped from crown to toe in desperate, mortal purports? Who know the conflict, hand-to-hand the many conflicts in the dark, those shadowy tangled, flashing moonbeamed woods, the writhing groups and squads, the cries, the din, the cracking guns and pistols, the distant cannon, the cheers and calls and threats and awful music of the oaths, the indescribable mix, the officers' orders, persuasions, encouragements, the devils fully roused in human hearts, the strong shout, charge, men, charge, the flash of the naked sword and rolling flame and smoke. And still the broken, clear, and clouded heaven end, still again the moonlight pouring silvery, soft its radiant patches over all. Who paint the scene, the sudden partial panic of the afternoon at dusk? Who paint the irrepressible advance of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Corps, under Hooker himself, suddenly ordered up those rapid-filing phantoms through the woods? Who show what moves there in the shadows, fluid and firm to save, and it did save, the army's name, perhaps the nation. As there the veterans hold the field, brave Barry falls, not yet but death has marked him, soon he falls. Unnamed remains the bravest soldier. Of scenes like these, I say, who writes, whoe'er can write the story? Of many a score, thousands, north and south, of unwrit heroes, unknown heroisms, incredible, impromptu, first-class desperations, who tells? No history ever, no poem sings, no music sounds those bravest men of all those deeds. No formal general's report, nor book in the library, nor column in the paper, embalms the bravest, north or south, east or west. Unnamed, unknown, remain and still remain the bravest soldiers. Our manliest, our boys, our hardy darlings, no picture gives them. Likely the typic one of them, standing, no doubt for hundreds, thousands, crawls aside to some bush clump, or ferny tuft on receiving his death shot, there sheltering a little while. Soaking roots, grass, and soil with red blood, the battle advances, retreats, flits from the scene, sweeps by, and there, haply with pain and suffering, yet less, far less than is supposed, The last lethargy winds like a serpent round him, the eyes glaze in death, none recks perhaps the burial squads, in truce, a week afterwards. Search not the secluded spot, and there, at last, the bravest soldier crumbles in Mother Earth, unburied and unknown. Some specimen cases. June 18th, in one of the hospitals, I find Thomas Haley, Company M, 4th New York Cavalry, a regular Irish boy. A fine specimen of youthful physical manliness, shot through the lungs, inevitably dying, came over to this country from Ireland to enlist, has not a single friend or acquaintance here, is sleeping soundly at this moment. But it is the sleep of death, has a bullet hole straight through the lung. I saw Tom when first brought here, 3 days since, and didn't suppose he could live 12 hours, yet he looks well enough in the face to a casual observer. He lies there with his frame exposed above the waist, all naked, for coolness, a fine-built man, the tan not yet bleached from his cheeks and neck. It is useless to talk to him, as with his sad hurt and the stimulants they give him, and the utter strangeness of every object, face, furniture, and sea, the poor fellow, even when awake, is like some frightened, shy animal. Much of the time he sleeps or half sleeps. Sometimes I thought he knew more than he showed. I often come and sit by him in perfect silence. He will breathe for 10 minutes as softly and evenly as a young babe asleep. Poor youth, so handsome, athletic, with profuse, beautiful, shining hair. One time, as I sat looking at him while he lay asleep, he suddenly, without the least start, awakened, opened his eyes, gave me a long, steady look, turning his face very slightly to gaze easier, one long, clear, silent look, a slight sigh, then turned back and went into his doze again. Little he knew, poor death-stricken boy, the heart of the stranger that hovered near. WHE, Co-F, 2nd NY, his disease is pneumonia. He lay sick at the wretched hospital below Aquia Creek for 7 or 8 days before brought here. He was detailed from his regiment to go there and help as nurse, but was soon taken down himself. Is an elderly, sallow-faced, rather gaunt, gray-haired man, a widower with children. He expressed a great desire for good, strong green tea. An excellent lady, Mrs. W. of Washington, soon sent him a package, also a small sum of money. The doctor said give him the tea at pleasure. It lay on the table by his side, and he used it every day. He slept a great deal, could not talk much as he grew deaf. Occupied bed 15, Ward I, Armory. The same lady above, Mrs. W., sent the men a large package of tobacco. J.G. lies in bed 52, Ward I, is of Company B, 7th Pennsylvania. I gave him a small sum of money, some tobacco, and envelopes. To a man adjoining also gave 25 cents. He flushed in the face when I offered it, refused at first, but as I found he had not a cent and was very fond of having the daily papers to read, I pressed it on him. He was evidently very grateful, but said little. JTL of Company F, 9th New Hampshire, lies in bed 37, Ward I, is very fond of tobacco. I furnish him some, also with a little money. Has gangrene of the feet, a pretty bad case, will surely have to lose 3 toes. Is a regular specimen of an old-fashioned, rude, hearty New England countryman, impressing me with his likeness to that celebrated singed cat, who was better than she looked. Bed 3, Ward E, Armory, has a great hankering for pickles, something pungent. After consulting the doctor, I gave him a small bottle of horseradish, also some apples, also a book. Some of the nurses are excellent. The woman nurse in this ward I like very much. Mrs. Right, a year afterwards I found her in Mansion House Hospital, Alexandria. She is a perfect nurse. In one bed a young man, Marcus Small, Company K, 7th Main, sick with dysentery and typhoid fever, pretty critical case. I talk with him. Often he thinks he will die, looks like it indeed. I write a letter for him home to East Livermore. Mayn't I let him talk to me a little? But not much. Advise him to keep very quiet, do most of the talking myself, stay quite a while with him. As he holds on to my hand, talk to him in a cheering, but slow, low and measured manner, talk about his furlough, and going home as soon as he is able to travel. Thomas Lindley, 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry, shot very badly through the foot. Poor young man, he suffers horridly, has to be constantly dosed with morphine. His face ashy and glazed, bright young eyes. I give him a large handsome apple, lay it in sight, tell him to have it roasted in the morning, as he generally feels easier then and can eat a little breakfast. I write 2 letters for him. Opposite, an old Quaker lady sits by the side of her son, Amermore, 2 DUS artillery shot in the head 2 weeks since, very low, quite rational from hips down, paralyzed. He will surely die. I speak a very few words to him every day, and evening he answers pleasantly, wants nothing. He told me soon after he came about his home affairs, his mother had been an invalid, and he feared to let her know his condition. He died soon after she came. My preparations for visits. In my visits to the hospitals, I found it was in the simple matter of personal presence, and emanating ordinary cheer and magnetism, that I succeeded and helped more than by medical nursing, or delicacies, or gifts of money, or anything else. During the war, I possessed the perfection of physical health. My habit, when practicable, was to prepare for starting out on one of those daily or nightly tour of from a couple to 4 or 5 hours, by fortifying myself with previous rest, the bath, clean clothes, a good meal, and as cheerful an appearance as possible. Ambulance processions. June 23, sundown. As I sit writing this paragraph, I see a train of about 30 huge 4-horse wagons, used as ambulances, filled with wounded, passing up 14th Street, on their way probably to Columbian, Carver, and Mount Pleasant hospitals. This is the way the men come in now, seldom in small numbers, but almost always in these long, sad processions. Through the past winter, while our army lay opposite Fredericksburg, the like strings of ambulances were of frequent occurrence along 7th Street, passing slowly up from the Steamboat Wharf, with loads from Aquia Creek. Bad wounds the young. Soldiers are nearly all young men, and far more American than is generally supposed. I should say 9/10 are native-born. Among the arrivals from Chancellorsville, I find a large proportion of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois men. As usual, there are all sorts of wounds. Some of the men fearfully burnt from the explosions of artillery caissons. One ward has a long row of officers, some with ugly hurts. Yesterday was perhaps worse than usual. Amputations are going on, the attendants are dressing wounds. As you pass by, you must be on your guard where you look. I saw the other day a gentleman, a visitor apparently from curiosity, in one of the wards, stop and turn a moment to look at an awful wound they were probing. He turned pale, and in a moment more he had fainted away and fallen to the floor. The most inspiriting of all war shows. June 29, just before sundown this evening, a very large cavalry force went by, a fine sight. The men evidently had seen service. First came a mounted band of 16 bugles, drums, and cymbals, playing wild martial tunes made my heart jump. Then the principal officers, then company after company, with their officers at their heads, making of course the main part of the cavalcade. Then a long train of men with led horses, lots of mounted Negroes with special horses, and a long string of baggage wagons, each drawn by 4 horses, and then a motley rear guard. It was a pronouncedly warlike and gay show. The sabers clanked, the men looked young and healthy and strong, the electric tramping of so many horses on the hard road, and the gallant bearing, fine seat, and bright-faced appearance of 1,000 and more handsome young American men were so good to see. An hour later another troop went by, smaller in numbers, perhaps 300 men. They too looked like serviceable men, campaigners used to field and fight. July 3 this forenoon, for more than an hour, again long strings of cavalry, several regiments, very fine men and horses, 4 or 5 abreast. I saw them in 14th Street, coming in town from north, several hundred extra horses, some of the mares with colts, trotting along. Appeared to be a number of prisoners too. How inspiriting always the cavalry regiments. Our men are generally well mounted, feel good, are young, gay on the saddle, their blankets in a roll behind them, their sabers clanking at their sides. This noise and movement and the tramp of many horses' hoofs has a curious effect upon one. The bugles play presently, you hear them afar off, deadened, mixed with other noises. Then just as they had all passed, a string of ambulances commingled from the other way, moving up 14th Street North, slowly wending along, bearing a large lot of wounded to the hospitals. Battle of Gettysburg. July 4th. The weather today, upon the whole, is very fine, warm, but from a smart rain last night, fresh enough and no dust, which is a great relief for the city. I saw the parade about noon, Pennsylvania Avenue from 15th Street down toward the Capitol. There were 3 regiments of infantry. I suppose the ones doing patrol duty here. 2 or 3 societies of odd fellows, a lot of children in barouches, and a squad of policemen. A useless imposition upon the soldiers. They have work enough on their backs without piling the like of this. As I went down the avenue, saw a big flaring placard on the bulletin board of a newspaper office, announcing glorious victory for the Union Army. Meade had fought Lee at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, yesterday and day before and repulsed him most signally, taken 3,000 prisoners and c. I afterwards saw Meade's dispatch, very modest and a sort of order of the day from the president himself, quite religious, giving thanks to the Supreme and calling on the people to do the same. I walked on to Armory Hospital, took along with me several bottles of blackberry and cherry syrup, good and strong, but innocent. Went through several of the wards, announced to the soldiers the news from Meade, and gave them all a good drink of the syrups with ice water, quite refreshing, prepared it all myself, and served it around. Meanwhile, the Washington bells are ringing their sundown peals for 4th of July, and the usual fusillades of boys' pistols, crackers, and guns. A cavalry camp. I am writing this nearly sundown, watching a cavalry company acting signal service, just come in through a shower, making their night's camp ready on some broad, vacant ground, a sort of hill in full view opposite my window. There are the men in their yellow striped jackets, all are dismounted. The freed horses stand with drooping heads and wet sides. They are to be led off presently in groups to water. The little wall tents and shelter tents spring up quickly. I see the fires already blazing, and pots and kettles over them. Some among the men are driving in tent poles, wielding their axes with strong, slow blows. I see great huddles of horses, bundles of hay, groups of men, some with unbuckled sabers yet on their sides. A few officers, piles of wood, the flames of the fires, saddles, harness, and see the smoke streams upward. Additional men arrive and dismount, some drive in stakes and tie their horses to them. Some go with buckets for water, some are chopping wood, and so on. July 6th, a steady rain, dark and thick and warm. A train of 6-mule wagons has just passed bearing pontoons, great square and flatboats, and the heavy planking for overlaying them. We hear that the Potomac above here is flooded, and are wondering whether Lee will be able to get back across again, or whether Meade will indeed break him to pieces. The cavalry camp on the hill is a ceaseless field of observation for me. This forenoon there stand the horses, tethered together, dripping, steaming, chewing their hay. The men emerge from their tents, dripping also. The fires are half quenched. July 10th, still the camp opposite, perhaps 50 or 60 tents. Some of the men are cleaning their sabers, pleasant today. Some brushing boots, some laying off, reading, writing, some cooking, some sleeping. On long temporary cross sticks back of the tents are cavalry accoutrements, blankets and overcoats are hung out to air. There are the squads of horses tethered, feeding, continually stamping and whisking their tails to keep off flies. I sit long in my 3rd-story window and look at the scene, 100 little things going on, peculiar objects connected with the camp that could not be described. Any one of them justly, without much minute drawing and coloring in words. A New York soldier. This afternoon, July 22d, I have spent a long time with Oscar F. Wilbur, Company G, 154th New York, low with chronic diarrhea and a bad wound also. He asked me to read him a chapter in the New Testament. I complied and asked him what I should read. He said, "Make your own choice." I opened at the close of one of the first books of the evangelists and read the chapters describing the latter hours of Christ and the scenes at the crucifixion. Poor wasted young man asked me to read the following chapter also, how Christ rose again. I read very slowly, for Oscar was feeble. It pleased him very much, yet the tears were in his eyes. He asked me if I enjoyed religion. I said, "Perhaps not, my dear, in the way you mean, and yet maybe it is the same thing." He said, "It is my chief reliance." He talked of death and said he did not fear it. I said, "Why, Oscar, don't you think you will get well?" He said, "I may, but it is not probable." He spoke calmly of his condition. The wound was very bad, it discharged much. Then the diarrhea had prostrated him, and I felt that he was even then the same as dying. He behaved very manly and affectionate. The kiss I gave him as I was about leaving he returned fourfold. He gave me his mother's address, Mrs. Sally D. Wilbur, Allegheny Post Office, Cattaraugus County, NY. I had several such interviews with him. He died a few days after the one just described. Homemade music. August 8th tonight, as I was trying to keep cool, sitting by a wounded soldier in Armory Square, I was attracted by some pleasant singing in an adjoining ward. As my soldier was asleep, I left him, and entering the ward where the music was, I walked halfway down and took a seat by the cot of a young Brooklyn friend, S.R., badly wounded in the hand at Chancellorsville, and who has suffered much, but at that moment in the evening was wide awake and comparatively easy. He had turned over on his left side to get a better view of the singers, but the mosquito curtains of the adjoining cots obstructed the sight. I stepped round and looped them all up, so that he had a clear show, and then sat down again by him, and looked and listened. The principal singer was a young lady nurse of one of the wards, accompanying on a melodeon, and joined by the lady nurses of other wards. They sat there, making a charming group, with their handsome, healthy faces, and standing up a little behind them were some 10 or 15 of the convalescent soldiers, young men, nurses, and with books in their hands, singing. Of course, it was not such a performance as the great soloists at the New York Opera House take a hand in, yet I am not sure, but I received as much pleasure under the circumstances, sitting there, as I have had from the best Italian compositions, expressed by world-famous performers. The men lying up and down the hospital in their cots, some badly wounded, some never to rise thence. The cots themselves, with their drapery of white curtains, and the shadows down the lower and upper parts of the ward. Then the silence of the men, and the attitudes they took, the whole was a sight to look around upon again and again. And there sweetly rose those voices up to the high, whitewashed wooden roof, and pleasantly the roof sent it all back again. They sang very well, mostly quaint old songs and declamatory hymns to fitting tunes. Here, for instance: "My days are swiftly gliding by, and I, a pilgrim stranger, would not detain them as they fly, those hours of toil and danger. For oh, we stand on Jordan's strand, our friends are passing over, and just before the shining shore we may almost discover. We'll gird our loins, my brethren dear, our distant home discerning, our absent Lord has left us word, let every lamp be burning. For oh, we stand on Jordan's strand, our friends are passing over, and just before the shining shore we may almost discover." Abraham Lincoln. August 12th. I see the president almost every day, as I happen to live where he passes to or from his lodgings out of town. He never sleeps at the White House during the hot season, but has quarters at a healthy location some 3 miles north of the city, the Soldiers' Home, a United States military establishment. I saw him this morning about 8:1/2 coming in to business, riding on Vermont Avenue, near L Street. He always has a company of 25 or 30 cavalry, with sabers drawn and held upright over their shoulders. They say this guard was against his personal wish, but he let his counselors have their way. The party makes no great show in uniform or horses. Mr. Lincoln on the saddle generally rides a good-sized, easy-going gray horse, is dressed in plain black, somewhat rusty and dusty, wears a black stiff hat, and looks about as ordinary in attire, and as the commonest man. A lieutenant with yellow straps rides at his left, and following behind, 2 by 2, come the cavalrymen in their yellow striped jackets. They are generally going at a slow trot, as that is the pace set them by the one they wait upon. The sabers and accoutrements clank, and the entirely unornamental cortege as it trots towards Lafayette Square arouses no sensation. Only some curious stranger stops and gazes. I see very plainly Abraham Lincoln's dark brown face, with the deep-cut lines, the eyes, always to me with a deep latent sadness in the expression. We have got so that we exchange bows, and very cordial ones. Sometimes the president goes and comes in an open barouche. The cavalry always accompany him, with drawn sabers. Often I notice as he goes out evenings and sometimes in the morning. When he returns early he turns off and halts at the large and handsome residence of the Secretary of War, on K Street, and holds conference there. If in his barouche, I can see from my window he does not alight, but sits in his vehicle, and Mr. Stanton comes out to attend him. Sometimes one of his sons, a boy of 10 or 12, accompanies him, riding at his right on a pony. Earlier in the summer I occasionally saw the president and his wife, toward the latter part of the afternoon, out in a barouche on a pleasure ride through the city. Mrs. Lincoln was dressed in complete black with a long crepe veil. The equipage is of the plainest kind, only 2 horses and they nothing extra. They passed me once very close, and I saw the president in the face fully as they were moving slowly, and his look, though abstracted, happened to be directed steadily in my eye. He bowed and smiled, but far beneath his smile I noticed well the expression I have alluded to. None of the artists or pictures has caught the deep, though subtle and indirect expression of this man's face. There is something else there. One of the great portrait painters of 2 or 3 centuries ago is needed. Heated term. There has lately been much suffering here from heat. We have had it upon us now 11 days. I go around with an umbrella and a fan. I saw 2 cases of sunstroke yesterday, one in Pennsylvania Avenue and another in 7th Street. The City Railroad Company loses some horses every day. Yet Washington is having a livelier August and is probably putting in a more energetic and satisfactory summer than ever before during its existence. There is probably more human electricity, more population to make it, more business, more lightheartedness than ever before. The armies that swiftly circumambulated from Fredericksburg marched, struggled, fought, had out their mighty clinch and hurl at Gettysburg wheeled, circumambulated again, returned to their ways, touching us not, either at their going or coming. And Washington feels that she has passed the worst, perhaps feels that she is henceforth mistress. So here she sits with her surrounding hills spotted with guns, and is conscious of a character and identity different from what it was 5 or 6 short weeks ago, and very considerably pleasanter and prouder. Soldiers and talks. Soldiers, 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 you meet everywhere about the city, often superb-looking men, though invalids dressed in worn uniforms and carrying canes or crutches. I often have talks with them, occasionally quite long and interesting. One, for instance, will have been all through the peninsula under McClellan narrates to me the fights, the marches, the strange, quick changes of that eventful campaign, and gives glimpses of many things untold in any official reports or books or journals. These, indeed, are the things that are genuine and precious. The man was there, has been out 2 years, has been through a dozen fights, the superfluous flesh of talking is long worked off him, and he gives me little but the hard meat and sinew. I find it refreshing, these hardy, bright, intuitive American young men, experienced soldiers with all their youth. The vocal play and significance moves one more than books. Then there hangs something majestic about a man who has borne his part in battles, especially if he is very quiet regarding it when you desire him to unbosom. I am continually lost at the absence of blowing and blowers among these old young American militaires. I have found some man or other who has been in every battle since the war began, and have talked with them about each one in every part of the United States, and many of the engagements on the rivers and harbors too. I find men here from every state in the Union, without exception. There are more Southerners, especially border state men, in the Union Army than is generally supposed. I now doubt whether one can get a fair idea of what this war practically is, or what genuine America is, and her character, without some such experience as this I am having. Death of a Wisconsin officer. Another characteristic scene of that dark and bloody 1863, from notes of my visit to Armory Square Hospital, one hot but pleasant summer day. In Ward H, we approach the cot of a young lieutenant of one of the Wisconsin regiments. Tread the bare board floor lightly here, for the pain and panting of death are in this cot. I saw the lieutenant when he was first brought here from Chancellorsville, and have been with him occasionally from day to day and night to night. He had been getting along pretty well till night before last, when a sudden hemorrhage that could not be stopped came upon him, and today it still continues at intervals. Notice that water pail by the side of the bed, with a quantity of blood and bloody pieces of muslin, nearly full. That tells the story. The poor young man is struggling painfully for breath, his great dark eyes with a glaze already upon them, and the choking faint but audible in his throat. An attendant sits by him, and will not leave him till the last, yet little or nothing can be done. He will die here in an hour or two, without the presence of kith or kin. Meantime, the ordinary chat and business of the ward, a little way off, goes on indifferently. Some of the inmates are laughing and joking, others are playing checkers or cards, others are reading and see. I have noticed through most of the hospitals that as long as there is any chance for a man, no matter how bad he may be, the surgeon and nurses work hard, sometimes with curious tenacity, for his life, doing everything, and keeping somebody by him to execute the doctor's orders, and minister to him every minute, night and day. See that screen there. As you advance through the dusk of early candlelight, a nurse will step forth on tiptoe, and silently but imperiously forbid you to make any noise, or perhaps to come near at all. Some soldier's life is flickering there, suspended between recovery and death. Perhaps at this moment, the exhausted frame has just fallen into a light sleep that a step might shake. You must retire. The neighboring patients must move in their stocking feet. I have been several times struck with such marked efforts, everything bent to save a life from the very grip of the destroyer. But when that grip is once firmly fixed, Leaving no hope or chance at all, the surgeon abandons the patient. If it is a case where stimulus is any relief, the nurse gives milk punch or brandy, or whatever is wanted, ad libitum. There is no fuss made. Not a bit of sentimentalism or whining have I seen about a single deathbed in hospital or on the field, but generally impassive indifference. All is over as far as any efforts can avail. It is useless to expend emotions or labors. While there is a prospect, they strive hard, at least most surgeons do, but death certain and evident, they yield the field. CEDAR-APPLES. As I journeyed today in a light wagon 10 or 12 miles through the country, nothing pleased me more, in their homely beauty and novelty. I had either never seen the little things to such advantage, or had never noticed them before, than that peculiar fruit, with its profuse clear yellow dangles of inch-long silk or yarn, in boundless profusion spotting the dark green cedar bushes contrasting well with their bronze, tufts the flossy shreds covering the knobs all over, like a shock of wild hair on elfin pates. On my ramble afterward down by the creek I plucked one from its bush, and shall keep it. These cedar apples last only a little while, however, and soon crumble and fade. Summer sights and indolencies. June 10th, as I write, 5:12 p.m., here by the creek, nothing can exceed the quiet splendor and freshness around me. We had a heavy shower, with brief thunder and lightning in the middle of the day. And since overhead, one of those not uncommon yet indescribable skies, in quality, not details or forms, of limpid blue, with rolling silver-fringed clouds and a pure dazzling sun. For underlay, trees in fullness of tender foliage liquid, reedy, long-drawn notes of birds based by the fretful mewing of a querulous catbird and the pleasant chippering shriek of 2 kingfishers. I have been watching the latter the last half hour, on their regular evening frolic over and in the stream, evidently a spree of the liveliest kind. They pursue each other, whirling and wheeling around, with many a jocund downward dip, splashing the spray in jets of diamond's end, then off they swoop, with slanting wings and graceful flight, sometimes so near me I can plainly see their dark gray feather bodies and milk-white necks. Sundown perfume quail notes the hermit thrush. June 19th, 4 to 6:12 p.m. sitting alone by the creek solitude here, but the scene bright and vivid enough, the sun shining, and quite a fresh wind blowing, some heavy showers last night. The grass and trees looking their best, the clair-obscure of different greens, shadows, half-shadows, and the dappling glimpses of the water. Through recesses the wild flageolet note of a quail near by the just heard fretting of some hylas down there, in the pond crows cawing in the distance a drove of young hogs rooting in soft ground near the oak, under which I sit, some come sniffing near me, and then scamper away, with grunts. And still the clear notes of the quail, the quiver of leaf shadows over the paper as I write, the sky aloft, with white clouds, and the sun well declining to the west, the swift darting of many sand swallows coming and going, their holes in a neighboring marl bank, the odor of the cedar and oak, so palpable as evening approaches perfume, color, the bronze end gold of nearly ripened wheat clover fields, with honey scent the well-up maize, with long and rustling leaves the great patches of thriving potatoes, dusky green. Flecked all over with white blossoms the old, warty, venerable oak above me, and ever, mixed with the dual notes of the quail, the soughing of the wind through some nearby pines. As I rise for return, I linger long to a delicious song epilogue. Is it the hermit thrush? From some bushy recess off there in the swamp, repeated leisurely and pensively over and over again. This, to the circle gambols of the swallows flying by dozens in concentric rings in the last rays of sunset, like flashes of some airy wheel. A July afternoon by the pond. The fervent heat, but so much more endurable in this pure air, the white and pink pond blossoms, with great heart-shaped leaves, the glassy waters of the creek, the banks with dense bushery, and the picturesque beaches and shade and turf. The tremulous, reedy call of some bird from recesses, breaking the warm, indolent, half-voluptuous silence. An occasional wasp, hornet, honey-bee, or bumble, they hover near my hands or face, yet annoy me not, nor I them, as they appear to examine, find nothing, and away they go. The vast space of the sky overhead so clear, and the buzzard up there sailing his slow whirl in majestic spirals and discs. Just over the surface of the pond, 2 large slate-colored dragonflies, with wings of lace, circling and darting and occasionally balancing themselves quite still, their wings quivering all the time, Are they not showing off for my amusement? The pond itself, with the sword-shaped calamus. The water snakes occasionally a flitting blackbird, with red dabs on his shoulders, as he darts slantingly by the sounds that bring out the solitude, warmth, light, and shade the quack of some pond duck. The crickets and grasshoppers are mute in the noon heat, but I hear the song of the first cicadas. Then, at some distance, the rattle and whir of a reaping machine as the horses draw it on a rapid walk through a rye field on the opposite side of the creek. What was the yellow or light brown bird, large as a young hen? With short neck and long-stretched legs I just saw, in flapping and awkward flight over there through the trees. The prevailing delicate, yet palpable, spicy, grassy, clovery perfume to my nostrils. And over all, encircling all, to my sight and soul, the free space of the sky, transparent and bluent hovering there in the west. A mass of white-gray fleecy clouds the sailors call shoals of mackerel. The sky, with silver swirls like locks of tossed hair, spreading, expanding a vast voiceless, formless simulacrum yet maybe the most real reality and formulator of everything who knows. Locusts and katydids. Og, 22 reedy monotones of locust, or sounds of katydid. I hear the latter at night, and the other both day and night. I thought the morning and evening warble of birds delightful, but I find I can listen to these strange insects with just as much pleasure. A single locust is now heard near noon from a tree 200 feet off. As I write, a long whirring, continued, quite loud noise graded in distinct whirls or swinging circles, increasing in strength and rapidity up to a certain point, and then a fluttering, quietly tapering fall. Each strain is continued from 1 to 2 minutes. The locust song is very appropriate to the scene gushes, has meaning, is masculine, is like some fine old wine, not sweet, but far better than sweet. But the katydid, how shall I describe its piquant utterances? One sings from a willow tree just outside my open bedroom window, 20 yards distant. Every clear night for a fortnight past has soothed me to sleep. I rode through a piece of woods for 100 rods the other evening and heard the katydids by myriads, very curious for once. But I like better my single neighbor on the tree. Let me say more about the song of the locust, even to repetition. A long, chromatic, tremulous crescendo, like a brass disc whirling round and round, emitting wave after wave of notes, beginning with a certain moderate beat or measure, rapidly increasing in speed and emphasis, reaching a point of great energy and significance, and then quickly and gracefully dropping down and out. Not the melody of the singing bird, far from it. The common musician might think without melody, but surely having to the finer ear a harmony of its own. Monotonous, but what a swing there is in that brassy drone round and round, cymbaline or like the whirling of brass quoits. The lesson of a tree. Except one, I should not take either the biggest or the most picturesque tree to illustrate it. Here is one of my favorites now before me, a fine yellow poplar, quite straight, perhaps 90 feet high and 4 thick at the butt. How strong, vital, enduring, how dumbly eloquent. What suggestions of imperturbability and being, as against the human trait of mere seeming. Then the qualities, almost emotional, palpably artistic, heroic, of a tree, so innocent and harmless, yet so savage. It is, yet says nothing. How it rebukes by its tough and equable serenity all weathers, this gusty-tempered little whiffet man that runs indoors at a mite of rain or snow. Science, or rather halfway science, scoffs at reminiscence of dryad and hamadryad, and of trees speaking. But if they don't, they do as well as most speaking, writing, poetry, sermons, or rather they do a great deal better. I should say indeed that those old dryad reminiscences are quite as true as any, and profounder than most reminiscences we get. Cut this out, as the quack mediciners say, and keep by you. Go and sit in a grove or woods with one or more of those voiceless companions, and read the foregoing, and think. One lesson from affiliating a tree, perhaps the greatest moral lesson anyhow from earth, rocks, animals, is that same lesson of inherency, of what is, without the least regard to what the looker-on, the critic, supposes or says, or whether he likes or dislikes. What worse, what more general malady pervades each and all of us, our literature, education, attitude toward each other, even toward ourselves, than a morbid trouble about seems, generally temporarily seems too, and no trouble at all, or hardly any, about the sane, slow-growing, perennial, real parts of character, books, friendship, marriage, humanity's invisible foundations and hold together. As the all-basis, the nerve, the great sympathetic, the plenum within humanity, giving stamp to everything, is necessarily invisible. AUG 4. 6 p.m. lights and shades and rare effects on tree foliage and grass-transparent greens, grays, and sea, all in sunset pomp and dazzle. The clear beams are now thrown in many new places. On the quilted seamed, bronze-drab lower tree trunks, shadowed except at this hour now, flooding their young and old columnar ruggedness with strong light. Unfolding to my sense new amazing features of silent, shaggy charm, the solid bark, the expression of harmless impassiveness, with many a bulge and gnarl unwrecked before. In the revealings of such light, such exceptional hour, such mood, one does not wonder at the old story fables. Indeed, why fables? Of people falling into love-sickness with trees, seized ecstatic with the mystic realism of the resistless silent strength in them strength, which after all is perhaps the last, completest, highest beauty. Trees I am familiar with here. Oaks, many kinds one sturdy willows, old fellow vital green bushy catalpas, 5 feet thick at the butt I sit persimmons under every day, mountain ash, cedars plenty. Hickories, tulip trees, liriodendron is of maples many kinds, the magnolia family I have locusts, seen it in Michigan and southern birches. Illinois 140 feet high in dogwood, feet thick at the butt does pine, not transplant well, best raise the elm from seeds, the lumberman chestnut, call it yellow poplar. Linden sycamores, aspen gum trees both sweet and sour, spruce beeches, hornbeam black walnuts, laurel sassafras, holly. Autumnside bits. Sept. 20 under an old black oak, glossy and green, exhaling aroma mid a grove, the albic druids might have chosen enveloped in the warmth and light of the noonday sun. And swarms of flitting insects with the harsh cawing of many crows, 100 rods away here I sit in solitude, absorbing, enjoying all. The corn, stacked in its cone-shaped stacks, russet-colored and sere a large field spotted thick with scarlet gold pumpkins in adjoining one of cabbages, showing well in their green and pearl, mottled by much light and shade melon patches, with their bulging ovals, and great silver-streaked, ruffled, broad-edged leaves end many an autumn sight, and sound beside the distant scream of a flock of guinea hens end poured over all the September breeze, with pensive cadence through the tree-tops. Another day the ground in all directions strewed with debris from a storm. Timber Creek, as I slowly pace its banks, has ebbed low and shows reaction from the turbulent swell of the late equinoctial. As I look around, I take account of stockweeds and shrubs, knolls, paths, occasional stumps, some with smooth tops. Several I use as seats of rest, from place to place, and from one I am now jotting these lines. Frequent wild flowers, little white, star-shaped things, or the cardinal red of the lobelia, or the cherry ball seeds of the perennial rose, or the many-threaded vines winding up and around trunks of trees. Oct. 1, 2, and 3 down every day in the solitude of the creek. A serene autumn sun and westerly breeze today, 3D as I sit here, the water surface prettily moving in wind ripples before me. On a stout old beach at the edge, decayed and slanting, almost fallen to the stream, yet with life and leaves in its mossy limbs, a gray squirrel, exploring, runs up and down, flirts his tail, leaps to the ground, sits on his haunches upright as he sees me, a Darwinian hint, and then races up the tree again. Oct. 4 cloudy and coolish, signs of incipient winter. Yet pleasant here, the leaves thick falling, the ground brown with them already. Rich coloring, yellows of all hues, pale and dark green, shades from lightest to richest red all set in and toned down by the prevailing brown of the earth and gray of the sky. So winter is coming, and I yet in my sickness. I sit here amid all these fair sights and vital influences, and abandon myself to that thought, with its wandering trains of speculation. Note: there is a tulip poplar within sight of Woodstown, which is 20 feet around, 3 feet from the ground, 4 feet across about 18 feet up the trunk, which is broken off about 3 or 4 feet higher up. On the south side an arm has shot out from which rise 2 stems, each to about 91 or 92 feet from the ground. 25, or more, years since the cavity in the butt was large enough for, and 9 men at one time, ate dinner therein. It is supposed 12 to 15 men could now, at one time, stand within its trunk. The severe winds of 1877 and 1878 did not seem to damage it, and the 2 stems send out yearly many blossoms, scenting the air immediately about it with their sweet perfume. It is entirely unprotected by other trees on a hill. Woodstown, N.J., Register, April 15, 79. The sky days and night's happiness. Oct. 20A clear, crispy day, dry and breezy air, full of oxygen. Out of the sane, silent, beauteous miracles that envelope and fuse me trees, water, grass, sunlight, and early frost, the one I am looking at most today is the sky. It has that delicate, transparent blue peculiar to autumn, and the only clouds are little or larger white ones, giving their still and spiritual motion to the great concave. All through the earlier day, say from 7 to 11, it keeps a pure, yet vivid blue. But as noon approaches, the color gets lighter. Quite gray for 2 or 3 hours, then still paler for a spell, till sundown, which last I watched dazzling through the interstices of a knoll of big trees darts of fire, and a gorgeous show of light yellow, liver color, and red, with a vast silver glaze askant on the water, the transparent shadows, shafts, sparkle, and vivid colors beyond all the paintings ever made. I don't know what or how, but it seems to me mostly owing to these skies. Every now and then I think, while I have of course seen them every day of my life, I never really saw the skies before. Have had this autumn some wondrously contented hours, may I not say perfectly happy ones. As I have read, Byron just before his death told a friend that he had known but 3 happy hours during his whole existence. Then there is the old German legend of the King's Bell, to the same point. While I was out there by the wood, that beautiful sunset through the trees, I thought of Byron's and the bell story, and the notion started in me that I was having a happy hour. Though perhaps my best moments I never jot down. When they come, I cannot afford to break the charm by inditing memoranda. I just abandon myself to the mood and let it float on, carrying me in its placid ecstasy. What is happiness, anyhow? Is this one of its hours, or the like of it, so impalpable a mere breath, an evanescent tinge? I am not sure, so let me give myself the benefit of the doubt. Hast thou, pellucid in thy azure depths, medicine for case like mine? Ah, the physical shatter and troubled spirit of me the last 3 years. And dost thou subtly, mystically, now drip it through the air invisibly upon me? Night of Oct. 28. The heavens unusually transparent, the stars out by myriads, the great path of the Milky Way, with its branch, only seen of very clear nights. Jupiter, setting in the west, looks like a huge haphazard splash, and has a little star for companion. Clothed in his white garments, into the round and clear arena slowly entered the Brahmin, holding a little child by the hand, like the moon with the planet Jupiter in a cloudless night sky. Old Hindu poem. Early in November, at its farther end, the lane already described opens into a broad grassy upland field of over 20 acres, slightly sloping to the south. Here I am accustomed to walk for sky views and effects, either morning or sundown. Today from this field my soul is calmed and expanded beyond description, the whole forenoon by the clear blue arching over all, cloudless, nothing particular, only sky and daylight. Their soothing accompaniments, autumn leaves, the cool dry air, the faint aroma, crows cawing in the distance, do great buzzards wheeling gracefully and slowly far up there, the occasional murmur of the wind, sometimes quite gently, then threatening through the trees, a gang of farm laborers loading cornstalks in a field in sight, and the patient horses waiting. Colors a contrast. Such a play of colors and lights, different seasons, different hours of the day, the lines of the far horizon where the faint tinged edge of the landscape loses itself in the sky. As I slowly hobble up the lane toward day-close, an incomparable sunset shooting in molten sapphire and gold, shaft after shaft, through the ranks of the long-leaved corn, between me and the west. Another day, the rich dark green of the tulip trees and the oaks, the gray of the swamp willows, the dull hues of the sycamores and black walnuts, the emerald of the cedars after rain, and the light yellow of the beeches. November 8, 76. The forenoon leaden and cloudy, not cold or wet, but indicating both. As I hobble down here and sit by the silent pond, how different from the excitement amid which, in the cities, millions of people are now waiting news of yesterday's presidential election, or receiving and discussing the result in this secluded place, uncared for, unknown. Crows and crows. Nov. 14. As I sit here by the creek, resting after my walk, a warm languor bathes me from the sun. No sound but a cawing of crows, and no motion but their black flying figures from overhead, reflected in the mirror of the pond below. Indeed, a principal feature of the scene today is these crows, their incessant cawing, far or near, and their countless flocks and processions moving from place to place, and at times almost darkening the air with their myriads. As I sit a moment writing this by the bank, I see the black, clear-cut reflection of them far below, flying through the watery looking-glass, by ones, twos, or long strings. All last night I heard the noises from their great roost in a neighboring wood. A winter day on the sea beach. One bright December midday lately I spent down on the New Jersey seashore, reaching it by a little more than an hour's railroad trip over the old Camden and Atlantic. I had started betimes, fortified by nice strong coffee and a good breakfast, cooked by the hands I love. My dear sister, lose how much better it makes the victuals taste, and then assimilate, strengthen you, perhaps make the whole day comfortable afterwards. 5 or 6 miles at the last, our track entered a broad region of salt grass meadows, intersected by lagoons and cut up everywhere by watery runs. The sedgy perfume, delightful to my nostrils, reminded me of the Mash and South Bay of my native island. I could have journeyed contentedly till night through these flat and odorous sea prairies. From 11:30 till 2 I was nearly all the time along the beach, or in sight of the ocean, listening to its hoarse murmur, and inhaling the bracing and welcome breezes. First, a rapid 5-mile drive over the hard sand. Our carriage wheels hardly made dents in it. Then after dinner, as there were nearly 2 hours to spare, I walked off in another direction, hardly met or saw a person, and taking possession of what appeared to have been the reception room of an old bathhouse range, had a broad expanse of view all to myself, quaint, refreshing, unimpeded, a dry area of sedge and Indian grass immediately before and around me, space, simple, unornamented space. Distant vessels, and the far-off just visible trailing smoke of an inward-bound steamer. More plainly, ships, brigs, schooners in sight, most of them with every sail set to the firm and steady wind. The attractions, fascinations there are in sea and shore. How one dwells on their simplicity, even vacuity. What is it in us, aroused by those indirections and directions? That spread of waves and gray-white beach, salt, monotonous, senseless, such an entire absence of art, books, talk, elegance, so indescribably comforting. Even this winter day grim, yet so delicate-looking, so spiritual, striking, emotional, impalpable depths, subtler than all the poems, paintings, music I have ever read, seen, heard. Yet let me be fair, perhaps it is because I have read those poems and heard that music. Seashore fancies. Even as a boy, I had the fancy, the wish to write a piece, perhaps a poem, about the seashore, that suggesting, dividing line, contact, junction, the solid marrying the liquid, that curious, lurking something, as doubtless every objective form finally becomes to the subjective spirit, which means far more than its mere first sight, grand as that is blending the real and ideal, and each made portion of the other. Hours, days, in my Long Island youth and early manhood, I haunted the shores of Rockaway or Coney Island, or away east to the Hamptons or Montauk. Once, at the latter place, by the old lighthouse, nothing but sea tossings in sight in every direction as far as the eye could reach. I remember well, I felt that I must one day write a book expressing this liquid, mystic theme. Afterward, I recollect how it came to me that instead of any special lyrical or epical or literary attempt, the seashore should be an invisible influence, a pervading gauge and tally for me in my composition. Let me give a hint here to young writers. I am not sure, but I have unwittingly followed out the same rule with other powers besides sea and shores, avoiding them, in the way of any dead set at poetizing them, as too big for formal handling, quite satisfied if I could indirectly show that we have met and fused, even if only once, but enough that we have really absorbed each other and understand each other. There is a dream, a picture, that for years at intervals, sometimes quite long ones, but surely again in time, has come noiselessly up before me, and I really believe, fiction as it is, has entered largely into my practical life, certainly into my writings, and shaped and colored them. It is nothing more or less than a stretch of interminable white-brown sand, hard and smooth and broad, with the ocean perpetually, grandly, rolling in upon it, with slow measured sweep, with rustle and hiss and foam, and many a thump as of low bass drums. This scene, this picture, I say, has risen before me at times for years. Sometimes I wake at night and can hear and see it plainly. In memory of Thomas Paine. Spoken at Lincoln Hall, Philadelphia, Sunday, Jan. 2877, for 140th anniversary of T. Peace birthday. Some 35 years ago, in New York City at Tammany Hall, of which place I was then a frequenter, I happened to become quite well acquainted with Thomas Paine's perhaps most intimate chum, and certainly his later years' very frequent companion, a remarkably fine old man, Call. Fellows, who may yet be remembered by some stray relics of that period and spot. If you will allow me, I will first give a description of the colonel himself. He was tall, of military bearing, aged about 78 I should think, hair white as snow, clean-shaved on the face, dressed very neatly, a tailcoat of blue cloth with metal buttons, buff vest, pantaloons of drab color, and his neck, breast, and wrists showing the whitest of linen. Under all circumstances, fine manners, a good but not profuse talker, his wit still fully about him, balanced and live and undimmed as ever. He kept pretty fair health, though so old. For employment he was poor. He had a post as constable of some of the upper courts. I used to think him very picturesque on the fringe of a crowd holding a tall staff, with his erect form and his superb, bare, thick-haired, closely cropped white head. The judges and young lawyers, with whom he was ever a favorite, and the subject of respect, used to call him Aristides. It was the general opinion among them that if manly rectitude and the instincts of absolute justice remained vital anywhere about New York City Hall or Tammany, they were to be found in Call. Fellows. He liked young men, and enjoyed to leisurely talk with them over a social glass of toddy, after his day's work. He on these occasions never drank but one glass, and it was at reiterated meetings of this kind in old Tammany's back parlor of those days that he told me much about Thomas Paine. At one of our interviews, he gave me a minute account of Paine's sickness and death. In short, from those talks, I was and am satisfied that my old friend, with his marked advantages, had mentally, morally, and emotionally gauged the author of Common Sense, and besides giving me a good portrait of his appearance and manners, had taken the true measure of his interior character. Paine's practical demeanor and much of his theoretical belief was a mixture of the French and English schools of a century ago, and the best of both. Like most old-fashioned people, he drank a glass or two every day, but was no tippler nor intemperate, let alone being a drunkard. He lived simply and economically, but quite well was always cheery and courteous, perhaps occasionally a little blunt, having very positive opinions upon politics, religion, and so forth. That he labored well and wisely for the states in the trying period of their parturition, and in the seeds of their character, there seems to me no question. I dare not say how much of what our Union is owning and enjoying today its independence its ardent belief in, and substantial practice of radical human rights and the severance of its government from all ecclesiastical and superstitious dominioni, dare not say how much of all this is owing to Thomas Paine. But I am inclined to think a good portion of it decidedly is. But I was not going either into an analysis or eulogium of the man. I wanted to carry you back a generation or two, and give you by indirection a moment's glance and also to ventilate a very earnest and I believe authentic opinion, nay conviction of that time, the fruit of the interviews I have mentioned, and of questioning and cross-questioning, clenched by my best information since, that Thomas Paine had a noble personality, as exhibited in presence, face, voice, dress, manner, and what may be called his atmosphere and magnetism, especially the later years of his life. I am sure of it. Of the foul and foolish fictions yet told about the circumstances of his decease, the absolute fact is that as he lived a good life, after its kind, he died calmly and philosophically, as became him. He served the embryo union with most precious service, a service that every man, woman, and child in our 38 states is to some extent receiving the benefit of today, and I, for one, here cheerfully, reverently throw my pebble on the cairn of his memory. As we all know, the season demands, or rather, will it ever be out of season, that America learn to better dwell on her choicest possession, the legacy of her good and faithful men, that she well preserve their fame, if unquestioned, or, if need be, that she fail not to dissipate what clouds have intruded on that fame, and burnish it newer, truer, and brighter, continually. A 2 hours I sail. Feb. 3, 77 from 4 to 6 p.m. crossing the Delaware, back again at my Camden home, unable to make our landing, through the ice, our boat stanch and strong and skillfully piloted, but old and sulky, and poorly minding her helm. Power, so important in poetry and war, is also first point of all in a winter steamboat, with long stretches of icebacks to tackle. For over 2 hours we bumped and beat about, the invisible ebb, sluggish but irresistible, often carrying us long distances against our will. In the first tinge of dusk, as I looked around, I thought there could not be presented a more chilling, arctic, grim-extended, depressing scene. Everything was yet plainly visible. For miles north and south, ice, 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 mostly broken, but some big cakes and no clear water in sight. The shores, piers, surfaces, roofs, shipping, mantled with snow. A faint winter vapor hung a fitting accompaniment around and over the endless whitish spread, and gave it just a tinge of steel and brown. Feb. 6. As I cross home in the 6 p.m. boat again, the transparent shadows are filled everywhere with leisurely falling, slightly slanting, curiously sparse but very large flakes of snow. On the shores near and far, the glow of just lit gas clusters at intervals. The ice, sometimes in hummocks, sometimes floating fields, through which our boat goes crunching. The light permeated by that peculiar evening haze, right after sunset, which sometimes renders quite distant objects so distinctly. Spring overtures recreations. Feb. 10. The first chirping, almost singing, of a bird today. Then I noticed a couple of honeybees spurting and humming about the open window in the sun. Feb. 11. In the soft rose and pale gold of the declining light, this beautiful evening, I heard the first hum and preparation of awakening spring, very faint weather in the earth or roots, or starting of insects. I know not, but it was audible, as I leaned on a rail. I am down in my country quarters a while, and looked long at the western horizon. Turning to the east, Sirius, as the shadows deepened, came forth in dazzling splendor. And great Orion, and a little to the northeast the Big Dipper, standing on end. Feb. 20. A solitary and pleasant sundown hour at the pond, exercising arms, chest, my whole body, by a tough oak sapling thick as my wrist, 12 feet high, pulling and pushing, inspiring the good air. After I wrestle with the tree a while, I can feel its young sap and virtue welling up out of the ground and tingling through me from crown to toe, like health's wine. Then for addition and variety I launch forth in my vocalism, shout declamatory pieces, sentiments, sorrow, anger, and sea, from the stock poets or plaisor, inflate my lungs and sing the wild tunes and refrains I heard of the blacks down south, or patriotic songs I learned in the army. I make the echoes ring, I tell you. As the twilight fell, in a pause of these ebullitions, an owl somewhere the other side of the creek sounded too-oo-oo-oo-oo, soft and pensive, and I fancied a little sarcastic, repeated 4 or 5 times. Either to applaud the Negro songs or, perhaps, an ironical comment on the sorrow, anger, or style of the stock poets. One of the human kinks. How is it that in all the serenity and lonesomeness of solitude, away off here amid the hush of the forest, alone, or as I have found in prairie wilds or mountain stillness, one is never entirely without the instinct of looking around? I never am, and others tell me the same of themselves, confidentially. For somebody to appear or start up out of the earth or from behind some tree or rock? Is it a lingering, inherited remains of man's primitive wariness from the wild animals? Or from his savage ancestry far back? It is not at all nervousness or fear. Seems as if something unknown were possibly lurking in those bushes or solitary places. Nay, it is quite certain there is some vital unseen presence. An afternoon scene. Feb. 22. Last night and today rainy and thick, till mid-afternoon, when the wind chopped round, the clouds swiftly drew off like curtains, the clear appeared, and with it the fairest, grandest, most wondrous rainbow I ever saw, all complete, very vivid at its earth ends, spreading vast effusions of illuminated haze, violet, yellow, drab green, in all directions overhead, through which the sun beamed an indescribable utterance of color and light, so gorgeous yet so soft, such as I had never witnessed before. Then its continuance. A full hour passed before the last of those earth ends disappeared. The sky behind was all spread in translucent blue, with many little white clouds and edges. To these a sunset, filling, dominating the aesthetic and soul senses, sumptuously, tenderly, full. I end this note by the pond, just light enough to see, through the evening shadows, the western reflections in its water mirror surface, with inverted figures of trees. I hear now and then the flup of a pike leaping out and rippling the water. The gates opening. April 6. Palpable spring indeed, or the indications of it. I am sitting in bright sunshine at the edge of the creek, the surface just rippled by the wind. All is solitude, morning freshness, negligence. For companions my 2 kingfishers sailing, winding, darting, dipping, sometimes capriciously separate, then flying together. I hear their guttural twittering again and again, for a while nothing but that peculiar sound. As noon approaches, other birds warm up. The reedy notes of the robin and a musical passage of two parts, one a clear, delicious gurgle, with several other birds I cannot place. To which is joined, yes, I just hear it, one low purr at intervals from some impatient hylas at the pond edge. The sibilant murmur of a pretty stiff breeze now and then through the trees. Then a poor little dead leaf, long frost-bound, whirls from somewhere up aloft in one wild escaped freedom spree in space and sunlight, and then dashes down to the waters, which hold it closely and soon drown it out of sight. The bushes and trees are yet bare, but the beeches have their wrinkled yellow leaves of last season's foliage largely left, frequent cedars and pines yet green, and the grass not without proofs of coming fullness. And over all a wonderfully fine dome of clear blue, the play of light coming and going, and great fleeces of white clouds swimming so silently. The common earth, the soil. The soil, to let others pen and ink the sea, the air, as I sometimes try, but now I feel to choose the common soil for theme, not else. The brown soil here, just between winter close and opening spring and vegetation, the rain shower at night, and the fresh smell next morning, the red worms wriggling out of the ground, the dead leaves, the incipient grass, and the latent life underneath, the effort to start something already in sheltered spots, some little flowers, the distant emerald show of winter wheat, and the rye fields, the yet naked trees, with clear interstices, giving prospects hidden in summer, the tough fallow and the plow team. And the stout boy whistling to his horses for encouragement, and there, the dark fat earth in long slanting stripes upturned. Birds and birds and birds. A little later bright weather and unusual melodiousness, these days, last of April and 1st of May, from the blackbirds, indeed all sorts of birds, darting, whistling, hopping, or perched on trees. Never before have I seen, heard, or been in the midst of, and got so flooded and saturated with them and their performances, as this current month. Such oceans, such successions of them. Let me make a list of those I find here. Blackbirds plenty, meadowlarks plenty, ringdoves, catbirds plenty, owls, cuckoos, woodpeckers, pond snipes plenty, kingbirds, chewinks, crows plenty, quawks, wrens, ground robins, kingfishers, ravens, quails, gray snipes, turkey buzzards, eagles, henhawks, high holes, yellowbirds, herons, thrushes, tits, reed birds, wood pigeons. Early came the bluebirds, meadowlark, killdeer, white-bellied swallow, plover, sandpiper, robin, Wilson's thrush, woodcock, flicker. Full-starred nights. May 2L back in Camden. Again commencing one of those unusually transparent, full-starred, blue-black nights, as if to show that however lush and pompous the day may be, there is something left in the not day that can outvie it. The rarest, finest sample of long-drawn-out clear-obscure, from sundown to 9 o'clock. I went down to the Delaware, and crossed, Venus like blazing silver well up in the west. The large pale, thin crescent of the new moon, half an hour high, sinking languidly under a bar sinister of cloud, and then emerging. Arcturus right overhead. A faint, fragrant sea odor wafted up from the south. The gloaming, the tempered coolness, with every feature of the scene, indescribably soothing and tonic, one of those hours that give hints to the soul, impossible to put in a statement. Ah, where would be any food for spirituality without night and the stars? The vacant spaciousness of the air, and the veiled blue of the heavens, seemed miracles enough. As the night advanced, it changed its spirit and garments to ampler stateliness. I was almost conscious of a definite presence, nature silently near. The great constellation of the water serpent stretched its coils over more than half the heavens. The swan with outspread wings was flying down the Milky Way. The northern crown, the eagle, lyra, all up there in their places. From the whole dome shot down points of light, rapport with me, through the clear blue-black. All the usual sense of motion, all animal life, seemed discarded, seemed a fiction. A curious power, like the placid rest of Egyptian gods, took possession, none the less potent for being impalpable. Earlier I had seen many bats, balancing in the luminous twilight, darting their black forms hither and yon over the river, but now they altogether disappeared. The evening star and the moon had gone. Alertness and peace lay calmly couching together through the fluid universal shadows. Og, 26 bright has the day been, and my spirits an equal forzando. Then comes the night, different, inexpressibly pensive, with its own tender and tempered splendor. Venus lingers in the west with a voluptuous dazzle unshown hitherto this summer. Mars rises early, and the red sulky moon, 2 days past her full, Jupiter at night's meridian, and the long curling slanted scorpion stretching full view in the south, Aratus necked. Mars walks the heavens Lord Paramount now. All through this month I go out after supper and watch for him, sometimes getting up at midnight to take another look at his unparalleled luster. I see lately an astronomer has made out through the new Washington telescope that Mars has certainly one moon, perhaps two. Pale and distant, but near in the heavens, Saturn precedes him. Mulleins and mulleins. Large, placid mulleins, as summer advances, velvety in texture, of a light greenish drab color. Growing everywhere in the fields at first Earth's big rosettes in their broad-leaved low cluster plants, 8, 10, 20 leaves to a plant plentiful on the fallow 20-acre lot, at the end of the lane, and especially by the ridge sides of the fences then close to the ground, but soon springing up leaves as broad as my hand, and the lower ones twice as long, so fresh and dewy in the morning stalks, now 4 or 5. Even 7 or 8 feet high. The farmers, I find, think the mullein a mean, unworthy weed, but I have grown to a fondness for it. Every object has its lesson, enclosing the suggestion of everything else, and lately I sometimes think all is concentrated for me in these hardy, yellow-flowered weeds. As I come down the lane early in the morning, I pause before their soft, wool-like fleece and stem and broad leaves, glittering with countless diamonds. Annually for 3 summers now, they and I have silently returned together. At such long intervals I stand or sit among them, musing and woven with the rest, of so many hours and moods of partial rehabilitation of my sane or sick spirit, here as near at peace as it can be. Distant sounds. The axe of the woodcutter, the measured thud of a single threshing flail, the crowing of chanticleer in the barnyard, with invariable responses from other barnyards, and the lowing of cattle, but most of all, or far or near, the wind through the high tree-tops or through low bushes, laving one's face and hands so gently, this balmy bright noon, the coolest for a long time, Sep 2, I will not call it sighing, for to me it is always a firm, sane, cheery expression through a monotone, giving many varieties. Or swift or slow or dense or delicate. The wind in the patch of pine woods off there, how sibilant. Or at sea, I can imagine it this moment, tossing the waves, with spirits of foam flying far, and the free whistle, and the scent of the saltan, that vast paradox, somehow with all its action and restlessness, conveying a sense of eternal rest. Other adjuncts but the sun and the moon here and these times. As never more wonderful by day, the gorgeous orb imperial, so vast, so ardently, lovingly hot, so never a more glorious moon of nights, especially the last 3 or 4. The great planets to Mars never before so flaming bright, so flashing large with slight yellow tinge. The astronomers say, is it true, nearer to us than any time the past century, and well up Lord Jupiter. A little while since close by the moon, and in the west, after the sun sinks, voluptuous Venus, now languid and shorn of her beams, as if from some divine excess. A sunbath nakedness. Sunday, Aug. 27, another day quite free from marked prostration and pain. It seems indeed as if peace and nutriment from heaven subtly filter into me as I slowly hobble down these country lanes and across fields. In the good eras I sit here in solitude with nature open, voiceless, mystic, far removed, yet palpable, eloquent nature. I merge myself in the scene, in the perfect day. Hovering over the clear brook water, I am soothed by its soft gurgle in one place, and the hoarser murmurs of its 3-foot fall in another. Come, ye disconsolate, in whom any latent eligibility is left, come get the sure virtues of creek shore, and wood and field. 2 months, July and August, 77, have I absorbed them, and they begin to make a new man of me every day, seclusion every day, at least 2 or 3 hours of freedom, bathing, no talk, no bonds, no dress, no books, no manners. Shall I tell you, reader, to what I attribute my already much restored health? That I have been almost 2 years off and on, without drugs and medicines, and daily in the open air. Last summer I found a particularly secluded little dell off one side by my creek, originally a large dugout marl pit, now abandoned, filled with bushes, trees, grass, a group of willows, a straggling bank, and a spring of delicious water running right through the middle of it, with 2 or 3 little cascades. Here I retreated every hot day and follow it up this summer. Here I realized the meaning of that old fellow who said he was seldom less alone than when alone. Never before did I get so close to nature. Never before did she come so close to me. By old habit, I penciled down from time to time, almost automatically, moods, sights, hours, tints, and outlines on the spot. Let me specially record the satisfaction of this current forenoon, so serene and primitive, so conventionally exceptional, natural. An hour or so after breakfast, I wended my way down to the recesses of the aforesaid dell, which I and certain thrushes, catbirds, and sea had all to ourselves. A light southwest wind was blowing through the treetops. It was just the place and time for my Adamic air bath and flesh brushing from head to foot. So hanging clothes on a rail nearby, keeping old broad-brimmed straw on head and easy shoes on feet, haven't I had a good time the last 2 hours? First with the stiff elastic bristles rasping arms, breast, sides, till they turned scarlet, then partially bathing in the clear waters of the running brook, taking everything very leisurely, with many rests and pauses, stepping about barefooted every few minutes now, and then in some neighboring black ooze. For unctuous mud bath to my feet a brief second, and third, rinsing in the crystal running waters, rubbing with the fragrant towel, slow negligent promenades on the turf up and down in the sun. Varied with occasional rests, and further frictions of the bristlebrush, sometimes carrying my portable chair with me from place to place, as my range is quite extensive here, nearly 100 rods, feeling quite secure from intrusion, and that indeed I am not at all nervous about, if it accidentally happens. As I walked slowly over the grass, the sun shone out enough to show the shadow moving with me. Somehow I seemed to get identity with each and everything around me in its condition. Nature was naked, and I was also. It was too lazy, soothing, and joyous-sequable to speculate about. Yet I might have thought somehow in this vein. Perhaps the inner never-lost rapport we hold with earth, light, air, trees, and sea is not to be realized through eyes and mind only, but through the whole corporeal body, which I will not have blinded or bandaged any more than the eyes. Sweet, sane, still nakedness in nature. Ah, if poor, sick, prurient humanity in cities might really know you once more. Is not nakedness then indecent? No, not inherently. It is your thought, your sophistication, your tear, your respectability, that is indecent. There come moods when these clothes of ours are not only too irksome to wear, but are themselves indecent. Perhaps indeed he or she to whom the free, exhilarating ecstasy of nakedness in nature has never been eligible, and how many thousands there are, has not really known what purity is, nor what faith or art or health really is. Probably the whole curriculum of first-class philosophy, beauty, heroism, form, illustrated by the old Hellenic race, the highest height and deepest depth known to civilization in those departments, came from their natural and religious idea of nakedness. Many such hours, from time to time, the last 2 summers, I attribute my partial rehabilitation largely to them. Some good people may think it a feeble or half-cracked way of spending one's time and thinking. Maybe it is. The Oaks and I. Sept 5, 77 I write this, 11 a.m., sheltered under a dense oak by the bank, where I have taken refuge from a sudden rain. I came down here. We had sulky drizzles all the morning, but an hour ago a lull. For the before-mentioned daily and simple exercise, I am fond of to pull on that young hickory sapling out there, to sway and yield to its tough limber upright stem, haply, to get into my old sinews some of its elastic fiber and clear sap. I stand on the turf and take these health pulls moderately and at intervals for nearly an hour, inhaling great draughts of fresh air. Wandering by the creek, I have 3 or 4 naturally favorable spots where I rest besides a chair I lug with me and use for more deliberate occasions. At other spots convenient I have selected, besides the hickory just named, strong and limber boughs of beech or holly in easy reaching distance, for my natural gymnasia, for arms, chest, trunk muscles. I can soon feel the sap and sinew rising through me, like mercury to heat. I hold on boughs or slender trees caressingly there in the sun and shade, wrestle with their innocent stalwartness, and know the virtue thereof passes from them into me. Or maybe, we interchange, maybe, the trees are more aware of it all than I ever thought. But now pleasantly imprisoned here under the big oak, the rain dripping, and the sky covered with leaden clouds, nothing but the pond on one side and the other a spread of grass, spotted with the milky blossoms of the wild carrot, the sound of an axe wielded at some distant woodpile, yet in this dull scene, as most folks would call it. Why am I so, almost, happy here and alone? Why would any intrusion, even from people I like, spoil the charm? But am I alone? Doubtless there comes a time, perhaps it has come to me, when one feels through his whole being, and pronouncedly the emotional part, that identity between himself subjectively and nature objectively, which shelling and fished are so fond of pressing. How it is I know not, but I often realize a presence here in clear moods I am certain of it, and neither chemistry nor reasoning nor aesthetics will give the least explanation. All the past 2 summers it has been strengthening and nourishing my sick body and soul, as never before. Thanks, invisible physician, for thy silent delicious medicine, thy day and night, thy waters and thy airs, the banks, the grass, the trees, and e'en the weeds. A quintet. While I have been kept by the rain under the shelter of my great oak, perfectly dry and comfortable, to the rattle of the drops all around, I have penciled off the mood of the hour in a little quintet, which I will give you. At vacancy with nature, acceptive and at ease, distilling the present hour, whatever, wherever it is, and over the past, oblivion. Can you get hold of it, reader dear, and how do you like it anyhow? The first frost mems. Where I was stopping I saw the first palpable frost, on my sunrise walk October 6. All over the yet green spread a light blue-gray veil, giving a new show to the entire landscape. I had but little time to notice it, for the sun rose cloudless and mellow warm, and as I returned along the lane it had turned to glittering patches of wet. As I walk I notice the bursting pods of wild cotton, Indian hemp they call it here, with flossy silky contents, and dark red-brown seeds. A startled rabbit-eye pull a handful of the balsamic life everlasting and stuff it down in my trousers pocket for scent. 3 young men's deaths. December 20. Somehow I got thinking today of young men's deaths, not at all sadly or sentimentally, but gravely, realistically, perhaps a little artistically. Let me give the following 3 cases from budgets of personal memoranda, which I have been turning over, alone in my room, and resuming and dwelling on this rainy afternoon. Who is there to whom the theme does not come home? Then I don't know how it may be to others, but to me not only is there nothing gloomy or depressing in such cases, on the contrary, as reminiscences, I find them soothing, bracing, tonic. Erastus Haskell, I just transcribed verbatim from a letter written by myself in one of the Army hospitals 16 years ago during the Secession War. Washington, July 28, 1863. Dear M. I am writing this in the hospital, sitting by the side of a soldier. I do not expect to last many hours. His fate has been a hard one. He seems to be only about 19 or 20. Erastus Haskell, Company K, 141st NY, has been out about a year, and sick or half sick, more than half that time has been down on the peninsula, was detailed to go in the band as fifer boy. While sick, the surgeon told him to keep up with the rest, probably worked and marched too long. He is a shy, and seems to me a very sensible boy, has fine manners, never complains, was sick down on the peninsula in an old storehouse typhoid fever. The first week this July was brought up here, journey very bad, no accommodations, no nourishment, nothing but hard jolting, and exposure enough to make a well man sick. These fearful journeys do the job for many. Arrived here, July 11th, a silent, dark-skinned, Spanish-looking youth, with large, very dark blue eyes, peculiar looking. Dr. F. here made light of his sickness, said he would recover soon, etc. But I thought very different and told F. so repeatedly. I came near quarreling with him about it from the first, but he laughed and would not listen to me. About 4 days ago, I told Doctor he would, in my opinion, lose the boy without doubt, but F. again laughed at me. The next day he changed his opinion, brought the head surgeon of the post. He said the boy would probably die, but they would make a hard fight for him. The last 2 days he has been lying panting for breath, a pitiful sight. I have been with him some every day or night since he arrived. He suffers a great deal with the heat, says little or nothing, is flighty the last 3 days, at times knows me always, however calls me Walter. Sometimes calls the name over and over and over again, musingly, abstractedly to himself. His father lives at Breesport, Chemung County, NY, is a mechanic with large family, is a steady religious man. His mother too is living. I have written to them, and shall write again today. Erastus has not received a word from home for months. As I sit here writing to you, I wish you could see the whole scene. This young man lies within reach of me, flat on his back, his hands clasped across his breast, his thick black hair cut close. He is dozing, breathing hard, every breath a spasm. It looks so cruel. He is a noble youngster. I consider him past all hope. Often there is no one with him for a long while. I am here as much as possible. William Alcott, fireman, Camden, Nov. 1874 last Monday afternoon his widow, mother, relatives, mates of the fire department, and his other friends. I was one, only lately it is true, but our love grew fast and close, the days and nights of those 8 weeks by the chair of rapid decline and the bed of death, gathered to the funeral of this young man who had grown up and was well known here. With nothing special, perhaps, to record, I would give a word or two to his memory. He seemed to me not an inappropriate specimen in character and elements, of that bulk of the average good American race that ebbs and flows perennially beneath this scum of eructations on the surface. Always very quiet in manner, neat in person and dress, good-tempered, punctual, and industrious at his work, till he could work no longer he just lived his steady, square, unobtrusive life, in its own humble sphere, doubtless unconscious of itself. Though I think there were currents of emotion and intellect undeveloped beneath, far deeper than his acquaintances ever suspected or than he himself ever did. He was no talker. His troubles, when he had any, he kept to himself. As there was nothing querulous about him in life, he made no complaints during his last sickness. He was one of those persons that while his associates never thought of attributing any particular talent or grace to him, yet all insensibly, really, liked Billy Alcott. I, too, loved him. At last, after being with him quite a good deal after hours and days of panting for breath, much of the time unconscious, for though the consumption that had been lurking in his system, once thoroughly started, made rapid progress, there was still great vitality in him, and indeed for 4 or 5 days he lay dying before the close, late on Wednesday night, Nov. 4th, where we surrounded his bed in silence, there came a lull, a longer drawn breath, a pause, a faint sigh, another, a weaker breath. Another sigh, a pause again, and just a tremble, and the face of the poor wasted young man, he was just 26, fell gently over, in death, on my hand, on the pillow. Charles Caswell. I extract the following verbatim from a letter to me dated September 29, from my friend John Burroughs, ad Esopus-on-Hudson, New York State. S. was away when your picture came, attending his sick brother, Charles, who has since died, an event that has saddened me much. Charlie was younger than S. and a most attractive young fellow. He worked at my father's and had done so for 2 years. He was about the best specimen of a young country farm hand I ever knew. You would have loved him. He was like one of your poems. With his great strength, his blonde hair, his cheerfulness and contentment, his universal goodwill, and his silent manly ways, he was a youth hard to match. He was murdered by an old doctor. He had typhoid fever, and the old fool bled him twice. He lived to wear out the fever, but had not strength to rally. He was out of his head nearly all the time. In the morning, as he died in the afternoon, S. was standing over him, when Charlie put up his arms around S.'s neck and pulled his face down and kissed him. S. said he knew then the end was near. S. stuck to him day and night to the last. When I was home in August, Charlie was cradling on the hill, and it was a picture to see him walk through the grain. All work seemed play to him. He had no vices, any more than nature has, and was beloved by all who knew him. I have written thus to you about him, for such young men belong to you. He was of your kind. I wish you could have known him. He had the sweetness of a child, and the strength and courage and readiness of a young Viking. His mother and father are poor. They have a rough, hard farm. His mother works in the field with her husband when the work presses. She has had 12 children. February days. February 7, 1878, glistening sun today, with slight haze, warm enough and yet tart, as I sit here in the open air, down in my country retreat under an old cedar. For 2 hours I have been idly wandering around the woods and pond, lugging my chair, picking out choice spots to sit a while, then up and slowly on again. All is peace here. Of course, none of the summer noises or vitality, today hardly even the winter ones. I amuse myself by exercising my voice in recitations, and in ringing the changes on all the vocal and alphabetical sounds. Not even an echo, only the cawing of a solitary crow, flying at some distance. The pond is one bright, flat spread, without a ripple of vast clawed Lorraine glass, in which I study the sky, the light, the leafless trees, and an occasional crow, with flapping wings, flying overhead. The brown fields have a few white patches of snow left. Feb. 9 after an hour's ramble, now retreating, resting, sitting close by the pond, in a warm nook, writing this, sheltered from the breeze just before noon. The emotional aspects and influences of nature. I, too, like the rest, feel these modern tendencies, from all the prevailing intellections, literature and poems, to turn everything to pathos, ennui, morbidity, dissatisfaction, death. Yet how clear it is to me that those are not the born results, influences of nature at all, but of one's own distorted, sick, or silly soul. Here, amid this wild, free scene, how healthy, how joyous, how clean and vigorous and sweet. Mid-afternoon, one of my nooks is south of the barn, and here I am sitting now, on a log, still basking in the sun, shielded from the wind. Near me are the cattle, feeding on corn stalks. Occasionally a cow or the young bull, how handsome and bold he is, scratches and munches the far end of the log on which I sit. The fresh, milky odor is quite perceptible, also the perfume of hay from the barn. The perpetual rustle of dry corn stalks, the low sough of the wind round the barn gables, the grunting of pigs, the distant whistle of a locomotive, and occasional crowing of chanticleers are the sounds. Feb. 19 cold and sharp, last night clear and not much wind, the full moon shining, and a fine spread of constellations and little and big star Sirius very bright, rising early, preceded by many-orbed Orion, glittering, vast, sordid, and chasing with his dog. The earth hard frozen, and a stiff glare of ice over the pond. Attracted by the calm splendor of the night, I attempted a short walk, but was driven back by the cold. Too severe for me also at 9 o'clock, when I came out this morning, so I turned back again. But now, near noon, I have walked down the lane, basking all the way in the sun. This farm has a pleasant southerly exposure, and here I am, seated under the lee of a bank close by the water. There are bluebirds already flying about, and I hear much chirping and twittering and 2 or 3 real songs, sustained quite a while in the midday brilliance and warmth. There. That is a true carol, coming out boldly and repeatedly, as if the singer meant it. Then, as the noon strengthens, the reedy trill of the robin, to my ear the most cheering of bird notes. At intervals, like bars and breaks, out of the low murmur that in any scene, however quiet, is never entirely absent to a delicate ear. The occasional crunch and cracking of the ice glare congealed over the creek, as it gives way to the sunbeams, sometimes with low sigh, sometimes with indignant, obstinate tug and snort. Robert Burns says in one of his letters, "There is scarcely any earthly object gives me more, I do not know if I should call it pleasure, but something which exalts me, something which enraptures me, than to walk in the shelter, side of a wood in a cloudy winter day, and hear the stormy wind howling among the trees and raving over the plain. It is my best season of devotion." Some of his most characteristic poems were composed in such scenes and seasons. A Meadow Lark. March 16, fine, clear, dazzling morning, the sun an hour high, the air just tart enough. What a stamp in advance my whole day receives from the song of that meadow lark perched on a fence stake 20 rods distant. 2 or 3 liquid simple notes, repeated at intervals, full of careless happiness and hope. With its peculiar shimmering slow progress and rapid noiseless action of the wings, it flies on away, lights on another stake, and so on to another, shimmering and singing many minutes. Sundown lights. May 6, 5 p.m. This is the hour for strange effects in light and shade enough to make a colorist go delirious. Long spokes of molten silver, sent horizontally through the trees, now in their brightest, tenderest green. Each leaf and branch of endless foliage a lit-up miracle. Then lying all prone on the youthful, ripe, interminable grass, and giving the blades not only aggregate but individual splendor, in ways unknown to any other hour. I have particular spots where I get these effects in their perfection. One broad splash lies on the water, with many a rippling twinkle, offset by the rapidly deepening black-green murky transparent shadows behind, and at intervals all along the banks. These, with great shafts of horizontal fire thrown among the trees and along the grass as the sun lowers, give effects more and more peculiar, more and more superb, unearthly, rich and dazzling. Thoughts under an Oka dream. June 2. This is the 4th day of a dark northeast storm, wind and rain. Day before yesterday was my birthday. I have now entered on my 60th year. Every day of the storm, protected by overshoes and a waterproof blanket, I regularly come down to the pond and ensconce myself under the lee of the great oak. I am here now writing these lines. The dark smoke-colored clouds roll in furious silence athwart the sky. The soft green leaves dangle all around me. The wind steadily keeps up its hoarse, soothing music over my head, nature's mighty whisper. Seated here in solitude, I have been musing over my life-connecting events, dates, as links of a chain, neither sadly nor cheerily, but somehow, today here under the oak, in the rain, in an unusually matter-of-fact spirit. But my great oak sturdy, vital, green 5 feet thick at the butt. I sit a great deal near or under him. Then the tulip tree near by the Apollo of the woods, tall and graceful, yet robust and sinewy, inimitable in hang of foliage and throwing out of limb, as if the beauteous, vital, leafy creature could walk, if it only would. I had a sort of dream trance the other day, in which I saw my favorite trees step out and promenade up, down and around, very curiously with a whisper from one, leaning down as he passed me. We do all this on the present occasion, exceptionally, just for you. Clover and hay perfume. July 3d, 4th, 5th clear, hot, favorable weather has been a good summer the growth of clover and grass now generally mowed. The familiar delicious perfume fills the barns and lanes. As you go along you see the fields of grayish-white, slightly tinged with yellow, the loosely stacked grain, the slow-moving wagons passing, and farmers in the fields with stout boys pitching and loading the sheaves. The corn is about beginning to tassel. All over the middle and southern states the spear-shaped batalia, multitudinous, curving, flaunting long, glossy, dark green plumes for the great horseman, Earth. I hear the cheery notes of my old acquaintance Tommy Quail, but too late for the whippoorwill, though I heard one solitary linger night before last. I watch the broad, majestic flight of a turkey buzzard, sometimes high up, sometimes low enough to see the lines of his form, even his spread quills, in relief against the sky. Once or twice, lately I have seen an eagle here at early candlelight flying low. An unknown. June 15 today I noticed a new large bird, size of a nearly grown henna haughty, white-bodied, dark-winged hawkeye, suppose a hawk from his bill and general look only. He had a clear, loud, quite musical sort of bell-like call, which he repeated again and again, at intervals, from a lofty dead treetop, overhanging the water. Sat there a long time, and I on the opposite bank watching him. Then he darted down, skimming pretty close to the stream rose slowly, a magnificent sight, and sailed with steady widespread wings, no flapping at all, up and down the pond 2 or 3 times, near me, in circles in clear sight, as if for my delectation. Once he came quite close over my head. I saw plainly his hooked bill and hard, restless eyes. Bird whistling. How much music, wild, simple, savage, doubtless, but so tart-sweet, there is in mere whistling. It is 4/5 of the utterance of birds. There are all sorts and styles. For the last half-hour, now, while I have been sitting here, some feathered fellow away off in the bushes has been repeating over and over again what I may call a kind of throbbing whistle. And now a bird about the robin's size has just appeared, all mulberry red, flitting among the bushes' head, wings, body deep red, not very bright no song, as I have heard. 4 o'clock. There is a real concert going on around me, a dozen different birds pitching in with a will. There have been occasional rains, and the growths all show its vivifying influences. As I finish this, seated on a log close by the pond edge, much chirping and trilling in the distance, and a feathered recluse in the woods near by is singing deliciously not many notes, but full of music of almost human sympathy continuing for a long, long while. Horsemint. Og, 22 not a human being, and hardly the evidence of one in sight. After my brief semi-daily bath, I sit here for a bit, the brook musically brawling to the chromatic tones of a fretful catbird somewhere off in the bushes. On my walk hither 2 hours since, through fields and the old lane, I stopped to view, now the sky, now the mile-off woods on the hill, and now the apple orchards. What a contrast from New York's or Philadelphia's streets. Everywhere great patches of dingy-blossomed horsemint wafting a spicy odor through the air, especially evenings. Everywhere the flowering boneset and the rose bloom of the wild bean. 3 of us. July 14, my 2 kingfishers still haunt the pond. In the bright sun and breeze and perfect temperature of today, noon, I am sitting here by one of the gurgling brooks, dipping a French water pen in the limpid crystal, and using it to write these lines, again watching the feathered twain, as they fly and sport athwart the water, so close, almost touching into its surface. Indeed, there seem to be 3 of us. For nearly an hour I indolently look and join them while they dart and turn and take their airy gambols, sometimes far up the creek disappearing for a few moments, and then surely returning again, and performing most of their flight within sight of me, as if they knew I appreciated and absorbed their vitality, spirituality, faithfulness, and the rapid, vanishing, delicate lines of moving yet quiet electricity they draw for me across the spread of the grass, the trees, and the blue sky. While the brook babbles, and the shadows of the boughs dapple in the sunshine around me, and the cool west by northwest wind faintly sows in the thick bushes and treetops. Among the objects of beauty and interest now beginning to appear quite plentifully in this secluded spot, I noticed the hummingbird, the dragonfly with its wings of slate-colored gauze, and many varieties of beautiful and plain butterflies, idly flapping among the plants and wild posies. The mullein has shot up out of its nest of broad leaves to a tall stalk towering sometimes 5 or 6 feet high, now studded with knobs of golden blossoms. The milkweed, I see a great gorgeous creature of gamboge and black lighting on one as I write, is in flower, with its delicate red fringe, and there are profuse clusters of a feathery blossom waving in the wind on taper stems. I see lots of these and much else in every direction, as I saunter or sit. For the last half hour a bird has persistently kept up a simple, sweet, melodious song from the bushes. I have a positive conviction that some of these birds sing, and others fly and flirt about here for my special benefit. Death of William Cullen Bryant. New York City came on from West Philadelphia, June 13 in the 2 p.m. Train to Jersey City and so across and to my friends Mr. and Mrs. J. H. J. and their large house, large family, and large hearts, amid which I feel at home, at peace away up on 5th Avenue near 86th Street, quiet, breezy, overlooking the dense woody fringe of the park, plenty of space and sky, birds chirping, and air comparatively fresh and odorless. 2 hours before starting, saw the announcement of William Cullen Bryant's funeral and felt a strong desire to attend. I had known Mr. Bryant over 30 years ago, and he had been markedly kind to me. Off and on, along that time for years as they passed, we met and chatted together. I thought him very sociable in his way and a man to become attached to. We were both walkers, and when I worked in Brooklyn, he several times came over, middle of afternoons, and we took rambles miles long, till dark, out towards Bedford or Flatbush, in company. On these occasions, he gave me clear accounts of scenes in Europe, the cities, looks, architecture, art, especially Italy where he had traveled a good deal. June 14 the funeral, and so the good, stainless, noble old citizen and poet lies in the closed coffin there, and this is his funeral. A solemn, impressive, simple scene to spirit and senses. The remarkable gathering of gray heads, celebrities, the finely rendered anthem, and other music, the church, dim even now at approaching noon, in its light from the mellow-stained windows. The pronounced eulogy on the bard, who loved nature so fondly, and sung so well her shows and seasons, ending with these appropriate well-known lines. I gazed upon the glorious sky and the green mountains round, and thought that when I came to lie at rest within the ground, 'twere pleasant that in flowery June, when brooks send up a joyous tune and groves a cheerful sound, the sexton's hand, my grave to make, the rich green mountain turf should break. Jaunt up the Hudson, June 20th on the Mary Powell, enjoyed everything beyond precedent. The delicious tender summer day, just warm enough, the constantly changing, but ever beautiful panorama on both sides of the river. Went up near 100 miles. The high straight walls of the stony Palisades, beautiful Yonkers, and beautiful Irvington, the never-ending hills, mostly in rounded lines, swathed with verdure, the distant turns, like great shoulders in blue veils, the frequent gray and brown of the tall rising rocks, the river itself, now narrowing, now expanding, the white sails of the many sloops, yachts. And see, some near, some in the distance, the rapid succession of handsome villages and cities. Our boat is a swift traveler, and makes few stops, the race picturesque West Point, and indeed all along the costly and often turreted mansions forever showing in some cheery light color, through the woods make up the scene. Happiness and raspberries. June 21 here I am, on the west bank of the Hudson, 80 miles north of New York, near Esopus, at the handsome, roomy, honeysuckle and rose-embowered cottage of John Burroughs. The place, the perfect June days and nights, leaning toward crisp and cool, the hospitality of J. and Mrs. B., the air, the fruit, especially my favorite dish, currants and raspberries, mixed, sugared, fresh and ripe from the bushes I pick 'em myself, the room I occupy at night, the perfect bed, the window giving an ample view of the Hudson and the opposite shores, so wonderful toward sunset, and the rolling music of the RR trains. Far over there the peaceful rest, the early Venus heralded dawn, the noiseless splash of sunrise, the light and warmth indescribably glorious, in which, soon as the sun is well up, I have a capital rubbing and rasping with the flesh brush, with an extra scour on the back by Al J., who is here with us all, inspiriting my invalid frame with new life, for the day. Then, after some whiffs of morning air, the delicious coffee of Mrs. B, with the cream, strawberries, and many substantials for breakfast. A specimen tramp family. June 22, this afternoon we went out, JB, Al and I, on quite a drive around the country. The scenery, the perpetual stone fences, some venerable old fellows dark-spotted with lichens, the many fine locust trees, the runs of brawling water, often over descents of rock, these and lots else. It is lucky the roads are first-rate here, as they are, for it is up or downhill everywhere and sometimes steep enough. B has a tip-top horse, strong, young, and both gentle and fast. There is a great deal of waste land and hills on the river edge of Ulster County, with a wonderful luxuriance of wild flowers and bushes, and, it seems to me, I never saw more vitality of trees, eloquent hemlocks, plenty of locusts and fine maples, and the balm of Gilead, giving out aroma. In the fields and along the roadsides, unusual crops of the tall-stemmed wild daisy, white as milk and yellow as gold. We passed quite a number of tramps, singly or in couples, one squad, a family in a rickety one-horse wagon, with some baskets, evidently their work and trade, the man seated on a low board in front, driving the gauntish woman by his side, with a baby well bundled in her arms, its little red feet and lower legs sticking out right towards us as we passed, and in the wagon behind, we saw 2 or 3 crouching little children. It was a queer, taking, rather sad picture. If I had been alone and on foot, I should have stopped and held confab. But on our return nearly 2 hours afterward, we found them a ways further along the same road, in a lonesome open spot, hauled aside, unhitched, and evidently going to camp for the night. The freed horse was not far off, quietly cropping the grass. The man was busy at the wagon, the boy had gathered some dry wood, and was making a fire, and as we went a little further we met the woman afoot. I could not see her face in its great sunbonnet, but somehow her figure and gait told misery, terror, destitution. She had the rag-bundled, half-starved infant still in her arms, and in her hands held 2 or 3 baskets, which she had evidently taken to the next house for sale. A little barefoot 5-year-old girl child with fine eyes trotted behind her, clutching her gown. We stopped, asking about the baskets, which we bought. As we paid the money, she kept her face hidden in the recesses of her bonnet. Then, as we started and stopped again, Al, whose sympathies were evidently aroused, went back to the camping group to get another basket. He caught a look of her face and talked with her a little. Eyes, voice, and manner were those of a corpse, animated by electricity. She was quite young, the man she was traveling with, middle-aged. Poor woman, what story was it, out of her fortunes, to account for that inexpressibly scared way, those glassy eyes, and that hollow voice? Manhattan from the Bay. June 25, returned to New York last night. Out today on the waters for a sail in the wide bay, southeast of Staten Island, a rough, tossing ride, and a free sight the long stretch of Sandy Hook, the highlands of Navesink, and the many vessels outward and inward bound. We came up through the midst of all in the full sun. I especially enjoyed the last hour or two. A moderate sea breeze had set in, yet over the city and the waters adjacent was a thin haze, concealing nothing, only adding to the beauty. From my point of view, as I write amid the soft breeze, with AC temperature, surely nothing on earth of its kind can go beyond this show. To the left, the North River with its far vista nearer, 3 or 4 warships, anchored peacefully, the Jersey side, the banks of Weehawken, the Palisades, and the gradually receding blue. Lost in the distance to the right, the East River, the mast-hemmed shores, the grand obelisk-like towers of the bridge, one on either side in haze, yet plainly defined, giant brothers twain, throwing free, graceful, interlinking loops high across the tumbled, tumultuous current below. The tide is just changing to its ebb. The broad waterspread everywhere crowded, no, not crowded, but thick as stars in the sky, with all sorts and sizes of sail and steam vessels, plying ferry boats, arriving and departing coasters, great ocean dawns, iron black, modern, magnificent in size and power, filled with their incalculable value of human life and precious merchandise, with here and there, above all, those daring, careening things of grace and wonder, those white and shaded, swift-darting fish-birds. I wonder if shore or sea elsewhere can outvie them, ever with their slanting spars, and fierce, pure, hawk-like beauty and motion, first-class New York sloop or schooner yachts, sailing, this fine day, the free sea in a good wind. And rising out of the midst, tall-topped, ship-hemmed, modern, American, yet strangely oriental, V-shaped Manhattan, with its compact mass, its spires, its cloud-touching edifices grouped at the center, the green of the trees, and all the white, brown, and gray of the architecture well blended. As I see it, under a miracle of limpid sky, delicious light of heaven above, and June haze on the surface below. Human and heroic New York. The general subjective view of New York and Brooklyn. Will not the time hasten when the two shall be municipally united in one, and named Manhattan? What I may call the human interior and exterior of these great seething oceanic populations, as I get it in this visit, is to me best of all. After an absence of many years, I went away at the outbreak of the Secession War and have never been back to stay since. Again I resume with curiosity the crowds, the streets. I knew so well Broadway, the ferries, the west side of the city, democratic Bowery human appearances and manners as seen in all these, and along the wharves and in the perpetual travel of the horse cars or the crowded excursion steamers. Or in Wall and Nassau streets, by day in the places of amusement, at night bubbling and whirling and moving like its own environment of water's endless humanity, in all phases Brooklyn also taken in for the last 3 weeks. No need to specify minutely enough to say that, making all allowances for the shadows and side streaks of a million-headed city, the brief total of the impressions, the human qualities of these vast cities, is to me comforting, even heroic, beyond statement. Alertness, generally fine physique, clear eyes that look straight at you, a singular combination of reticence and self-possession, with good nature and friendliness, a prevailing range of according manners, taste and intellect, surely beyond any elsewhere upon earth, and a palpable outcropping of that personal comradeship I look forward to as the subtlest, strongest future hold of this many-itemed union are not only constantly visible here in these mighty channels of men, but they form the rule and average. Today, I should say defiant of cynics and pessimists, and with a full knowledge of all their exceptions, an appreciative and perceptive study of the current humanity of New York gives the directest proof yet of successful democracy, and of the solution of that paradox, the eligibility of the free and fully developed individual with the paramount aggregate. In old age, lame and sick, pondering for years on many a doubt and danger for this republic of ours, fully aware of all that can be said on the other side, I find in this visit to New York, and the daily contact and rapport with its myriad people, on the scale of the oceans and tides, the best, most effective medicine my soul has yet partaken, the grandest physical habitat and surroundings of land and water the globe affords, namely, Manhattan Island and Brooklyn, which the future shall join in one city of superb democracy, amid superb surroundings. Hours for the soul. July 22d, 1878, living down in the country again. A wonderful conjunction of all that goes to make those sometime miracle hours after sunset so near and yet so far. Perfect, or nearly perfect days, I notice, are not so very uncommon, but the combinations that make perfect nights are few, even in a lifetime. We have one of those perfections tonight. Sunset left things pretty clear. The larger stars were visible soon as the shades allowed. A while after 8, 3 or 4 great black clouds suddenly rose, seemingly from different points, and sweeping with broad swirls of wind but no thunder, underspread the orbs from view everywhere, and indicated a violent heatstorm. But without storm, clouds, blackness, and all, sped and vanished as suddenly as they had risen, and from a little after 9 till 11 the atmosphere and the whole show above were in that state of exceptional clearness and glory just alluded to. In the northwest turned the Great Dipper with its pointers round the cynosure. A little south of east the constellation of the Scorpion was fully up, with red Antares glowing in its neck, while dominating, majestic Jupiter swam, an hour and a half risen, in the east no moon till after 11. A large part of the sky seemed just laid in great splashes of phosphorus. You could look deeper in, farther through, than usual, the orbs thick as heads of wheat in a field. Not that there was any special brilliancy, either nothing near as sharp as I have seen of keen winter nights, but a curious general luminousness throughout to sight, sense, and soul. The latter had much to do with it. I am convinced there are hours of nature, especially of the atmosphere, mornings and evenings, addressed to the soul. Night transcends, for that purpose, what the proudest day can do. Now, indeed, if never before, the heavens declared the glory of God. It was to the full sky of the Bible, of Arabia, of the prophets, and of the oldest poems. There, in abstraction and stillness, I had gone off by myself to absorb the scene, to have the spell unbroken. The copiousness, the removedness, vitality, loose clear crowdedness of that stellar concave spreading overhead, softly absorbed into me, rising so free, interminably high, stretching east, west, north, south and I, though but a point in the center below, embodying all. As if for the first time, indeed, creation noiselessly sank into and through me its placid and untellable lesson, beyond, so infinitely beyond, anything from art, books, sermons, or from science, old or new. The spirits, our religions, our the visible suggestion of God in space, and time now once definitely indicated, if never again. The untold pointed at the heavens all paved with it. The Milky Way, as if some superhuman symphony, some ode of universal vagueness, disdaining syllable and sound a flashing glance of deity, addressed to the soul. All silently the indescribable night and stars far off and silently. The dawn July 23 this morning, between 1 and 2 hours before sunrise, a spectacle wrought on the same background, yet of quite different beauty and meaning. The moon well up in the heavens, and past her half, is shining brightly the air and sky of that cynical clear Minerva-like quality, virgin cool not the weight of sentiment or mystery, or passion's ecstasy, indefinable not the religious sense. The varied all, distilled and sublimated into one, of the night just described. Every star now clear-cut, showing for just what it is, there in the colorless ether. The character of the heralded morning, ineffably sweet and fresh and limpid, but for the aesthetic sense alone, and for purity without sentiment. I have itemized the night, but dare I attempt the cloudless dawn? What subtle tie is this between one's soul and the break of day? Alike, and yet no two nights or morning shows ever exactly alike. Preceded by an immense star, almost unearthly in its effusion of white splendor, with 2 or 3 long, unequal spoke rays of diamond radiance, shedding down through the fresh morning air below an hour of this, and then the sunrise. The east, what a subject for a poem! Indeed, where else a more pregnant, more splendid one? Where one more idealistic real, more subtle, more sensuous delicate? The east, answering all lands, all ages, peoples, touching all senses, here, immediate, now and yet so indescribably far off such retrospect. The east long stretching so losing itself the Orient, the gardens of Asia, the womb of history and song forth issuing all those strange, dim cavalcades florid with blood, pensive, wrapped with musings, hot with passion. Sultry with perfume, with ample and flowing garment. With sunburnt visage, intense soul and glittering eyes. Always the east old, how incalculably old. And yet here the same hours yet, fresh as a rose, to every morning, every life, today and always will be. Sep 17. Another presentation, same theme just before sunrise again, a favorite hour with me. The clear gray sky, a faint glow in the dull liver color of the east, the cool fresh odor and the moisture the cattle and horses off there grazing in the fields, the star Venus again, 2 hours high. For sounds, the chirping of crickets in the grass, the clarion of chanticleer, and the distant cawing of an early crow. Quietly over the dense fringe of cedars and pines rises that dazzling, red, transparent disk of flame, and the low sheets of white vapor roll and roll into dissolution. The moon May 18. I went to bed early last night, but found myself waked shortly after 12, and, turning a while, sleepless and mentally feverish, I rose, dressed myself, sallied forth and walked down the lane. The full moon, some 3 or 4 hours up a sprinkle of light and less light clouds, just lazily moving Jupiter an hour high in the east, and here and there throughout the heavens a random star appearing and disappearing. So beautifully veiled and varied the air, with that early summer perfume, not at all damp or raw at times, Luna languidly emerging in richest brightness for minutes, and then partially enveloped again. Far off a poor whippoorwill plied his notes incessantly. It was that silent time between 1 and 3. The rare nocturnal scene, how soon it soothed and pacified me. Is there not something about the moon, some relation or reminder, which no poem or literature has yet caught? In very old and primitive ballads I have come across lines or asides that suggest it. After a while the clouds mostly cleared, and as the moon swam on, she carried, shimmering and shifting, delicate color effects of pellucid green and tawny vapor. Let me conclude this part with an extract. Some writer in the Tribune, May 16, 1878. No one ever gets tired of the moon. Goddess that she is by dower of her eternal beauty, she is a true woman by her tact knows the charm of being seldom seen, of coming by surprise and staying but a little while. Never wears the same dress 2 nights running, nor all night the same way. Commends herself to the matter-of-fact people by her usefulness, and makes her uselessness adored by poets, artists, and all lovers in all lands. Lends herself to every symbolism and to every emblem, is Diana's bow and Venus's mirror and Mary's throne. Is a sickle, a scarf, an eyebrow, his face or her face, and looked at by her or by him, is the madman's hell, the poet's heaven, the baby's toy, the philosopher's study. And while her admirers follow her footsteps and hang on her lovely looks, she knows how to keep her woman's secret her other sidungest and unguessable. Furthermore, February 19, 1880, just before 10 p.m. cold and entirely clear again, the show overhead, bearing southwest, of wonderful and crowded magnificence. The moon in her third quarter the clusters of the Hyades and Pleiades, with the planet Mars between in full crossing sprawl in the sky the great Egyptian X. Sirius, Procyon, and the main stars in the constellations of the Ship, the Dove, and of Orion, just north of East Boots, and in his knee Arcturus an hour high, mounting the heaven, ambitiously large and sparkling, as if he meant to challenge with Sirius the stellar supremacy. With the sentiment of the stars and moon such nights, I get all the free margins and indefiniteness of music or poetry, fused in geometry's utmost exactness. Straw-colored and other psyches. Og for a pretty sight, where I sit in the shade a warm day, the sun shining from cloudless skies, the forenoon well-advanced I look over a 10-acre field of luxuriant clover hay, the second crop, the livid-ripe red blossoms and dabs of august brown thickly spotting the prevailing dark green. Over all flutter myriads of light yellow butterflies, mostly skimming along the surface, dipping and oscillating, giving a curious animation to the scene. The beautiful, spiritual insects, straw-colored psyches. Occasionally one of them leaves his mates, and mounts, perhaps spirally, perhaps in a straight line in the air, fluttering up till literally out of sight. In the lane as I came along just now I noticed one spot, 10 feet square or so, where more than 100 had collected, holding a revel, a gyration dance, or butterfly good time, winding and circling down and across, but always keeping within the limits. The little creatures have come out all of a sudden the last few days, and are now very plentiful. As I sit outdoors or walk, I hardly look around without somewhere seeing always two, fluttering through the air in amorous dalliance. Then their inimitable color, their fragility, peculiar motion and that strange, frequent way of one leaving the crowd and mounting up in the free ether, and apparently never returning. As I look over the field, these yellow wings everywhere mildly sparkling, many snowy blossoms of the wild carrot gracefully bending on their tall and taper stems while for sounds. The distant guttural screech of a flock of guinea hens comes shrilly yet somehow musically to my ears. And now, a faint growl of heat thunder in the north end, ever the low rising and falling wind purr from the tops of the maples and willows. 20 butterflies and butterflies, taking the place of the bumblebees of 3 months since who have quite disappeared, continue to flit to and fro, all sorts, white, yellow, brown, purple now, and then some gorgeous fellow flashing lazily by on wings like artists' palettes dabbed with every color. Over the breast of the pond I notice many white ones, crossing, pursuing their idle capricious flight. Near where I sit grows a tall-stemmed weed topped with a profusion of rich scarlet blossoms, on which the snowy insects alight and dally, sometimes 4 or 5 of them at a time. By and by a hummingbird visits the same, and I watch him coming and going, daintily balancing and shimmering about. These white butterflies give new beautiful contrasts to the pure greens of the august foliage. We have had some copious rains lately, and over the glistening bronze of the pond surface. You can tame even such insects. I have one big and handsome moth down here, knows and comes to me, likes me to hold him up on my extended hand. Another day, later a grand 12-acre field of ripe cabbages with their prevailing hue of malachite green, and floating flying over and among them in all directions myriads of these same white butterflies. As I came up the lane today I saw a living globe of the same, 2 or 3 feet in diameter, many scores clustered together and rolling along in the air, adhering to their ball shape, 6 or 8 feet above the ground. A night remembrance. 23, 9:10 a.m. I sit by the pond, everything quiet, the broad polished surface spread before me the blue of the heavens and the white clouds reflected from it and flitting across, now and then the reflection of some flying bird. Last night I was down here with a friend till after midnight. Everything a miracle of splendor, the glory of the stars, and the completely rounded moon, the passing clouds, silver and luminous stawny now, and then masses of vapory illuminated scudand, silently by my side, my dear friend. The shades of the trees and patches of moonlight on the grass, the softly blowing breeze, and just palpable odor of the neighboring ripening corn, the indolent and spiritual night. Inexpressibly rich, tender, suggestive, something altogether to filter through one's soul, and nourish and feed and soothe the memory long afterwards. Wild flowers. This has been and is yet a great season for wild flowers. Oceans of them line the roads through the woods, border the edges of the water runlets, grow all along the old fences, and are scattered in profusion over the fields. An 8-petaled blossom of gold yellow, clear and bright, with a brown tuft in the middle, nearly as large as a silver $50, is very common. Yesterday, on a long drive, I noticed it thickly lining the borders of the brooks everywhere. Then there is a beautiful weed covered with blue flowers, the blue of the old Chinese teacups treasured by our grandaunts. I am continually stopping to admire a little larger than a dime and very plentiful. White, however, is the prevailing color. The wild carrot I have spoken of, also the fragrant life everlasting. But there are all hues and beauties, especially on the frequent tracks of half-open scrub oak and dwarf cedar, hereabout wild asters of all colors. Notwithstanding the frost touch, the hardy little chaps maintain themselves in all their bloom. The tree leaves, too, some of them are beginning to turn yellow or drab or dull green. The deep wine color of the sumachs and gumtrees already visible, and the straw color of the dogwood and beech. Let me give the names of some of these perennial blossoms and friendly weeds I have made acquaintance with here about one season or another in my walks. Wild azalea, dandelions, wild honeysuckle, yarrow, wild roses, coreopsis goldenrod, wild pea, larkspur, woodbine, early crocus, elderberry, sweet flag. Great patches of it. Pokeweed, creeper, trumpet flower, sunflower, scented marjoram, chamomile, snakeroot, violets, Solomon's seal, clematis, sweet balm, bloodroot, mint. Great plenty. Swamp magnolia, wild geranium, milkweed, wild heliotrope, wild daisy, plenty, burdock, wild chrysanthemum. A civility too long neglected. The foregoing reminds me of something. As the individualities I would mainly portray have certainly been slighted by folks who make pictures, volumes, poems, out of them as a faint testimonial of my own gratitude for many hours of peace and comfort in half-sickness, and not by any means sure but they will somehow get wind of the compliment. I hereby dedicate the last half of these specimen days to the bees, glowworms, swarming millions, blackbirds, of them indescribably dragonflies, strange and beautiful at night, pond turtles, over the pond and creek, mulleins, tansy, peppermint, water snakes, moths, great and little, some crows, splendid fellows, millers, mosquitoes, cedars, butterflies, tulip trees, and all other trees, wasps and hornets, and to the spots and memories, catbirds, and all other birds of those days and the creek. Delaware River days and nights. April 5, 1879, with the return of spring to the skies, airs, waters of the Delaware, return the seagulls. I never tire of watching their broad and easy flight, in spirals, or as they oscillate with slow unflapping wings, or look down with curved beak, or dipping to the water after food. The crows, plenty enough all through the winter, have vanished with the ice. Not one of them now to be seen. The steamboats have again come forth bustling up, handsome, freshly painted, for summer work, the Columbia, the Edwin Forrest. The Republic not yet out. The Raybold Nellie White, the Twilight, the Ariel, the Warner, the Perry, the Taggart, the Jersey Blue, even the hulky old Trenton, not forgetting those saucy little bullpups of the current, the steam tugs. But let me bunch and catalogue the affair, the river itself. All the way from the Sea Cape Island on one side and Henlopen Light on the other, up the broad bay north, and so to Philadelphia, and on further to Trenton. The sights I am most familiar with. As I live a good part of the time in Camden, I view matters from that outlook. The great arrogant, black, full-freighted ocean steamers, inward or outward bound, the ample width here between the two cities. Intersected by Windmill Island and occasional man-o'-war, sometimes a foreigner, at anchor, with her guns and portholes, and the boats, and the brown-faced sailors, and the regular oar-strokes, and the gay crowds of visiting day, the frequent large and handsome three-masted schooners, a favorite style of marine build, hereabout of late years. Some of them new and very jaunty, with their white-gray sails and yellow pine spars, the sloops dashing along in a fair wind. I see one now, coming up under broad canvas. Her gaff-top sails shining in the sun, high and picturesque, what a thing of beauty amid the sky and waters. The crowded wharf slips along the city, the flags of different nationalities, the sturdy English cross on its ground of blood, the French tricolor, the banner of the great North German Empire, and the Italian and the Spanish colors sometimes, of an afternoon, the whole scene enlivened by a fleet of yachts, in a half-calm, lazily returning from a race down at Gloucester, the neat, rakish revenue steamer, Hamilton, in midstream, with her perpendicular stripes flaunting aft-end, turning the eyes north, the long ribbons of fleecy white steam, or dingy black smoke, stretching far, fan-shaped, slanting diagonally across from the Kensington or Richmond shores in the west by southwest wind. Scenes on ferry and river last winter's nights. Then the Camden ferry. What exhilaration, change, people, business by day. What soothing, silent, wondrous hours at night, crossing on the boat, most all to myself pacing the deck, alone, forward or aft. What communion with the waters, the air, the exquisite chiaroscuro of the sky and stars, that speak no word, nothing to the intellect, yet so eloquent, so communicative to the soul. And the ferry men little they know how much they have been to me, day and night how many spells of listlessness, ennui, debility they and their hearty ways have dispelled. And the pilot's captain's hand, Walton and Giberson by day, and Captain Olive at night. Eugene Crosby, with his strong young arm so often supporting, circling, convoying me over the gaps of the bridge, through impediments, safely aboard. Indeed, all my ferry friends, Captain Frazee the superintendent, Lindell, Hiskey, Fred Roch, Price, Watson, and a dozen more. And the ferry itself, with its queer scenes, sometimes children suddenly born in the waiting houses, an actual fact end more than once, sometimes a masquerade party, going over at night with a band of music, dancing and whirling like mad on the broad deck in their fantastic dresses. Sometimes the astronomer, Mr. Whittall, who posts me up and points about the stars by a living lesson there and then, and answering every question. Sometimes a prolific family group, 8, 9, 10, even 12. Yesterday, as I crossed, a mother, father, and 8 children waiting in the ferry house, bound westward somewhere. I have mentioned the crows. I always watch them from the boats. They play quite a part in the winter scenes on the river, by day. Their black splatches are seen in relief against the snow and ice everywhere at that season, sometimes flying and flapping, sometimes on little or larger cakes, sailing up or down the stream. One day the river was mostly clear, only a single long ridge of broken ice making a narrow stripe by itself, running along down the current for over a mile, quite rapidly. On this white stripe the crows were congregated, hundreds of them, a funny procession. Half-mourning was the comment of someone. Then the reception room, for passengers waiting, life illustrated thoroughly. Take a March picture I jotted there 2 or 3 weeks since. Afternoon, about 3:12 o'clock, it begins to snow. There has been a matinee performance at the theater. From 4:12 to 5 comes a stream of homeward-bound ladies. I never knew the spacious room to present a gayer, more lively scene. Handsome, well-dressed Jersey women and girls, scores of them, streaming in for nearly an hour, the bright eyes and glowing faces, coming in from the air, a sprinkling of snow on bonnets or dresses as they enter the 5 or 10 minutes waiting, the chatting and laughing. Women can have capital times among themselves, with plenty of wit, lunches, jovial abandon. Lizzie, the pleasant-mannered waiting-room woman, for sound. The bell taps and steam signals of the departing boats with their rhythmic break and undertone, the domestic pictures, mothers with bevies of daughters. A charming sight, children, countrymen, the railroad men in their blue clothes, and caps, all the various characters of city and country represented or suggested. Then outside, some belated passenger frantically running, jumping after the boat. Towards 6:00, the human stream gradually thickening, now a pressure of vehicles, drays, piled railroad crates, now a drove of cattle, making quite an excitement, the drovers with heavy sticks, belabouring the steaming sides of the frightened brutes. Inside the reception room, business bargains, flirting, love-making, éclaircissements, proposals, pleasant, sober-faced Phil coming in with his burden of afternoon papers, or Joe, or Charlie, who jumped in the dock last week and saved a stout lady from drowning, to replenish the stove, and clearing it with long crowbar poker. Besides all this comedy human, the river affords nutriment of a higher order. Here are some of my memoranda of the past winter, just as penciled down on the spot. A January night, fine trips across the wide Delaware tonight. Tide pretty high and a strong ebb. River, a little after 8, full of ice, mostly broken, but some large cakes making our strong-timbered steamboat hum and quiver as she strikes them. In the clear moonlight they spread, strange, unearthly, silvery, faintly glistening, as far as eye can see. Bumping, trembling, sometimes hissing like 1,000 snakes, the tide procession, as we wend with or through it, affording a grand undertone in keeping with the scene. Overhead, the splendor indescribable, yet something haughty, almost supercilious in the night. Never did I realize more latent sentiment, almost passion, in those silent, interminable stars up there. One can understand, such a night, why, from the days of the pharaohs or Job, the dome of heaven, sprinkled with planets, has supplied the subtlest, deepest criticism on human pride, glory, ambition. Another winter night I don't know anything more filling than to be on the wide, firm deck of a powerful boat, a clear, cool, extra moonlight night, crushing proudly and resistlessly through this thick, marbly, glistening ice. The whole river is now spread with some immense cakes. There is such weirdness about the scene, partly the quality of the light, with its tinge of blue, the lunar twilight only, the large stars holding their own in the radiance of the moon. Temperature sharp, comfortable for motion, dry, full of oxygen. But the sense of power, the steady, scornful, imperious urge of our strong new engine, as she plows her way through the big and little cakes. Another for 2 hours I crossed and recrossed, merely for pleasure, for a still excitement. Both sky and river went through several changes. The first for a while held 2 vast fan-shaped echelons of light clouds, through which the moon waded, now radiating, carrying with her an aureole of tawny transparent brown, and now flooding the whole vast with clear vapory light green, through which, as through an illuminated veil, she moved with measured womanly motion. Then, another trip, the heavens would be absolutely clear, and Luna in all her effulgence. The Big Dipper in the north, with the double star in the handle much plainer than common. Then the sheeny track of light in the water, dancing and rippling. Such transformations, such pictures and poems, inimitable. Another I am studying the stars under advantages as I cross tonight. It is late in February and again extra clear. High toward the west, the Pleiades, tremulous with delicate sparkle, in the soft heavens, Aldebaran, leading the V-shaped Hyades and overhead Capella and her kids. Most majestic of all, in full display in the high south, Orion, vast spread, roomy chief historian of the stage, with his shiny yellow rosette on his shoulder, and his 3 kings end a little to the east, serious, calmly arrogant, most wondrous single star. Going late ashore, I couldn't give up the beauty and soothingness of the night. As I stayed around, or slowly wandered, I heard the echoing calls of the railroad men in the West Jersey depot yard, shifting and switching trains, engines, etc. Amid the general silence otherways, and something in the acoustic quality of the air, musical, emotional effects, never thought of before. I lingered long and long, listening to them. Night of March 18, 79. One of the calm, pleasantly cool, exquisitely clear and cloudless, early spring nights, the atmosphere again that rare vitreous blue-black, welcomed by astronomers. Just at 8 evening, the scene overhead of certainly solemnest beauty, never surpassed. Venus nearly down in the west, of a size and luster as if trying to outshow herself before departing. Teeming, maternal orbi take you again to myself. I am reminded of that spring preceding Abraham Lincoln's murder, when I, restlessly haunting the Potomac banks around Washington City, watched you, off there, aloof, moody as myself. As we walked up and down in the dark blue so mystic, as we walked in silence the transparent shadowy night, as I saw you had something to tell, as you bent to me night after night, as you drooped from the sky low down, as if to my side, while the other stars all looked on, as we wandered together the solemn night. With departing Venus, large to the last, and shining even to the edge of the horizon, the vast dome presence at this moment, such a spectacle. Mercury was visible just after sunset, a rare sight. Arcturus is now risen just north of east. In calm glory, all the stars of Orion hold the place of honor in meridian to the south, with the dog star a little to the left. And now, just rising, Spica, late, low, and slightly veiled. Castor, Regulus, and the rest, all shining unusually clear. No Mars or Jupiter or moon till morning. On the edge of the river, many lamps twinkling with 2 or 3 huge chimneys, a couple of miles up belching forth molten, steady flames, volcano-like, illuminating all around ends, sometimes in electric or calcium. Its Dante inferno gleams in far shafts, terrible, ghastly, powerful. Of later May nights, crossing, I like to watch the fishermen's little buoy light so pretty, so dreamy like corpse candles undulating delicate and lonesome on the surface of the shadowy waters, floating with the current. The first spring day on Chestnut Street. Winter relaxing its hold has already allowed us a foretaste of spring. As I write, yesterday afternoon's softness and brightness, after the morning fog, which gave it a better setting by contrast, showed Chestnut Street say between Broad and Fourthta more advantage in its various asides and all its stores and gay-dressed crowds generally than for 3 months past. I took a walk there between 1 and 2. Doubtless, there were plenty of hard-up folks along the pavements, but 9/10 of the myriad moving human panorama to all appearance seemed flush, well-fed, and fully provided. At all events, it was good to be on Chestnut Street yesterday. The peddlers on the sidewalk, sleeve buttons, 3 for 5 cents. The handsome little fellow with canary bird whistles the cane men, toy men, toothpick men, the old woman squatted in a heap on the cold stone flags, with her basket of matches, pins, and tape, the young Negro mother, sitting, begging, with her 2 little coffee-colored twins on her lap, the beauty of the crammed conservatory of rare flowers, flaunting reds, yellows, snowy lilies, incredible orchids. At the Baldwin Mansion near 12th Street, the show of fine poultry, beef, fish at the restaurants, the china stores, with glass and statuettes, the luscious tropical fruits, the streetcars plodding along, with their tintinnabulating bells, the fat, cab-looking, rapidly driven one-horse vehicles of the post office squeezed full of coming or going letter carriers, so healthy and handsome and manly-looking, in their gray uniforms, the costly books, pictures, curiosities. In the windows, the gigantic policemen at most of the corners will all be readily remembered and recognized as features of this principal avenue of Philadelphia. Chestnut Street, I have discovered, is not without individuality, and its own points, even when compared with the great promenade streets of other cities. I have never been in Europe but acquired years' familiar experience with New York's, perhaps the world's great thoroughfare, Broadway, and possessed to some extent a personal and saunterer's knowledge of St. Charles Street in New Orleans, Tremont Street in Boston, and the broad trottoirs of Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington. Of course, it is a pity that Chestnut were not 2 or 3 times wider. But the street, any fine day, shows vividness, motion, variety, not easily to be surpassed. Sparkling eyes, human faces, magnetism, well-dressed women, ambulating to and fro with lots o' fine things in the windows, are they not about the same, the civilized world over? How fast the flitting figures come, the mild, the fierce, the stony face, some bright with thoughtless smiles and some where secret tears have left their trace. A few days ago, one of the 6-story clothing stores along here had the space inside its plate-glass show window partitioned into a little corral and littered deeply with rich clover and hay. I could smell the odor outside, on which reposed 2 magnificent fat sheep, full-sized but young, the handsomest creatures of the kind I ever saw. I stops long and long, with the crowd, to view them, one lying down chewing the cud, and one standing up, looking out with dense-fringed patient eyes. Their wool, of a clear tawny color, with streaks of glistening black altogether, a queer sight amidst that crowded promenade of dandies, dollars, and dry goods. Up the Hudson to Ulster County. April 23, off to New York on a little tour and visit. Leaving the hospitable, home-like quarters of my valued friends, Mr. and Mrs. J.H. Johnston, took the 4 p.m. boat, bound up the Hudson, 100 miles or so, sunset and evening fine. Especially enjoyed the hour after we passed Cousins's Landing, the night lit by the crescent moon and Venus, now swimming in tender glory, and now hid by the high rocks and hills of the western shore, which we hugged close. Where I spend the next 10 days is in Ulster County and its neighborhood, with frequent morning and evening drives, observations of the river, and short rambles. April 24, noon, a little more and the sun would be oppressive. The bees are out gathering their bread from willows and other trees. I watch them returning, darting through the air or lighting on the hives, their thighs covered with the yellow forage. A solitary robin sings near. I sit in my shirt sleeves and gaze from an open bay window on the indolent scene, the thin haze, the Fishkill Hills in the distance off on the river, a sloop with slanting mainsail, and 2 or 3 little shadboats. Over on the railroad opposite, long freight trains, sometimes weighted by cylinder tanks of petroleum, 30, 40, 50 cars in a string, panting and rumbling along in full view, but the sound softened by distance. Days at J. Beast her fire spring songs. April 26 at sunrise, the pure clear sound of the meadowlark. An hour later, some notes, few and simple, yet delicious and perfect, from the bush sparrow towards noon the reedy trill of the robin. Today is the fairest, sweetest yet penetrating warmth-a lovely veil in the air, partly heat vapor, and partly from the turf fires everywhere in patches on the farms. A group of soft maples nearby silently bursts out in crimson tips, buzzing all day with busy bees. The white sails of sloops and schooners glide up and down the river, and long trains of cars, with ponderous roll or faint bell notes, almost constantly on the opposite shore. The earliest wild flowers in the woods and fields, spicy arbutus, blue liverwort, frail anemone, and the pretty white blossoms of the bloodroot. I launch out in slow rambles, discovering them. As I go along the roads, I like to see the farmers' fires in patches, burning the dry brush, turf, debris. How the smoke crawls along, flat to the ground, slanting, slowly rising, reaching away, and at last dissipating. I like its acrid smell whiffs just reaching me welcomer than French perfume. The birds are plenty, of any sort, or of 2 or 3 sorts, curiously, not a sign, till suddenly some warm, gushing, sunny April, or even March day low. There they are, from twig to twig, or fence to fence, flirting, singing, some mating, preparing to build. But most of them end passant a fortnight, a month in these parts, and then away. As in all phases, nature keeps up her vital, copious, eternal procession. Still, plenty of the birds hang around all or most of the season now, their love time and era of nest building. I find flying over the river crows, gulls, and hawks. I hear the afternoon shriek of the latter darting about, preparing to nest. The oriole will soon be heard here, and the twanging meow of the catbird, also the kingbird, cuckoo, and the warblers. All along, there are 3 peculiarly characteristic spring songs, the meadowlarks, so sweet, so alert and remonstrating, as if he said, "Don't you see?" Or, "Can't you understand?" The cheery, mellow, human tones of the robin. I have been trying for years to get a brief term, or phrase, that would identify and describe that robin call and the amorous whistle of the high-hole. Insects are out plentifully at midday. April 29, as we drove lingering along the road, we heard, just after sundown, the song of the wood thrush. We stopped without a word and listened long. The delicious notes, a sweet, artless, voluntary, simple anthem, as from the flute stops of some organ, wafted through the twilight, echoing well to us from the perpendicular high rock, where, in some thick young trees' recesses at the base, sat the bird filled our senses, our souls. Meeting a hermit. I found in one of my rambles up the hills a real hermit, living in a lonesome spot, hard to get at, rocky, the view fine, with a little patch of land 2 rods square. A man of youngish middle age, city-born and raised, had been to school, had traveled in Europe and California. I first met him once or twice on the road, and passed the time of day with some small talk. Then, the 3rd time, he asked me to go along a bit and rest in his hut, an almost unprecedented compliment, as I heard from others afterwards. He was of Quaker stock, I think, talked with ease and moderate freedom, but did not unbosom his life or story or tragedy or whatever it was. An Ulster County waterfall. I jot this mem in a wild scene of woods and hills where we have come to visit a waterfall. I never saw finer or more copious hemlocks, many of them large, some old and hoary. Such a sentiment to them, secretive, shaggy, what I call weather-beaten, and let alone a rich underlay of ferns, yew sprouts, and mosses, beginning to be spotted with the early summer wildflowers. Enveloping all, the monotone and liquid gurgle from the hoarse, impetuous, copious fall, the greenish tawny, darkly transparent waters, plunging with velocity down the rocks, with patches of milk-white foam, a stream of hurrying amber, 30 feet wide, risen far back in the hills and woods, now rushing with volume every 100 rods a fall, and sometimes 3 or 4 in that distance. A primitive forest, druidical, solitary, and savage, not 10 visitors, a year, broken rocks everywhere, shade overhead. Thick underfoot with leaves, a just palpable wild and delicate aroma. Walter Dumont and his medal. As I sauntered along the high road yesterday, I stopped to watch a man nearby, plowing a rough stony field with a yoke of oxen. Usually there is much geeing and hawing, excitement, and continual noise and expletives about a job of this kind. But I noticed how different, how easy and wordless, yet firm and sufficient, the work of this young plowman. His name was Walter Dumont, a farmer and son of a farmer, working for their living. 3 years ago, when the steamer Sunnyside was wrecked of a bitter icy night on the west bank here, Walter went out in his boat, was the first man on hand with assistance, made a way through the ice to shore, connected a line, performed work of first-class readiness, daring, danger, and saved numerous lives. Some weeks after, one evening when he was up at Aesopus, among the usual loafing crowd at the country store and post office, there arrived the gift of an unexpected official gold medal for the quiet. The impromptu presentation was made to him on the spot, but he blushed, hesitated as he took it, and had nothing to say. Hudson River sites. It was a happy thought to build the Hudson River Railroad right along the shore. The grade is already made by nature. You are sure of ventilation one side and you are in nobody's way. I see, here, the locomotives and cars, rumbling, roaring, flaming, smoking, constantly, away off there, night and day, less than a mile distant and in full view by day. I like both sight and sound. Express trains thunder and light along. Of freight trains, most of them very long, there cannot be less than 100 a day. At night far down you see the headlight approaching, coming steadily on like a meteor. The river at night has its special character beauties. The shad fishermen go forth in their boats and pay out their nets, one sitting forward, rowing, and one standing up aft, dropping it, properly marking the line with little floats bearing candles, conveying, as they glide over the water, an indescribable sentiment and doubled brightness. I like to watch the tows at night, too, with their twinkling lamps, and hear the husky panting of the steamers, or catch the sloops and schooners' shadowy forms, like phantoms, white, silent, indefinite, out there. Then the Hudson of a clear moonlight night. But there is one sight the very grandest. Sometimes in the fiercest driving storm of wind, rain, hail, or snow, a great eagle will appear over the river, now soaring with steady and now overbended wings, always confronting the gale, or perhaps cleaving into, or at times literally sitting upon it. It is like reading some first-class natural tragedy or epic, or hearing martial trumpets. The splendid bird enjoys the hubbub, is adjusted and equal to it, finishes it so artistically. His pinions just oscillating the position of his head and neck, his resistless, occasionally varied flight, now a swirl, now an upward movement, the black clouds driving the angry wash below, the hiss of rain, the winds piping, perhaps the ice colliding, grunting, he tacking or jibing, now, as it were, for a change, abandoning himself to the gale, moving with it with such velocity, and now, resuming control. He comes up against it, lord of the situation, and the storm lord amid it, of power and savage joy. Sometimes, as at present writing, middle of sunny afternoon, the old Vanderbilt steamer stalking ahead, I plainly hear her rhythmic, slushing paddles drawing by long hawsers an immense and varied following string. An old sow and pigs, the river folks call it. First comes a big barge, with a house built on it, and spars towering over the roof. Then canal boats, a lengthened, clustering train, fastened and linked together, the one in the middle, with high staff, flaunting a broad and gaudy flag, others with the almost invariable lines of new-washed clothes, drying, 2 sloops and a schooner aside the tow little wind, and that adverse with 3 long, dark, empty barges bringing up the rear. People are on the boats, men lounging, women in sunbonnets, children, stovepipes with streaming smoke. 2 city areas, certain hours. New York, May 24, 79. Perhaps no quarters of the city. I have returned again for a while. Make more brilliant, animated, crowded, spectacular human presentations these fine May afternoons than the 2 I am now going to describe from personal observation. First, that area comprising 14th Street, especially the short range between Broadway and 5th Avenue, with Union Square, its adjacencies, and so retro-stretching down Broadway for half a mile. All the walks here are wide, and the space is ample and free now, flooded with liquid gold from the last 2 hours of powerful sunshine. The whole area at 5 o'clock, the days of my observations, must have contained from 30 to 40,000 finely dressed people, all in motion, plenty of them good-looking, many beautiful women, often youths and children, the latter in groups with their nurses, the trottoirs everywhere close spread, thick tangled. Yet no collision, no trouble, with masses of bright color, action, and tasty toilets. Surely the women dress better than ever before, and the men do too. As if New York would show these afternoons what it can do in its humanity, its choicest physique and physiognomy, and its countless prodigality of locomotion, dry goods, glitter, magnetism, and happiness. Second, also from 5 to 7 p.m. the stretch of 5th Avenue, all the way from the Central Park exits at 59th Street, down to 14th, especially along the high grade by 40th Street and down the hill. A Mississippi of horses and rich vehicles, not by dozens and scores, but hundreds and thousands, the broad avenue filled and crammed with them, a moving, sparkling, hurrying crush for more than 2 miles. I wonder they don't get blocked, but I believe they never do. Altogether, it is to me the marvel sight of New York. I like to get in one of the Fifth Avenue stages and ride up, stemming the swift-moving procession. I doubt if London or Paris or any city in the world can show such a carriage carnival as I have seen here 5 or 6 times these beautiful May afternoons. Central Park walks and talks. May 16 to 22, I visit Central Park now almost every day, sitting, or slowly rambling, or riding around. The whole place presents its very best appearance this current month, the full flush of the trees, the plentiful white and pink of the flowering shrubs, the emerald green of the grass spreading everywhere, yellow dotted still with dandelions, the specialty of the plentiful gray rocks, peculiar to these grounds, cropping out, miles and miles end over all the beauty and purity, 3 days out of 4, of our summer skies. As I sit placidly early afternoon off against 90th Street, the policeman, CC, a well-formed, sandy-complexioned young fellow, comes over and stands near me. We grow quite friendly and chatty forthwith. He is a New Yorker born and raised, and in answer to my questions tells me about the life of a New York park policeman, while he talks keeping his eyes and ears vigilantly open, occasionally pausing and moving where he can get full views of the vistas of the road, up and down, and the spaces around. The pay is $2.40 a day, 7 days to a week. The men come on and work 8 hours straight ahead, which is all that is required of them out of the 24. The position has more risks than one might suppose. For instance, if a team or horse runs away, which happens daily, each man is expected not only to be prompt, but to wave safety and stop wildest nag or nags, do it, and don't be thinking of your bones or face, give the alarm whistle too, so that other guards may repeat, and the vehicles up and down the tracks be warned. Injuries to the men are continually happening. There is much alertness and quiet strength. Few appreciate, I have often thought, the Ulyssian capacity, daring do, quick readiness in emergencies, practicality, unwitting devotion, and heroism among our American young men and working people, the firemen, the railroad employees, the steamer and ferry men, the police, the conductors and drivers, the whole splendid average of native stock, city and country. It is good work, though, and upon the whole the park force members like it. They see life, and the excitement keeps them up. There is not so much difficulty as might be supposed from tramps, roughs, or in keeping people off the grass. The worst trouble of the regular park employee is from malarial fever, chills, and the like. A fine afternoon, 4 to 6. 10,000 vehicles careering through the park this perfect afternoon, such a show, and I have seen all, watched it narrowly and at my leisure. Private barouches, cabs and coupés, some fine horseflesh lapdogs, footmen, fashions, foreigners, cockades on hats, crests on panels, the full oceanic tide of New York's wealth and gentility. It was an impressive, rich, interminable circus on a grand scale, full of action and color in the beauty of the day, under the clear sun and moderate breeze. Family groups, couples, single drivers of coarse dresses, generally elegant, much style, yet perhaps little or nothing, even in that direction, that fully justified itself. Through the windows of 2 or 3 of the richest carriages, I saw faces almost corpse-like, so ashy and listless. Indeed, the whole affair exhibited less of sterling America, either in spirit or countenance, than I had counted on from such a select mass spectacle. I suppose, as a proof of limitless wealth, leisure, and the aforesaid gentility, it was tremendous. Yet what I saw those hours, I took 2 other occasions, 2 other afternoons to watch the same scene, confirms a thought that haunts me every additional glimpse I get of our top loftical general, or rather exceptional phases of wealth and fashion in this country, namely, that they are ill at ease, much too conscious, cased in too many cerements, and far from happy, that there is nothing in them which we who are poor and plain need at all envy, and that instead of the perennial smell of the grass and woods and shores, their typical redolence is of soaps and essences, very rare may be, but suggesting the barber shop something that turns stale and musty in a few hours anyhow. Perhaps the show on the horseback road was prettiest. Many groups, 3's a favorite number, some couples, some singly, many ladies, frequently horses or parties dashing along on a full run, fine riding the roula, few really first-class animals. As the afternoon waned, the wheeled carriages grew less, but the saddle riders seemed to increase. They lingered long and I saw some charming forms and faces. Departing of the big steamers. May 25, a 3 hours bait trip from 12 to 3 this afternoon, accompanying the city of Brussels down as far as the Narrows in behoof of some Europe-bound friends to give them a good send-off. Our spirited little tug, the Seth Low, kept close to the great black Brussels. Sometimes one side, sometimes the other, always up to her, or even pressing ahead, like the blooded pony accompanying the royal elephant. The whole affair, from the first, was an animated, quick-passing, characteristic New York scene. The large, good-looking, well-dressed crowd on the wharf and men and women come to see their friends depart, and bid them Godspeed, the ship's sides swarming with passengers, groups of bronze-faced sailors, with uniformed D officers at their posts the quiet directions, as she quickly unfastens and moves out, prompt to minute the emotional faces, adieus and fluttering handkerchiefs, and many smiles and some tears on the wharf, the answering faces, smiles, tears, and fluttering handkerchiefs. From the ship, what can be subtler and finer than this play of faces on such occasions in these responding crowds? What go more to one's heart? The proud, steady, noiseless cleaving of the grand oceaner down the bay, we speeding by her side a few miles, and then turning, wheeling, amid a babel of wild hurrahs, shouted partings, ear-splitting steam whistles, kissing of hands and waving of handkerchiefs. This departing of the big steamers, noons or afternoons there, is no better medicine when one is listless or vapory. I am fond of going down Wednesdays and Saturdays there, more special days to watch them and the crowds on the wharves, the arriving passengers, the general bustle and activity, the eager looks from the faces, the clear-toned voices. A traveled foreigner, a musician, told me the other day she thinks an American crowd has the finest voices in the world. The whole look of the great, shapely black ships themselves, and their groups and lined sides in the setting of our bay with the blue sky overhead. 2 days after the above, I saw the Britannic, the Donau, the Helvetia, and the Schiedam steam out, all off for Europe, a magnificent sight. 2 hours on the Minnesota. From 7 to 9, aboard the United States schoolship Minnesota, lying up the North River. Captain Luce sent his gig for us about sundown to the foot of 23rd Street, and received us aboard with officer-like hospitality and sailor heartiness. There are several hundred youths on the Minnesota to be trained for efficiently manning the government navy. I like the idea much. And so far as I have seen tonight, I like the way it is carried out on this huge vessel. Below, on the gun deck, were gathered nearly 100 of the boys to give us some of their singing exercises with a melodeon accompaniment played by one of their number. They sang with a will. The best part, however, was the sight of the young fellows themselves. I went over among them before the singing began and talked a few minutes informally. They are from all the states. I asked for the Southerners but could only find one, a lad from Baltimore. In age, apparently, they range from about 14 years to 19 or 20. They are all of American birth and have to pass a rigid medical examination. Well-grown youths, good flesh, bright eyes looking straight at you, healthy, intelligent, not a slouch among them, nor a menial in every one the promise of a man. I have been to many public aggregations of young and old, and of schools and colleges in my day, but I confess I have never been so near satisfied, so comforted, both from the fact of the school itself, and the splendid proof of our country, our composite race, and the sample promises of its good average capacities, its future, as in the collection from all parts of the United States on this Navy training ship. Are there going to be any men there? Was the dry and pregnant reply of Emerson to one who had been crowding him with the rich material statistics and possibilities of some Western or Pacific region. May 26 aboard the Minnesota again. Loot. Murphy kindly came for me in his boat. Enjoyed specially those brief trips to and fro the sailors, tanned, strong, so bright and able-looking, pulling their oars in long side-swing man-o'-war style as they rowed me across. I saw the boys in companies drilling with small arms, had a talk with Chaplain Rawson. At 11 o'clock all of us gathered to breakfast around a long table in the great ward room. I among the rest a genial, plentiful, hospitable affair, every way plenty to eat, and of the best, became acquainted with several new officers. This second visit, with its observations, talks, 2 or 3 at random with the boys, confirmed my first impressions. Mature summer days and nights. Og, 4 forenoons I sit under the willow shade, have retreated down in the country again. A little bird is leisurely dousing and flirting himself amid the brook almost within reach of me. He evidently fears me not takes me for some concomitant of the neighboring earthy banks, free bushery, and wild weeds. 6 p.m. The last 3 days have been perfect ones for the season. 4 nights ago, copious rains, with vehement thunder and lightning. I write this sitting by the creek watching my 2 kingfishers at their sundown sport. The strong, beautiful, joyous creatures. Their wings glisten in the slanted sunbeams as they circle and circle around, occasionally dipping and dashing the water, and making long stretches up and down the creek. Wherever I go over fields, through lanes, and by places, blooms the white-flowering wild carrot, its delicate pat of snowflakes crowning its slender stem, gracefully oscillating in the breeze. Exposition Building New City Hall River Trip. Philadelphia, Aug. 26 last night and tonight of unsurpassed clearness after 2 days' rain, moon splendor and star splendor. Being out toward the Great Exposition Building, West Philadelphia, I saw it lit up and thought I would go in. There was a ball, democratic but nice. Plenty of young couples waltzing and quadrilling music by a good string band. To the sight and hearing of these to moderate strolls up and down the roomy spaces to getting off aside. Resting in an armchair and looking up a long while at the grand high roof with its graceful and multitudinous work of iron rods, angles, gray colors, plays of light and shade, receding into dim outlines to absorbing in the intervals of the string band. Some capital voluntaries and rolling caprices from the big organ at the other end of the building to citing a shadowed figure or group or couple of lovers every now, and then passing some near or farther I abandoned myself for over an hour. Returning home, riding down Market Street in an open summer car, something detained us between 15th and Broad, and I got out to view better the new 3/5 built marble edifice. The City Hall, of magnificent proportions, a majestic and lovely, show there in the moonlight flooded all over, facades, myriad silver-white lines and carved heads and moldings, with the soft dazzle silent, weird, beautiful well. I know that never when finished will that magnificent pile impress one as it impressed me those 15 minutes. Tonight, since I have been long on the river, I watch the C-shaped northern crown, with the star Alshaka that blazed out so suddenly, alarmingly, one night a few years ago. The moon in her 3rd quarter, and up nearly all night. And there, as I look eastward, my long-absent Pleiades, welcome again to sight. For an hour I enjoy the soothing and vital scene to the low splash of waves' new stars steadily, noiselessly rising in the east. As I cross the Delaware, one of the deckhands, Fr, tells me how a woman jumped overboard and was drowned a couple of hours since. It happened in mid-channel. She leaped from the forward part of the boat, which went over her. He saw her rise on the other side in the swift running water, throw her arms and closed hands high up, white hands and bare forearms in the moonlight like a flash, and then she sank. I found out afterwards that this young fellow had promptly jumped in, swam after the poor creature, and made, though unsuccessfully, the bravest efforts to rescue her. But he didn't mention that part at all in telling me the story. Swallows on the river. Sept. 3 cloudy and wet and wind due east, air without palpable fog but very heavy with moisture welcome for a change. Forenoon, crossing the Delaware, I noticed unusual numbers of swallows in flight, circling, darting, graceful beyond description, close to the water. Thick, around the bows of the ferry boat as she lay tied in her slip, they flew, and as we went out I watched beyond the pier heads and across the broad stream, their swift-winding loop ribbons of motion, down close to it, cutting and intersecting. Though I had seen swallows all my life, seemed as though I never before realized their peculiar beauty and character in the landscape. Some time ago, for an hour, in a huge old country barn, watching these birds flying, recalled the 22D book of the Odyssey, where Ulysses slays the suitors, bringing things to eclaircissement, and Minerva, swallow-bodied, darts up through the spaces of the hall, sits high on a beam, looks complacently on the show of slaughter, and feels in her element, exulting, joyous. Begin a long jaunt west. The following 3 or 4 months, sept to Dec. 79, I made quite a western journey, fetching up at Denver, Colorado, and penetrating the Rocky Mountain region enough to get a good notion of it all. Left West Philadelphia after 9 o'clock one night, middle of September, in a comfortable sleeper. Oblivious of the 200 or 300 miles across Pennsylvania, at Pittsburgh in the morning to breakfast. Pretty good view of the city and Birmingham fog and damp, smoke, coke furnaces, flames, discolored wooden houses, and vast collections of coal barges. Presently a bit of fine region, West Virginia, the Panhandle, and crossing the river, the Ohio. By day through the latter state then Indiana, and so rocked to slumber for a second night, flying like lightning through Illinois. In the sleeper. What a fierce, weird pleasure to lie in my berth at night in the luxurious palace car, drawn by the mighty Baldwin embodying, and filling me, too, full of the swiftest motion and most resistless strength. It is late, perhaps midnight or after distances joined like magic as we speed through Harrisburg, Columbus, Indianapolis. The element of danger adds zest to it all. On we go, rumbling and flashing, with our loud whinnies thrown out from time to time, or trumpet blasts into the darkness. Passing the homes of men, the farms, barns, cattle, the silent villages. And the car itself, the sleeper, with curtains drawn and lights turned down in the berths the slumberers, many of them women and children as on, we fly like lightning through the night house, strangely sound and sweet they sleep. They say the French Voltaire in his time designated the grand opera, and a ship of war the most signal illustrations of the growth of humanities and arts advance beyond primitive barbarism. Perhaps if the witty philosopher were here these days, and went in the same car with perfect bedding and feed from New York to San Francisco, he would shift his type and sample to one of our American sleepers. Missouri State. We should have made the run of 960 miles from Philadelphia to St. Louis in 36 hours, but we had a collision and bad locomotive smash about 2/3 of the way, which set us back. So merely stopping overnight that time in St. Louis, I sped on westward. As I crossed Missouri State the whole distance by the St. Louis and Kansas City Northern Railroad, a fine early autumn day, I thought my eyes had never looked on scenes of greater pastoral beauty. For over 200 miles successive rolling prairies, agriculturally perfect viewed by Pennsylvania and New Jersey eyes, and dotted here and there with fine timber. Yet fine as the land is, it isn't the finest portion. There is a bed of impervious clay and hardpan beneath this section that holds water too firmly, drowns the land in wet weather, and bakes it in dry, as a cynical farmer told me. South are some richer tracts, though perhaps the beauty spots of the state are the northwestern counties. Altogether, I am clear, now and from what I have seen and learned since, that Missouri, in climate, soil, relative situation, wheat, grass, mines, railroads, and every important materialistic respect, stands in the front rank of the Union. Of Missouri averaged politically and socially I have heard all sorts of talk, some pretty severe, but I should have no fear myself of getting along safely and comfortably anywhere among the Missourians. They raise a good deal of tobacco. You see at this time quantities of the light greenish-gray leaves pulled and hanging out to dry on temporary frameworks or rows of sticks. Looks much like the mullein familiar to Eastern eyes. Lawrence and Topeka, Kansas. We thought of stopping in Kansas City, but when we got there we found a train ready and a crowd of hospitable Kansians to take us on to Lawrence, to which I proceeded. I shall not soon forget my good days in company with Judge Usher and his sons, especially John and Linton, true Westerners of the noblest type, nor the similar days in Topeka, nor the brotherly kindness of my RR friends there and the city and state officials. Lawrence and Topeka are large, bustling, half-rural, handsome cities. I took 2 or 3 long drives about the latter, drawn by a spirited team over smooth roads. The prairies and an undelivered speech. At a large popular meeting at Topeka, the Kansas State Silver Wedding, 15 or 20,000 people I had been erroneously billed to deliver a poem. As I seemed to be made much of and wanted to be good-natured, I hastily penciled out the following little speech. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I had such a good time and rest, and talk and dinner with the you boys that I let the hours slip away and didn't drive over to the meeting and speak my piece. But here it is just the same. My friends, your bills announce me as giving a poem. But I have no poem, have composed none for this occasion. And I can honestly say I am now glad of it. Under these skies resplendent in September, beauty amid the peculiar landscape you are used to, but which is new to me, these interminable and stately prairies, in the freedom and vigor and sane enthusiasm of this perfect western air and autumn sunshine, it seems to me a poem would be almost an impertinence. But if you care to have a word from me, I should speak it about these very prairies. They impress me most, of all the objective shows I see or have seen on this, my first real visit to the West. As I have rolled rapidly hither for more than 1,000 miles, through fair Ohio, through bread-raising Indiana and Illinois, through ample Missouri, that contains and raises everything. As I have partially explored your charming city during the last 2 days, and standing on Oriet Hill by the university, have my view across broad expanses of living green, in every direction I have again been most impressed, I say, and shall remain for the rest of my life most impressed, with that feature of the topography of your western central world, that vast something, stretching out on its own unbounded scale, unconfined, which there is in these prairies, combining the real and ideal. And beautiful as dreams. I wonder indeed if the people of this continental inland west know how much of first-class art they have in these prairies, how original, and all your own how much of the influences of a character for your future humanity, broad, patriotic, heroic, and new. How entirely they tally on land the grandeur and superb monotony of the skies of heaven, and the ocean with its waters. How freeing, soothing, nourishing they are to the soul. Then is it not subtly they who have given us our leading modern Americans, Lincoln and Grant, vast spread, average men, their foregrounds of character altogether practical and real, yet to those who have eyes to see, with finest backgrounds of the ideal, towering high as any. And do we not see in them foreshadowings of the future races that shall fill these prairies? Not but what the Yankee and Atlantic states, and every other part Texas, and the states flanking the southeast and the Gulf of Mexico, the Pacific shore empire, the territories and lakes, and the Canada line, the day is not yet, but it will come, including Canada entire, are equally and integrally and indissolubly this nation, the sine qua non of the human, political, and commercial New World. But this favored central area of, in round numbers, 2,000 miles square seems fated to be the home both of what I would call America's distinctive ideas and distinctive realities. On to Denver, a frontier incident. The jaunt of 500 or 600 miles from Topeka to Denver took me through a variety of country, but all unmistakably prolific, Western American, and on the largest scale. For a long distance we follow the line of the Kansas River. I like better the old name, Kaw, a stretch of very rich dark soil, famed for its wheat, and called the Golden Belt, then Plains and Plains, hour after hour Ellsworth County, the center of the state where I must stop a moment to tell a characteristic story of early days, seen the very spot where I am passing time, 1868. In a scrimmage at some public gathering in the town, A had shot B. Quite badly, but had not killed him. The sober men of Ellsworth conferred with one another and decided that A deserved punishment. As they wished to set a good example and establish their reputation the reverse of a lynching town, they open an informal court and bring both men before them for deliberate trial. Soon as this trial begins, the wounded man is led forward to give his testimony. Seeing his enemy in durance and unarmed, B walks suddenly up in a fury and shoots A. Through the head, shoots him dead. The court is instantly adjourned, and its unanimous members, without a word of debate, walk the murderer B out, wounded as he is, and hang him. In due time we reach Denver, which city I fall in love with from the first, and have that feeling confirmed the longer I stay there. One of my pleasantest days was a jaunt via Platte Canyon to Leadville. An hour on Kenosha summit. Jottings from the Rocky Mountains, mostly penciled during a day's trip over the South Park RR. Returning from Leadville, and especially the hour we were detained, much to my satisfaction, at Kenosha summit. As afternoon advances, novelties, far-reaching splendors accumulate under the bright sun in this pure air. But I had better commence with the day. The confronting of Platte Canyon just at dawn, after a 10 miles ride in early darkness on the rail from Denver, the seasonable stoppage at the entrance of the canyon, and good breakfast of eggs, trout, and nice griddle cakes then as we travel on, and get well in the gorge. All the wonders, beauty, savage power of the scene, the wild stream of water, from sources of snows, brawling continually in sight one side the dazzling sun, and the morning lights on the rocks, such turns and grades in the track. Squirming around corners, or up and down hills, far glimpses of 100 peaks, titanic necklaces, stretching north and south the huge, rightly named Dome Rock end as we dash along. Others similar, simple, monolithic, elephantine. An egotistical find. I have found the law of my own poems, was the unspoken but more and more decided feeling that came to me as I passed, hour after hour. Amid all this grim yet joyous elemental abandon, this plenitude of material, entire absence of art, untrammeled play of primitive nature, the chasm, the gorge, the crystal mountain stream, repeated scores, Hundreds of miles the broad handling and absolute uncrampedness the fantastic forms, bathed in transparent browns, faint reds and grays. Towering sometimes 1,000, sometimes 2,000 or 3,000 feet high at their tops now, and then huge masses poid, and mixing with the clouds with only their outlines, hazed in misty lilac, visible. In nature's grandest shows, says an old Dutch writer and ecclesiastic, amid the ocean's depth, if so might be, or countless worlds rolling above at night, a man thinks of them, weighs all, not for themselves or the abstract, but with reference to his own personality, and how they may affect him or color his destinies. New senses, new joys. We follow the stream of amber and bronze brawling along its bed, with its frequent cascades and snow-white foam. Through the canon we fly mountains not only each side, but seemingly, till we get near, right in front of us every rood a new view flashing, and each flash defying description on the almost perpendicular sides, clinging pines, cedars, spruces, crimson sumac bushes, spots of wild grass but dominating all, those towering rocks, bathed in delicate vari-colors, with the clear sky of autumn overhead. New senses, new joys seem developed. Talk as you like, a typical Rocky Mountain canon, or a limitless sea-like stretch of the Great Kansas or Colorado plains, under favoring circumstances, tallies, perhaps expresses, certainly awakes, those grandest and subtlest element emotions in the human soul, that all the marble temples and sculptures from Phidias to Thorwaldsenall paintings, poems, reminiscences, or even music probably never can. Steam power, telegraphs, etc. I get out on a 10-minute stoppage at Deer Creek to enjoy the unequaled combination of hill, stone, and wood. As we speed again, the yellow granite in the sunshine, with natural spires, minarets, castellated perches, far aloft then long stretches of straight upright palisades, rhinoceros color then gamboge and tinted chromos. Ever the best of my pleasures, the cool fresh Colorado atmosphere, yet sufficiently warm. Signs of man's restless advent and pioneerage. Hard as nature's face is deserted dugouts by dozens in the side hills, the scantling hut, the telegraph pole, the smoke of some impromptu chimney, or outdoor fire at intervals little settlements of log houses, or parties of surveyors or telegraph builders, with their comfortable tents. Once, a canvas office where you could send a message by electricity anywhere around the world. Yes, pronounced signs of the man of latest dates, dauntlessly grappling with these grisliest shows of the old cosmos. At several places, steam sawmills, with their piles of logs and boards, and the pipes puffing. Occasionally, Platte Cannon expanding into a grassy flat of a few acres. At one such place, toward the end, where we stop, and I get out to stretch my legs as I look skyward, or rather mountain-topward, a huge hawk or eagle, a rare sight here, is idly soaring, balancing along the ether, now sinking low and coming quite near, and then up again in stately languid circles, then higher. Higher, slanting to the north, and gradually out of sight. America's backbone. I jot these lines literally at Kenosha Summit, where we return afternoon and take a long rest 10,000 feet above sea level. At this immense height, the South Park stretches 50 miles before me, mountainous chains and peaks in every variety of perspective, every hue of vista, fringe the view in nearer or middle or far dim distance, or fade on the horizon. We have now penetrated the Rockies. Hayden calls it the Front Range, for 100 miles or so. And though these chains spread away in every direction, especially north and south, thousands and thousands farther, I have seen specimens of the utmost of them, and know henceforth at least what they are, and what they look like. Not themselves alone, for they typify stretches and areas of half the globe are, in fact, the vertebrae or backbone of our hemisphere. As the anatomists say, a man is only a spine, topped, footed, breasted, and radiated, so the whole Western world is, in a sense, but an expansion of these mountains. In South America, they are the Andes, in Central America and Mexico the Cordilleras, and in our states they go under different names. In California the coast, and Cascade Ranges, thence more eastwardly the Sierra Nevadas, but mainly and more centrally here the Rocky Mountains proper, with many an elevation such as Lincoln's, Gray's, Harvard's, Yale's, Long's, and Pike's Peaks, all over 14,000 feet high. East, the highest peaks of the Alleghenies, the Adirondacks, the Catskills, and the White Mountains range from 2,000 to 5,500 feet. Only Mount Washington, in the latter, 6,300 feet. The parks, In the midst of all here lie such beautiful contrasts as the sunken basins of the North, Middle, and South Parks. The latter I am now on one side of and overlooking, each the size of a large, level, almost quadrangular, grassy western county, walled in by walls of hills, and each park the source of a river. The ones I specify are the largest in Colorado, but the whole of that state, and of Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, and Western California, through their sierras and ravines, are copiously marked by similar spreads and openings, many of the small ones of paradisiac loveliness and perfection, with their offsets of mountains, streams, atmosphere, and hues beyond compare. Art features. Talk, I say again, of going to Europe, of visiting the ruins of feudal castles, or Colosseum remains, or king's palaces when you can come here. The alternations one gets, too. After the Illinois and Kansas prairies of 1,000 miles smooth and easy areas of the corn and wheat of 10 million democratic farms in the future here start up in every conceivable presentation of shape, these non-utilitarian piles, coping the skies, emanating a beauty, terror, power, more than Dante or Angelo ever knew. Yes, I think the kyle of not only poetry and painting, but oratory, and even the metaphysics and music fit for the New World, before being finally assimilated, need first and feeding visits here. Mountain streams, the spiritual contrast and ethereality of the whole region, consist largely to me in its never-absent peculiar, streams the snows of inaccessible upper areas, melting and running down through the gorges continually. Nothing like the water of pastoral plains, or creeks with wooded banks and turf, or anything of the kind elsewhere. The shapes that element takes in the shows of the globe cannot be fully understood by an artist until he has studied these unique rivulets. Aerial effects, but perhaps, as I gaze around me, the rarest sight of all is in atmospheric hues. The prairies as I cross them in my journey hither and these mountains and parks seem to me to afford new lights and shades. Everywhere the aerial gradations and sky effects inimitable, nowhere else such perspectives, such transparent lilacs and grays. I can conceive of some superior landscape painter, some fine colorist, after sketching a while out here, discarding all his previous work, delightful to stock exhibition amateurs, as muddy, raw, and artificial. Near one's eye ranges an infinite variety. High up, the bare whitey brown above timberline, in certain spots afar patches of snow any time of year. No trees, no flowers, no birds at those chilling altitudes. As I write, I see the snowy range through the blue mist, beautiful and far off. I plainly see the patches of snow. Denver impressions. Through the long lingering half-light of the most superb of evenings we returned to Denver, where I stayed several days leisurely exploring, receiving impressions, with which I may as well taper off this memorandum, itemizing what I saw there. The best was the men, 3/4 of them large, able, calm, alert American, and cash, why they created here. Out in the smelting works, the biggest and most improved ones for the precious metals in the world, I saw long rows of vats, pans, covered by bubbling boiling water, and filled with pure silver, 4 or 5 inches thick, many $1,000s worth in a pan. The foreman who was showing me shoveled it carelessly up with a little wooden shovel, as one might toss beans. Then large silver bricks worth $2,000 a brick, dozens of piles, 20 in a pile. In one place in the mountains, at a mining camp, I had a few days before seen rough bullion on the ground in the open air, like the confectioner's pyramids at some swell dinner in New York. Such a sweet morsel to roll over with a poor author's pen and ink hand, appropriate to slip in here that the silver product of Colorado and Utah, with the gold product of California, New Mexico, Nevada, and Dakota, foots up an addition to the world's coin of considerably over 100 millions every year. A city, this Denver, well laid out Laramie Street, and 15th and 16th and Champa Streets, with others, particularly find some with tall storehouses of stone or iron, and windows of plate glass, all the streets with little canals of mountain water running along the sides, plenty of people, business, modernist yet not without a certain racy wild smack, all its own. A place of fast horses, many mares with their colts, and I saw lots of big greyhounds for antelope hunting. Now and then groups of miners, some just come in, some starting out, very picturesque. One of the papers here interviewed me, and reported me as saying offhand, "I have lived in or visited all the great cities on the Atlantic third of the Republic: Boston, Brooklyn with its hills, New Orleans, Baltimore, stately Washington, broad Philadelphia, teeming Cincinnati, and Chicago, and for 30 years in that wonder, washed by hurried and glittering tides, my own New York. Not only the new world's but the world's city but, newcomer to Denver as I am, and threading its streets, breathing its air, warmed by its sunshine. And having what there is of its human as well as aerial ozone flashed upon me now for only 3 or 4 days. I am very much like a man feels sometimes toward certain people he meets with, and warms to, and hardly knows why. I, too, can hardly tell why, but as I entered the city in the slight haze of a late September afternoon, and have breathed its air, and slept well o' nights, and have roamed or rode leisurely, and watched the comers and goers at the hotels, and absorbed the climatic magnetism of this curiously attractive region, there has steadily grown upon me a feeling of affection for the spot, which, sudden as it is, has become so definite and strong that I must put it on record. So much for my feeling toward the queen city of the plains and peaks, where she sits in her delicious, rare atmosphere, over 5,000 feet above sea level, irrigated by mountain streams, one way looking east over the prairies for 1,000 miles, and having the other westward. In constant view by day, draped in their violet haze, mountain tops innumerable. Yes, I fell in love with Denver, and even felt a wish to spend my declining and dying days there. I turn south and then east again. Leave Denver at 8 a.m. by the Rio Grande RR. Going south. Mountains constantly in sight in the apparently near distance, veiled slightly, but still clear and very grand their cones, colors, sides distinct against the sky hundreds. It seemed thousands, interminable necklaces of them, their tops and slopes hazed more or less slightly in that blue-gray, under the autumn sun, for over 100 miles the most spiritual show of objective nature I ever beheld or ever thought possible. Occasionally the light strengthens, making a contrast of yellow-tinged silver on one side with dark and shaded gray on the other. I took a long look at Pikes Peak and was a little disappointed. I suppose I had expected something stunning. Our view over plains to the left stretches amply, with corrals here and there, the frequent cactus and wild sage, and herds of cattle feeding. Thus about 120 miles to Pueblo. At that town we board the comfortable and well-equipped Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe RR, now striking east. Unfulfilled wants the Arkansas River. I had wanted to go to the Yellowstone River region, wanted specially to see the national park, and the geysers, and the hoodoo or goblin land of that country. Indeed, hesitated a little at Pueblo. The turning point, wanted to thread the Veta Pass, wanted to go over the Santa Fe Trail away southwestward to New Mexico, but turned and set my face eastward, leaving behind me wedding glimpse tastes of southeastern Colorado, Pueblo, Bald Mountain, the Spanish Peaks, Sangre de Cristos, Mile Shoe Curve, which my veteran friend on the locomotive told me was the boss railroad curve of the universe, Fort Garland on the plains, Veta, and the 3 great peaks of the Sierra Blancas. The Arkansas River plays quite a part in the whole of this region. I see it, or its high-cut rocky northern shore, for miles, and cross and recross it frequently, as it winds and squirms like a snake. The plains vary here even more than usual, sometimes a long sterile stretch of scores of miles, then green, fertile and grassy, an equal length. Some very large herds of sheep. One wants new words in writing about these plains, and all the inland American West the terms, far, large, vast, and sea, are insufficient. A silent little follower, the coreopsis. Here I must say a word about a little follower, present even now before my eyes. I have been accompanied on my whole journey from Barnegat to Pikes Peak by a pleasant floricultural friend, or rather millions of friends, nothing more or less than a hardy little yellow 5-petaled September and October wildflower, growing, I think, everywhere in the middle and northern United States. I had seen it on the Hudson and over Long Island, and along the banks of the Delaware and through New Jersey, as years ago up the Connecticut, and one fall by Lake Champlain. This trip it followed me regularly, with its slender stem and eyes of gold, from Cape May to the Kaw Valley, and so through the canyons and to these plains. In Missouri, I saw immense fields all bright with it. Toward western Illinois, I woke up one morning in the sleeper, and the first thing when I drew the curtain of my berth and looked out was its pretty countenance and bending neck. Sep 25th early morning, still going east after we leave Sterling, Kansas, where I stopped a day and night. The sun up about half an hour, nothing can be fresher or more beautiful than this time, this region. I see quite a field of my yellow flower in full bloom, at intervals dots of nice two-story houses as we ride swiftly by. Over the immense area, flat as a floor, visible for 20 miles in every direction in the clear air, a prevalence of autumn drab and reddish-tawny herbage-sparse stacks of hay and enclosures, breaking the landscape as we rumble by, flocks of prairie hens starting up. Between Sterling and Florence, a fine country. Remembrances to E.L., my old young soldier friend of war times, and his wife and boy at S. The prairies and Great Plains and poetry. After traveling Illinois, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado, grand as is the thought that doubtless the child is already born who will see 100 millions of people, the most prosperous and advanced of the world, inhabiting these prairies, the Great Plains, and the valley of the Mississippi, I could not help thinking it would be grander still to see all those inimitable American areas fused in the alembic of a perfect poem or other aesthetic work, entirely Western, fresh and limitless altogether our own. Without a trace or taste of Europe's soil, reminiscence, technical letter, or spirit. My days and nights, as I travel, hear what an exhilaration not the air alone and the sense of vastness, but every local sight and feature. Everywhere something characteristic, the cactuses, pinks, buffalo grass, wild sage, the receding perspective, and the far circle line of the horizon all times of day. Especially forenoon, the clear, pure, cool, rarefied nutriment for the lungs. Previously quite unknown, the black patches and streaks left by surface conflagrations, the deep plowed furrow of the fire guard, the slanting snow racks built all along to shield the railroad from winter drifts, the prairie dogs, and the herds of antelope, the curious. Dry rivers, occasionally a dugout or corral, Fort Riley and Fort Wallace, those towns of the northern plains. Like ships on the sea, Eagletail, Coyote, Cheyenne, Agate, Monotony. Kit Carson with ever the anthill and the buffalo willow, ever the herds of cattle and the cowboys, cowpunchers. To me, a strangely interesting class, bright-eyed as hawks, with their swarthy complexions and their broad-brimmed hats, apparently always on horseback, with loose arms slightly raised and swinging as they ride. The Spanish peaks, evening on the plains. Between Pueblo and Bentsfort, southward, in a clear afternoon sunspell, I catch exceptionally good glimpses of the Spanish peaks. We are in southeastern Colorado, pass immense herds of cattle as our first-class locomotive rushes us along 2 or 3 times, crossing the Arkansas, which we follow many miles, and of which river I get fine views, sometimes for quite a distance. Its stony, upright, not very high palisade banks, and then its muddy flats. We pass Fort Lyon, lots of adobe houses, limitless pasturage, appropriately flecked with those herds of cattle in due time, the declining sun in the west, a sky of limpid pearl over all, and so evening on the Great Plains. A calm, pensive, boundless landscape, the perpendicular rocks of the North Arkansas, hued in twilight, a thin line of violet on the southwestern horizon, the palpable coolness and slight aroma, a belated cowboy with some unruly member of his herd, an emigrant wagon toiling, yet a little further. The horses slow and tired, 2 men, apparently father and son, jogging along on foot, and around all the indescribable chiaroscuro and sentiment, profounder than anything at sea, athwart these endless wilds. America's characteristic landscape. Speaking generally as to the capacity and sure future destiny of that plain and prairie area, larger than any European kingdom. It is the inexhaustible land of wheat, maize, wool, flax, coal, iron, beef and pork, butter and cheese, apples and grapes, land of 10 million virgin farms. To the eye at present wild and unproductive, yet experts say that upon it, when irrigated, may easily be grown enough wheat to feed the world. Then as to scenery, giving my own thought and feeling. While I know the standard claim is that Yosemite, Niagara Falls, the Upper Yellowstone and the like afford the greatest natural shows, I am not so sure, but the prairies and the plains, while less stunning at first sight, last longer, fill the aesthetic sense fuller, precede all the rest, and make North America's characteristic landscape. Indeed, through the whole of this journey, with all its shows and varieties, what most impressed me, and will longest remain with me, are these same prairies. Day after day, and night after night, to my eyes, to all my senses, the aesthetic one most of all, they silently and broadly unfolded. Even their simplest statistics are sublime. Earth's most important stream. The valley of the Mississippi River and its tributaries. This stream and its adjuncts involve a big part of the question. Comprehends more than 1,200,000 square miles, the greater part prairies. It is by far the most important stream on the globe, and would seem to have been marked out by design, slow-flowing from north to south. Through a dozen climates, all fitted for man's healthy occupancy, its outlet unfrozen all the year, and its line forming a safe, cheap continental avenue for commerce and passage from the North Temperate to the torrid zone. Not even the mighty Amazon, though larger in volume, on its line of east and west, not the Nile in Africa, nor the Danube in Europe, nor the three great rivers of China, compare with it. Only the Mediterranean Sea has played some such part in history, and all through the past, as the Mississippi is destined to play in the future. By its domains, watered and welded by its branches, the Missouri, the Ohio, the Arkansas, the Red, the Yazoo, the St. Francis, and others, it already compacts 25 millions of people, not merely the most peaceful and money-making, but the most restless and warlike on earth. Its valley, or reach, is rapidly concentrating the political power of the American Union. One almost thinks it is the Union or soon will be. Take it out, with its radiations, and what would be left? From the car windows through Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, or stopping some days along the Topeka and Santa Fe Road, in southern Kansas, and indeed wherever I went, hundreds and thousands of miles through this region, my eyes feasted on primitive and rich meadows, some of them partially inhabited, but far, immensely far more untouched, unbroken, and much of it more lovely and fertile in its unplowed innocence than the fair and valuable fields of New York's, Pennsylvania's, Maryland's, or Virginia's richest farms. Prairie analogies the tree question. The word prairie is French and means literally meadow. The cosmical analogies of our North American plains are the steppes of Asia, the pampas and llanos of South America, and perhaps the Saharas of Africa. Some think the plains have been originally lake beds. Others attribute the absence of forests to the fires that almost annually sweep over them, the cause, in vulgar estimation, of Indian summer. The tree question will soon become a grave one. Although the Atlantic slope, the Rocky Mountain region, and the southern portion of the Mississippi Valley are well wooded, there are here stretches of hundreds and thousands of miles where either not a tree grows or often useless destruction has prevailed. And the matter of the cultivation and spread of forests may well be pressed upon thinkers who look to the coming generations of the prairie states. Mississippi Valley literature. Lying by one rainy day in Missouri to rest after quite a long exploration, first trying a big volume one found there of Milton, Young, Gray, Beatty, and Collins, but giving it up for a bad job, enjoying, however, for a while, as often before, the reading of Walter Scott's poems. Lay of the Last Minstrel, Marmion, and so on. I stopped and laid down the book, and pondered the thought of a poetry that should in due time express and supply the teeming region I was in the midst of, and have briefly touched upon. One's mind needs but a moment's deliberation anywhere in the United States to see clearly enough that all the prevalent book and library poets, either as imported from Great Britain or followed and doppelganged here, are foreign to our states, copiously as they are read by us all. But to fully understand not only how absolutely in opposition to our times and lands, and how little and cramped, and what anachronisms and absurdities many of their pages are, for American purposes, one must dwell or travel a while in Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado, and get rapport with their people and country. Will the day ever come, no matter how long deferred, when those models and lay figures from the British Islands and even the precious traditions of the classics will be reminiscences, studies only? The pure breath, primitiveness, boundless prodigality and amplitude, strange mixture of delicacy and power, of continents, of real and ideal, and of all original and first-class elements of these prairies, the Rocky Mountains, and of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers will they ever appear in, and in some sort form a standard for our poetry and art. I sometimes think that even the ambition of my friend Joaquin Miller to put them in and illustrate them places him ahead of the whole crowd. Not long ago I was down New York Bay, on a steamer, watching the sunset over the dark green heights of Navesink, and viewing all that inimitable spread of shore, shipping, and sea around Sandy Hook. But an intervening week or two, and my eyes catch the shadowy outlines of the Spanish peaks. In the more than 2,000 miles between, though of infinite and paradoxical variety, a curious and absolute fusion is doubtless steadily annealing, compacting, identifying all. But subtler and wider and more solid, to produce such compaction, than the laws of the states, or the common ground of Congress, or the Supreme Court, or the grim welding of our national wars, or the steel ties of railroads, or all the kneading and fusing processes of our material and business history, past or present, would in my opinion be a great throbbing, vital, imaginative work or series of works or literature, in constructing which the plains, the prairies, and the Mississippi River, with the domains of its varied and ample valley, should be the concrete background, and America's humanity, passions, struggles, hopes, there and now an eclaircissement as it is and is to be, on the stage of the New World, of all times hitherto drama of war, romance and evolution should furnish the lambent fire, the ideal. An interviewer's item. Oct. 1779. Today one of the newspapers of St. Louis prints the following informal remarks of mine on American, especially Western literature. We called on Mr. Whitman yesterday, and after a somewhat desultory conversation, abruptly asked him, "Do you think we are to have a distinctively American literature?" "It seems to me," said he, "that our work at present is to lay the foundations of a great nation in products, in agriculture, in commerce, in networks of intercommunication, and in all that relates to the comforts of vast masses of men and families, with freedom of speech, ecclesiasticism, and see. These we have founded and are carrying out on a grander scale than ever hitherto, and Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Missouri, Kansas, and Colorado seem to me to be the seat and field of these very facts and ideas, materialistic prosperity in all its varied forms, with those other points that I mentioned, intercommunication and freedom, are first to be attended to. When those have their results and get settled, then a literature worthy of us will begin to be defined. Our American superiority and vitality are in the bulk of our people, not in a gentry like the Old World. The greatness of our army during the Secession War was in the rank and file, and so with the nation. Other lands have their vitality in a few, a class, but we have it in the bulk of the people. Our leading men are not of much account and never have been, but the average of the people is immense, beyond all history. Sometimes I think in all departments, literature and art included, that will be the way our superiority will exhibit itself. We will not have great individuals or great leaders, but a great average bulk, unprecedentedly great. The women of the West. Kansas City. I am not so well satisfied with what I see of the women of the prairie cities. I am writing this where I sit leisurely in a store in Main Street, Kansas City, a streaming crowd on the sidewalks flowing by. The ladies, and the same in Denver, are all fashionably dressed, and have the look of gentility in face, manner, and action, but they do not have, either in physique or the mentality appropriate to them, any high native originality of spirit or body, as the men certainly have, appropriate to them. They are intellectual and fashionable, but dyspeptic-looking and generally doll-like. Their ambition, evidently, is to copy their Eastern sisters. Something far different, and an advance must appear, to tally and complete the superb masculinity of the West, and maintain and continue it. The Silent General. Sep. 28, 79. So General Grant, after circumambiating the world, has arrived home again, landed in San Francisco yesterday, from the ship city of Tokyo from Japan. What a man he is! What a history! What an illustration his life of the capacities of that American individuality common to us all. Cynical critics are wondering what the people can see in Grant to make such a hubbub about. They aver, and it is no doubt true, that he has hardly the average of our day's literary and scholastic culture, and absolutely no pronounced genius or conventional eminence of any sort. Correct. But he proves how an average Western farmer, mechanic, boatman, carried by tides of circumstances, perhaps caprices, into a position of incredible military or civic responsibilities. History has presented none more trying, no born monarchs, no mark more shining for attack or envy, may steer his way fitly and steadily through them all. Carrying the country and himself with credit year after year, command over 1,000,000 armed men fight, more than 50 pitched battles rule for 8 years a land larger than all the kingdoms of Europe combined, and then, retiring, quietly, with a cigar in his mouth, make the promenade of the whole world, through its courts and coteries, and kings and czars and mikados, and splendidest glitters and etiquettes, as phlegmatically as he ever walked the portico of a Missouri hotel after dinner. I say all this is what people like, and I am sure I like it. Seems to me it transcends Plutarch. How those old Greeks indeed would have seized on him, a mere plain man, no art, no poetry-only practical sense, ability to do, or try his best to do, what devolved upon him. A common trader, money-maker, tanner, farmer of Illinois general for the Republic, in its terrific struggle with itself, in the war of attempted secession president following. A task of peace, more difficult than the war itself, nothing heroic, as the authorities put it, and yet the greatest hero. The gods, the destinies, seem to have concentrated upon him. President Hayes's speeches. Sept 30 I see President Hayes has come out west, passing quite informally from point to point, with his wife and a small cortege of big officers, receiving ovations, and making daily and sometimes double-daily addresses to the people. To these addresses, all impromptu, and some would call them ephemeral, I feel to devote a memorandum. They are shrewd, good-natured, face-to-face speeches, on easy topics not too deep. But they give me some revised ideas of oratory, of a new opportune theory and practice of that art, quite changed from the classic rules, and adapted to our days, our occasions, to American democracy, and to the swarming populations of the West. I hear them criticized as wanting in dignity, but to me they are just what they should be, considering all the circumstances, who they come from, and who they are addressed to. Underneath, his objects are to compact and fraternize the states, encourage their materialistic and industrial development, soothe and expand their self-poise, and tie all and each with resistless double ties, not only of intertrade barter, but human comradeship. From Kansas City, I went on to St. Louis, where I remained nearly 3 months, with my brother TJW and my dear nieces. St. Louis Memoranda. Oct, Nov, and Dec. 79 The points of St. Louis are its position, its absolute wealth, the long accumulations of time and trade, solid riches, probably a higher average thereof than any city, the unrivaled amplitude of its well-laid-out environage of broad plateaus, for future expansion, and the great state of which it is the head. It fuses northern and southern qualities, perhaps native and foreign ones, to perfection rendezvous the whole stretch of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers, and its American electricity goes well with its German phlegm. 4th, 5th, and 3rd streets are store streets, showy, modern, metropolitan, with hurrying crowds, vehicles, horse cars, hubbub, plenty of people, rich goods, plate-glass windows, iron fronts often 5 or 6 stories high. You can purchase anything in St. Louis, in most of the big western cities for the matter of that, just as readily and cheaply as in the Atlantic marts. Often in going about the town, you see reminders of old, even decayed civilization. The water of the West, in some places, is not good, but they make it up here by plenty of very fair wine and inexhaustible quantities of the best beer in the world. There are immense establishments for slaughtering beef and pork, and I saw flocks of sheep, 5,000 in a flock. In Kansas City, I had visited a packing establishment that kills and packs an average of 2,500 hogs a day the whole year round, for export. Another in Atchison, Kansas, same extent, others nearly equal elsewhere, and just as big ones here. Nights on the Mississippi. Oct, 29th, 30th, and 31st wonderfully fine, with the full harvest moon, dazzling and silvery. I have haunted the river every night lately, where I could get a look at the bridge by moonlight. It is indeed a structure of perfection and beauty unsurpassable, and I never tire of it. The river at present is very low. I noticed today it had much more of a blue-clear look than usual. I hear the slight ripples, the air is fresh and cool, and the view, up or down, wonderfully clear in the moonlight. I am out pretty late. It is so fascinating, dreamy. The cool night air, all the influences, the silence with those far-off eternal stars do me good. I have been quite ill of late. And so, well near the center of our national domain, these night views of the Mississippi. Upon our own land. Always, after supper, take a walk half a mile long, says an old proverb, dryly adding, and if convenient, let it be upon your own land. I wonder, does any other nation but ours afford opportunity for such a jaunt as this? Indeed, has any previous period afforded it? No one, I discover, begins to know the real geographic, democratic, indissoluble American Union in the present, or suspect it in the future, until he explores these central states, and dwells a while observantly on their prairies, or amid their busy towns, and the mighty Father of Waters. A ride of 2,000 or 3,000 miles, on one's own land, with hardly a disconnection, could certainly be had in no other place than the United States, and at no period before this. If you want to see what the railroad is, and how civilization and progress date from it, how it is the conqueror of crude nature, which it turns to man's use, both on small scales and on the largest, come hither to inland America. I returned home East Jan. 5, 1880, having traversed to and fro and across 10,000 miles and more. I soon resumed my seclusions down in the woods or by the creek or gaddings about cities, and an occasional disquisition, as will be seen following. Edgar Poe's significance. Jan. 1, 80, in diagnosing this disease called humanity to assume, for the nonce what seems a chief mood of the personality and writings of my subject, I have thought that poets, somewhere or other on the list, present the most marked indications. Comprehending artists in a mass, musicians, painters, actors, and so on, and considering each and all of them as radiations or flanges of that furious whirling wheel. Poetry, the center and axis of the whole, where else indeed may we so well investigate the causes, growths, tally marks of the time, the ages, matter, and malady. By common consent, there is nothing better for man or woman than a perfect and noble life, morally without flaw, happily balanced in activity, physically sound and pure, giving its due proportion, and no more to the sympathetic, the human emotional element to life, in all these, unhasting, unresting, untiring to the end. And yet there is another shape of personality dearer far to the artist's sense, which likes the play of strongest lights and shades, where the perfect character, the good, the heroic, although never attained, is never lost sight of, but through failures, sorrows, temporary downfalls, is returned to again and again, and while often violated, is passionately adhered to as long as mind, muscles, voice obey the power we call volition. This sort of personality we see more or less in Burns, Byron, Schiller, and George Sand, but we do not see it in Edgar Poe. All this is the result of reading at intervals the last 3 days a new volume of his poems. I took it on my rambles down by the pond, and by degrees read it all through there. While to the character first outlined the service Poe renders is certainly that entire contrast and contradiction which is next best to fully exemplifying it. Almost without the first sign of moral principle, or of the concrete or its heroisms, or the simpler affections of the heart, Poe's verses illustrate an intense faculty for technical and abstract beauty, with the rhyming art to excess, an incorrigible propensity toward nocturnal themes, a demoniac undertone behind every page, and, by final judgment, probably belong among the electric lights of imaginative literature. Brilliant and dazzling, but with no heat. There is an indescribable magnetism about the poet's life and reminiscences, as well as the poems. To one who could work out their subtle retracing and retrospect, the latter would make a close tally, no doubt, between the author's birth and antecedents, his childhood and youth, his physique, his so-called education, his studies and associates, the literary and social Baltimore, Richmond, Philadelphia, and New York of those times, not only the places and circumstances in themselves, but often, very often, in a strange spurning of and reaction from them all. The following from a report in the Washington Star of November 16, 1875, may afford those who care for it something further of my point of view toward this interesting figure and influence of our era. There occurred about that date in Baltimore a public reburial of Poe's remains and dedication of a monument over the grave. Being in Washington on a visit at the time, the old gray went over to Baltimore and, though ill from paralysis, consented to hobble up and silently take a seat on the platform, but refused to make any speech, saying, "I have felt a strong impulse to come over and be here today myself in memory of Poe, which I have obeyed, but not the slightest impulse to make a speech, which, my dear friends, must also be obeyed." In an informal circle, however, in conversation after the ceremonies, Whitman said, "For a long while, and until lately, I had a distaste for Poe's writings. I wanted, and still want for poetry, the clear sun shining, and fresh air blowing the strength and power of health, not of delirium, even amid the stormiest passions, with always the background of the eternal moralities. Non-complying with these requirements, Poe's genius has yet conquered a special recognition for itself, and I too have come to fully admit it and appreciate it and him. In a dream I once had, I saw a vessel on the sea, at midnight, in a storm. It was no great full-rigged ship, nor majestic steamer, steering firmly through the gale, but seemed one of those superb little schooner yachts I had often seen lying anchored, rocking so jauntily, in the waters around New York, or up Long Island Sound now, flying uncontrolled with torn sails and broken spars through the wild sleet and winds and waves of the night. On the deck was a slender, slight, beautiful figure, a dim man, apparently enjoying all the terror, the murk, and the dislocation of which he was the center and the victim. That figure of my lurid dream might stand for Edgar Poe, his spirit, his fortunes, and his poems themselves all lurid dreams. Much more may be said, but I most desired to exploit the idea put at the beginning. By its popular poets, the calibers of an age, the weak spots of its embankments, its subcurrents, often more significant than the biggest surface ones, are unerringly indicated. The lush and the weird that have taken such extraordinary possession of 19th century verse lovers, what mean they? The inevitable tendency of poetic culture to morbidity, abnormal beauty, the sickliness of all technical thought or refinement, in itself the abnegation of the perennial and democratic concretes at first hand. The body, the earth and sea, sex, and the like hand, the substitution of something for them at second or third hand, what bearings have they on current pathological study? Beethoven's Septet. Feb. 11, 80 at a good concert tonight in the foyer of the Opera House, Philadelphia. The band a small but first-rate one. Never did music more sink into and soothe and fill me, never so prove its soul-rousing power, its impossibility of statement. Especially in the rendering of one of Beethoven's master septets by the well-chosen and perfectly combined instruments, violins, viola, clarionet, horn, cello, and contrabass, was I carried away, seeing, absorbing many wonders. Dainty abandon, sometimes as if nature laughing on a hillside in the sunshine, serious and firm monotonies, as of winds, a horn sounding through the tangle of the forest, and the dying echoes, soothing floating of waves, but presently rising in surges, angrily lashing, muttering, heavy, piercing peals of laughter, for interstices. Now and then weird, as nature herself is in certain moods, but mainly spontaneous, easy, careless, often the sentiment of the postures of naked children playing or sleeping. It did me good even to watch the violinists drawing their bows, so masterly every motion a study. I allowed myself, as I sometimes do, to wander out of myself. The conceit came to me of a copious grove of singing birds, and in their midst a simple harmonic duo, two human souls, steadily asserting their own pensiveness, joyousness. A hint of wild nature. Feb. 13 as I was crossing the Delaware today, saw a large flock of wild geese, right overhead, not very high up, ranged in V-shape, in relief against the noon clouds of light smoke color. Had a capital though momentary view of them, and then of their course on and on southeast, till gradually fading, my eyesight yet first-rate for the open air and its distances, but I use glasses for reading. Queer thoughts melted into me the 2 or 3 minutes, or less, seeing these creatures cleaving the sky, the spacious, airy realm, even the prevailing smoke-gray color everywhere. No sun shining, the waters below the rapid flight of the birds, appearing just for a minute, flashing to me such a hint of the whole spread of nature, with her eternal unsophisticated freshness, her never-visited recesses of sea, sky, shore, and then disappearing in the distance. Loafing in the woods. March 8 I write this down in the country again, but in a new spot, seated on a log in the woods, warm, sunny midday. Have been loafing here deep among the trees, shafts of tall pines, oak, hickory, with a thick undergrowth of laurels and grapevines, the ground covered everywhere by debris, dead leaves, breakage, moss, everything solitary, ancient, grim. Paths, such as they are, leading hither and yon, how made I know not, for nobody seems to come here, nor man nor cattle kind. Temperature today about 60, the wind through the pine tops. I sit and listen to its hoarse sighing above, and to the stillness, long and long, varied by aimless rambles in the old roads and paths, and by exercise pulls at the young saplings, to keep my joints from getting stiff. Bluebirds, robins, meadowlarks begin to appear. Next day, 9th a snowstorm in the morning, and continuing most of the day. But I took a walk over 2 hours, the same woods and paths amid the falling flakes. No wind, yet the musical low murmur through the pines, quite pronounced, curious like waterfalls, now stilled, now pouring again. All the senses, sight, sound, smell, delicately gratified. Every snowflake lay where it fell on the evergreens, holly trees, laurels, and sea, the multitudinous leaves and branches piled, bulging white, defined by edgelines of emerald, the tall straight columns of the plentiful bronze-topped pines, a slight resinous odor blending with that of the snow. For there is a scent to everything, even the snow, if you can only detect it. No two places, hardly any 2 hours, anywhere, exactly alike. How different the odor of noon from midnight, or winter from summer, or a windy spell from a still one. A contralto voice. May 9, Sunday. Visit this evening to my friends, the Jace good supper, to which I did justice. Lively chat with Mrs. J and I and J. As I sat out front on the walk afterward, in the evening air, the church choir and organ on the corner opposite gave Luther's hymn, Ein Festberg, very finely. The air was borne by a rich contralto. For nearly half an hour there in the dark, there was a good string of English stanzas. Came the music, firm and unhurried, with long pauses. The full silver starbeams of Lyra rose silently over the church's dim roof ridge. Vari-colored lights from the stained glass windows broke through the tree shadows. And under the northern crown up there, and in the fresh breeze below, and the chiaroscuro of the night, that liquid full contralto. Seeing Niagara to advantage. June 4, 80 for really seizing a great picture or book, or piece of music, or architecture, or grand scenery, or perhaps, for the first time, even the common sunshine, or landscape, or maybe even the mystery of identity. Most curious mystery of all, there comes some lucky 5 minutes of a man's life, set amid a fortuitous concurrence of circumstances, and bringing in a brief flash the culmination of years of reading and travel and thought. The present case, about 2 o'clock this afternoon, gave me Niagara, its superb severity of action and color and majestic grouping, in one short, indescribable show. We were very slowly crossing the suspension bridge, not a full stop anywhere, but next to it the day clear, sunny, still, and I out on the platform. The falls were in plain view about a mile off, but very distinct, and no roar, hardly a murmur. The river tumbling green and white, far below me, the dark high banks, the plentiful umbrage, many bronze cedars in shadow, and tempering and arching all the immense materiality, a clear sky overhead, with a few white clouds, limpid, spiritual, silent. Brief, and as quiet as brief, that picture a remembrance always afterwards. Such are the things, indeed, I lay away with my life's rare and blessed bits of hours. Reminiscent, past the wild sea storm I once saw one winter day. Off Fire Island, the elder Booth and Richard, that famous night 40 years ago in the old Bowery or Albany, in the children's scene in No More Night Views. I remember on the field, after battles in Virginia, or the peculiar sentiment of moonlight, and stars over the Great Plains, western Kansas, or scooting up New York Bay, with a stiff breeze and a good yacht. Off Navesink. With these, I say, I henceforth place that view, that afternoon, that combination complete, that 5 minutes perfect absorption of Niagara, not the great majestic gem alone by itself, but set complete in all its varied, full, indispensable surroundings. Jaunting to Canada. To go back a little, I left Philadelphia, 9th and Green Streets, at 8 o'clock p.m. June 3 on a first-class sleeper, by the Lehigh Valley, North Pennsylvania route, through Bethlehem, Wilkes-Barre, Waverly, and so by Erie on through Corning to Hornellsville, where we arrived at 8 morning and had a bounteous breakfast. I must say I never put in such a good night on any railroad track, smooth, firm, the minimum of jolting, and all the swiftness compatible with safety. So without change to Buffalo, and thence to Clifton, where we arrived early afternoon, then on to London, Ontario, Canada, in 4 more less than 22 hours altogether. I am domiciled at the hospitable house of my friends Dr. and Mrs. Buck, in the ample and charming garden and lawns of the asylum. Sunday with the insane. June 6 went over to the religious services, Episcopal, Maine Insane Asylum, held in a lofty, good-sized hall, 3rd story. Plain boards, whitewash, plenty of cheap chairs, no ornament or color, yet all scrupulously clean and sweet. Some 300 persons present, mostly patients. Everything, the prayers, a short sermon, the firm, orotund voice of the minister, and most of all, beyond any portraying or suggesting, that audience deeply impressed me. I was furnished with an armchair near the pulpit, and sat facing the motley, yet perfectly well-behaved and orderly congregation. The quaint dresses and bonnets of some of the women, several very old and gray, here and there like the heads in old pictures. Oh, the looks that came from those faces! There were 2 or 3 I shall probably never forget. Nothing at all markedly repulsive or hideous strange enough. I did not see one such. Our common humanity, mine and yours, everywhere. The same old blood, the same red, running blood. Yet behind most, an inferred arriere of such storms, such wrecks, such mysteries, fires, love, wrong, greed for wealth, religious problems, crosses mirrored from those crazed faces, yet now temporarily so calm like still waters. All the woes and sad happenings of life and death now, from every one the devotional element radiating, was it not? Indeed, the peace of God that passeth all understanding, strange as it may sound. I can only say that I took long and searching eye sweeps as I sat there, and it seemed so, rousing unprecedented thoughts, problems unanswerable. A very fair choir and melodeon accompaniment. They sang Lead, Kindly Light after the sermon. Many joined in the beautiful hymn, to which the minister read the introductory text. In the daytime also he led them with a cloud, and all the night with a light of fire. Then the words. Lead, kindly light, amid the encircling gloom, lead thou me on. The night is dark, and I am far from home, lead thou me on. Keep thou my feet. I do not ask to see the distant scene, one step enough for me. I was not ever thus, nor prayed that thou shouldst lead me on. I love to choose and see my path. But now lead thou me on. I loved the garish day, and spite of fears pride ruled my will. Remember not past years. A couple of days after, I went to the refractory building, under special charge of Dr. Beamer, and through the wards pretty thoroughly, both the men's and women's. I have since made many other visits of the kind through the asylum and around among the detached cottages. As far as I could see, this is among the most advanced, perfected, and kindly and rationally carried on of all its kind in America. It is a town in itself, with many buildings and 1,000 inhabitants. I learned that Canada, and especially this ample and populous province, Ontario, has the very best and plentiest benevolent institutions in all departments. Reminiscence of Elias Hicks. June 8 today, a letter from Mrs. E.S.L., Detroit, accompanied in a little post office roll by a rare old engraved head of Elias Hicks. From a portrait in oil by Henry Inman, painted for J.V.S., must have been 60 years or more ago. In New York, among the rest, the following excerpt about E.H. in the letter. I have listened to his preaching so often when a child, and sat with my mother at social gatherings where he was the center, and everyone so pleased and stirred by his conversation. I hear that you contemplate writing or speaking about him, and I, whether you had a picture of him. As I am the owner of 2, I send you one. Grand native growth. In a few days I go to Lake Huron, and may have something to say of that region and people. From what I already see, I should say the young native population of Canada was growing up, forming a hardy, democratic, intelligent, radically sound, and just as American, good-natured, and individualistic race as the average range of best specimens among us. As among us, too, I please myself by considering that this element, though it may not be the majority, promises to be the leaven which must eventually leaven the whole lump. A sulfurin between the U.S. and Canada. Some of the more liberal of the presses here are discussing the question of a sulfurin between the United States and Canada. It is proposed to form a union for commercial purposes to altogether abolish the frontier tariff line, with its double sets of custom house officials now existing between the two countries, and to agree upon one tariff for both, the proceeds of this tariff to be divided between the two governments on the basis of population. It is said that a large proportion of the merchants of Canada are in favor of this step, as they believe it would materially add to the business of the country by removing the restrictions that now exist on trade between Canada and the States. Those persons who are opposed to the measure believe that it would increase the material welfare or the country, but it would loosen the bonds between Canada and England, and this sentiment overrides the desire for commercial prosperity. Whether the sentiment can continue to bear the strain put upon it is a question. It is thought by many that commercial considerations must in the end prevail. It seems also to be generally agreed that such a sulfurin or common customs union would bring practically more benefits to the Canadian provinces than to the United States. It seems to me a certainty of time, sooner or later, that Canada shall form 2 or 3 grand states, equal and independent with the rest of the American Union. The St. Lawrence and Lakes are not for a frontier line, but a grand interior or mid-channel. The St. Lawrence line. August 20 premising that my 3 or 4 months in Canada were intended, among the rest, as an exploration of the line of the St. Lawrence, from Lake Superior to the sea. The engineers here insist upon considering it as one stream, over 2,000 miles long, including lakes and Niagara, and all that I have only partially carried out my program. But for the 700 or 800 miles so far fulfilled, I find that the Canada question is absolutely controlled by this vast waterline, with its first-class features and points of trade, humanity, and many more. Here I am writing this nearly 1,000 miles north of my Philadelphia starting point, by way of Montreal and Quebec, in the midst of regions that go to a further extreme of grimness, wildness of beauty, and a sort of still and pagan scaredness, while yet Christian, inhabitable, and partially fertile than perhaps any other on earth. The weather remains perfect. Some might call it a little cool, but I wear my old gray overcoat and find it just right. The days are full of sunbeams and oxygen. Most of the forenoons and afternoons, I am on the forward deck of the steamer, the savage Saguenay. Up these black waters, over 100 miles, always strong, deep, hundreds of feet, sometimes thousands, ever with high, rocky hills for banks, green and gray at times, a little like some parts of the Hudson, but much more pronounced and defiant. The hills rise higher, keep their ranks more unbroken. The river is straighter and of more resolute flow, and its hue, though dark as ink, exquisitely polished and sheeny under the august sun. Different, indeed, this Saguenay from all other rivers, different affects a bolder, more vehement play of lights and shades, of a rare charm of singleness and simplicity. Like the organ chant at midnight from the old Spanish convent, in Favorita, one strain only, simple and monotonous and unornamented, but indescribably penetrating and grand and masterful. Great place for echoes. While our steamer was tied at the wharf at Tadoussac, waiting, the escape pipe letting off steam, I was sure I heard a band at the hotel up in the rocks could even make out some of the tunes. Only when our pipe stopped, I knew what caused it. Then at Cape Eternity and Trinity Rock, the pilot with his whistle producing similar marvelous results, echoes indescribably weird, as we lay off in the still bay under their shadows. Capes Eternity and Trinity. But the great, haughty, silent capes themselves, I doubt if any crack points or hills or historic places of note, or anything of the kind elsewhere in the world, outvise these objects. I write while I am before them face to face. They are very simple, they do not startle, at least they did not me, but they linger in one's memory forever. They are placed very near each other, side by side, each a mountain rising flush out of the Saguenay. A good thrower could throw a stone on each in passing, at least it seems so. Then they are as distinct in form as a perfect physical man or a perfect physical woman. Cape Eternity is bare, rising, as just said, sheer out of the water, rugged and grim, yet with an indescribable beauty, nearly 2,000 feet high. Trinity Rock, even a little higher, also rising flush, top-rounded like a great head with close-cut verdure of hair. I consider myself well repaid for coming my 1,000 miles to get the sight and memory of the unrivaled duo. They have stirred me more profoundly than anything of the kind I have yet seen. If Europe or Asia had them, we should certainly hear of them in all sorts of sent-back poems, rhapsodies, and see, a dozen times a year through our papers and magazines. Chicoutimi and Hahabay. No, indeed, life and travel and memory have offered and will preserve to me no deeper-cut incidents, panorama, or sights to cheer my soul than these at Chicoutimi and Hahabay, and my days and nights up and down this fascinating savage river, the rounded mountains, some bare and gray, some dull red, some draped close all over with matted green verdure or vines, the ample, calm, eternal rocks everywhere, the long streaks of motley foam. A milk-white curd on the glistening breast of the stream, the little two-masted schooner, dingy yellow, with patched sails, set wing and wing, nearing us, coming saucily up the water with a couple of swarthy, black-haired men aboard the strong shades, falling on the light gray or yellow outlines of the hills all through the forenoon, as we steam within gunshot of them, while ever the pure and delicate sky spreads over all. And the splendid sunsets, and the sights of evening, the same old stars, relatively a little different, I see, so far north, Arcturus and Lyra, and the Eagle and great Jupiter like a silver globe, and the constellation of the Scorpion. Then northern lights nearly every night. The inhabitants good living. Grim and rocky and black-watered as the domain hereabout is, however, you must not think genial humanity, and comfort, and good living are not to be met. Before I began this memorandum, I made a first-rate breakfast of sea trout, finishing off with wild raspberries. I find smiles and courtesy everywhere, physiognomies in general curiously like those in the United States. I was astonished to find the same resemblance all through the province of Quebec. In general, the inhabitants of this rugged country, Charlevoix, Chicoutimi and Tadoussac counties, and Lake St. John region, a simple, hardy population, lumbering, trapping furs, boating, fishing, berry picking, and a little farming. I was watching a group of young boatmen eating their early dinner. Nothing but an immense loaf of bread had apparently been the size of a bushel measure, from which they cut chunks with a jackknife. Must be a tremendous winter country this, when the solid frost and ice fully set in. Cedar plums like names, back again in Camden and down in Jersey. One time I thought of naming this collection Cedar Plums Like, which I still fancy wouldn't have been a bad name nor inappropriate. A melange of loafing, looking, hobbling, sitting, traveling a little, thinking thrown in for salt, but very little, not only summer but all seasons, not only days but nights, some literary meditations books. Authors examined, Carlyle, Poe, Emerson tried, always under my cedar tree in the open air and never in the library. Mostly the scenes everybody sees, but some of my own caprices, meditations, egotism truly an open air and mainly summer formation singly. Or in clusters wild and free, and somewhat acrid indeed, more like cedar plums than you might guess at first glance. But do you know what they are? To city man or some sweet parlor lady I now talk. As you go along roads or barrens or across country, anywhere through these states, middle, eastern, western, or southern, you will see, certain seasons of the year, the thick woolly tufts of the cedar mottled with bunches of China blueberries, about as big as fox grapes. But first, a special word for the tree itself. Everybody knows that the cedar is a healthy, cheap, democratic wood, streaked red and white tin evergreen, that it is not a cultivated tree, that it keeps away moths, that it grows inland or seaboard, all climates, hot or cold. Any soil, in fact, rather prefers sand and bleak side spots content if the plow, the fertilizer, and the trimming axe will but keep away and let it alone. After a long rain, when everything looks bright, often have I stopped in my wood saunters, south or north or far west, to take in its dusky green, washed clean and sweet, and specked copiously with its fruit of clear, hardy blue. The wood of the cedar is of use, but what profit on earth are those sprigs of acrid plums? A question impossible to answer satisfactorily. True, some of the herb doctors give them for stomachic affections, but the remedy is as bad as the disease. Then in my rambles down in Camden County, I once found an old crazy woman gathering the clusters with zeal and joy. She showed, as I was told afterward, a sort of infatuation for them, and every year placed and kept profuse bunches high and low about her room. They had a strange charm on her uneasy head and affected docility and peace. She was harmless, and lived nearby with her well-off married daughter. Whether there is any connection between those bunches and being out of one's wits, I cannot say, but I myself entertain a weakness for them. Indeed, I love the cedar, anyhow its naked ruggedness, its just palpable odor, so different from the perfumer's best. Its silence, its equable acceptance of winter's cold and summer's heat, of rain or drought, its shelter to me from those, at times its associations. Well, I never could explain why I love anybody or anything. The service I now specially owe to the cedar is, while I cast around for a name for my proposed collection, hesitating, puzzled after rejecting a long, long string, I lift my eyes and lo, the very term I want. At any rate, I go no further, I tire in the search. I take what some invisible kind spirit has put before me. Besides, who shall say there is not affinity enough between, at least the bundle of sticks that produced many of these pieces or granulations and those blue berries? Their uselessness growing wild, a certain aroma of nature I would so like to have in my pages, the thin soil whence they come, their content in being let alone, their stolid and deaf repugnance to answering questions. This latter the nearest, dearest trait affinity of all. Then, reader dear, in conclusion, as to the point of the name for the present collection, let us be satisfied to have a name, something to identify and bind it together, to concrete all its vegetable, mineral, personal memoranda, abrupt raids of criticism, crude gossip of philosophy, varied sands and clumps without bothering ourselves, because certain pages do not present themselves to you or me as coming under their own name with entire fitness or amiability. It is a profound, vexatious, never explicable matter, this of names. I have been exercised deeply about it my whole life. After all of which the name, Cedar Plums Like, got its nose put out of joint. But I cannot afford to throw away what I penciled down the lane there, under the shelter of my old friend, one warm October noon. Besides, it wouldn't be civil to the cedar tree. Note: in the pocket of my receptacle book, one find a list of suggested and rejected names for this volume, or parts of it such as the following. As the wild bee hums in May, and August mulleins grow, and winter snowflakes fall, and stars in the sky roll round. Away from books, away from art, now for the day and night the lessons done, now for the sun and stars. Notes of a half-paralytic, as voices in the dusk, from week in and week out, speakers far or hid, embers of ending days, autochthons. Embryons, ducks and drakes, wing and wing, flood, tide and ebb, notes and recalls. Gossip at early candlelight, only mulleins and bumblebees, echoes and escapades, pond babble. Terre-de-terres, such as evening dews, echoes of a life in the 19th notes and writing a book, century in the New World, far and near at 63, flanges of 50 years, drifts and cumulus, abandons. Hurry notes, maze tassels. Kindlings, a life mosaic, native moments, fore and aft. Vestibules, types and semitones, scintilla at 60 and after, oddments. Sand drifts, sands on the shores of 64, again and again. Death of Thomas Carlyle. Feb. 10, 81, and so the flame of the lamp, after long wasting and flickering, has gone out entirely. As a representative author, a literary figure, no man else will bequeath to the future more significant hints of our stormy era, its fierce paradoxes, its din, and its struggling parturition periods than Carlyle. He belongs to our own branch of the stock too, neither Latin nor Greek, but altogether Gothic. Rugged, mountainous, volcanic, he was himself more a French Revolution than any of his volumes. In some respects, so far in the 19th century, the best equipped, keenest mind, even from the college point of view, of all Britain, only he had an ailing body. Dyspepsia is to be traced in every page, and now and then fills the page. One may include among the lessons of his life even, though that life stretched to amazing length, how behind the tally of genius and morals stands the stomach, and gives a sort of casting vote. Two conflicting agonistic elements seem to have contended in the man, sometimes pulling him different ways like wild horses. He was a cautious, conservative Scotchman, fully aware what a fetid gasbag much of modern radicalism is. But then his great heart demanded reform, demanded change, often terribly at odds with his scornful brain. No author ever put so much wailing and despair into his books, sometimes palpable, oftener latent. He reminds me of that passage in Young's poems where, as death presses closer and closer for his prey, the soul rushes hither and thither, appealing, shrieking, berating, to escape the general doom. Of shortcomings, even positive blur spots from an American point of view, he had serious share. Not for his merely literary merit, though that was great not as maker of books, but as launching into the self-complacent atmosphere of our days a rasping, questioning, dislocating agitation and shock, is Carlyle's final value. It is time the English-speaking peoples had some true idea about the vertebra of genius, namely power. As if they must always have it cut and biased to the fashion, like a lady's cloak. What a needed service he performs. How he shakes our comfortable reading circles with a touch of the old Hebraic anger and prophecy, and indeed it is just the same. Not Isaiah himself more scornful, more threatening. The crown of pride, the drunkards of Ephraim, shall be trodden under feet, and the glorious beauty which is on the head of the fat valley shall be a fading flower. The word prophecy is much misused. It seems narrowed to prediction merely. That is not the main sense of the Hebrew word translated prophet. It means one whose mind bubbles up and pours forth as a fountain, from inner, divine spontaneities revealing God. Prediction is a very minor part of prophecy. The great matter is to reveal and outpour the godlike suggestions pressing for birth in the soul. This is briefly the doctrine of the Friends or Quakers. Then the simplicity and amid ostensible frailty, the towering strength of this man, a hardy oak knot. You could never wear out an old farmer dressed in brown clothes, and not handsome his very foibles fascinating. Who cares that he wrote about Dr. Francia, and shooting Niagara, and the nigger question, and didn't at all admire our United States? I doubt if he ever thought or said half as bad words about us as we deserve. How he splashes like Leviathan in the seas of modern literature and politics. Doubtless, respecting the latter, one needs first to realize, from actual observation, the squalor, vice, and doggedness ingrained in the bulk population of the British Islands, with the red tape, the fatuity, the flunkeyism everywhere, to understand the last meaning in his pages. Accordingly, though he was no Chartist or radical, I consider Carlyle's by far the most indignant comment or protest anent the fruits of feudalism today in Great Britain the increasing poverty and degradation of the homeless, landless 20 millions, while a few thousands, or rather a few hundreds, possess the entire soil, the money, and the fat berths. Trade and shipping, and clubs and culture and prestige and guns, and a fine select class of gentry and aristocracy, with every modern improvement, cannot begin to salve or defend such stupendous hoggishness. The way to test how much he has left his country were to consider, or try to consider for a moment, the array of British thought, the resultant ensemble of the last 50 years, as existing today, but with Carlyle left out. It would be like an army with no artillery. The show were still a gay and rich one Byron, Scott, Tennyson, and many more horsemen and rapid infantry, and banners flying but the last heavy roar so dear to the ear of the trained soldier, and that settles fate and victory, would be lacking. For the last 3 years, we in America have had transmitted glimpses of a thin-bodied, lonesome, wifeless, childless, very old man, lying on a sofa, kept out of bed by indomitable will, but of late, never well enough to take the open air. I have noted this news from time to time in brief descriptions in the papers. A week ago, I read such an item just before I started out for my customary evening stroll between 8 and 9. In the fine cold night, unusually clear, Feb. 581, as I walked some open grounds adjacent, the condition of Carlyle, and his approaching perhaps even then actual death, filled me with thoughts eluding statement and curiously blending with the scene. The planet Venus, an hour high in the west with all her volume and luster recovered, she has been shorn and languid for nearly a year, including an additional sentiment I never noticed before, not merely voluptuous, Paphian, steeping, fascinating now with calm commanding seriousness and hauteur the Milo Venus now. Upward to the zenith, Jupiter, Saturn, and the moon passed her quarter, trailing in procession, with the Pleiades following, and the constellation Taurus and red Aldebaran. Not a cloud in heaven. Orion strode through the southeast, with his glittering beltand a trifle below hung the sun of the night, Sirius. Every star dilated, more vitreous, nearer than usual. Not as in some clear nights when the larger stars entirely outshine the rest. Every little star or cluster just as distinctly visible and just as nigh. Berenice's hair showing every gem and new ones. To the northeast and north the sickle, the goat and kids, Cassiopeia, Castor and Pollux, and the two dippers. While through the whole of this silent, indescribable show, enclosing and bathing my whole receptivity, ran the thought of Carlyle dying. To soothe and spiritualize, and, as far as may be, solve the mysteries of death and genius, consider them under the stars at midnight. And now that he has gone hence, can it be that Thomas Carlyle, soon to chemically dissolve in ashes and by winds, remains an identity still, in ways perhaps eluding all the statements, lore and speculations of 10,000 years eluding all possible statements to mortal sense? Does he yet exist? A definite, vital being, a spirit, an individual perhaps now wafted in space among those stellar systems, which, suggestive and limitless as they are, merely edge more limitless, far more suggestive systems. I have no doubt of it. In silence of a fine night, such questions are answered to the soul, the best answers that can be given. With me, too, when depressed by some specially sad event or tearing problem, I wait till I go out under the stars for the last voiceless satisfaction. Carlyle from American points of view. Later thoughts and jottings. There is surely at present an inexplicable rapport, all the more piquant from its contradictoriness, between that deceased author and our United States of Americano, matter, whether it lasts or not, as we Westerners assume definite shape, and result in formations and fruitage unknown before. It is curious with what a new sense our eyes turn to representative outgrowths of crises and personages in the old world. Beyond question, since Carlyle's death and the publication of Froude's memoirs, not only the interest in his books, but every personal bit regarding the famous Scotchman, his dyspepsia, his buffetings, his parentage, his paragon of a wife, his career in Edinburgh, in the lonesome nest on Craigengputtock Moor, and then so many years in London is probably wider and livelier today in this country than in his own land. Whether I succeed or no, I, too, reaching across the Atlantic, and taking the man's dark fortune-telling of humanity and politics would offset it all. Such is the fancy that comes to me, by a far more profound horoscope casting of those themes. G.F. Hedges. First, about a chance, a never-fulfilled vacuity of this pale cast of thought, this British Hamlet from Chain Row, more puzzling than the Danish one, with his contrivances for settling the broken and spavined joints of the world's government, especially its democratic dislocation. Carlyle's grim fate was cast to live and dwell in, and largely embody, the parturition agony and qualms of the old order, amid crowded accumulations of ghastly morbidity, giving birth to the new. But conceive of him, or his parents before him, coming to America, recuperated by the cheering realities and activity of our people, and country growing up and delving face-to-face resolutely among us here, especially at the West, inhaling and exhaling our limitless air, and eligibilities devoting his mind to the theories and developments of this republic amid its practical facts, as exemplified in Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Tennessee, or Louisiana. I say facts and face-to-face confronting so different from books, and all those quiddities and mere reports in the libraries, upon which the man, it was wittily said of him at the age of 30, that there was no one in Scotland who had gleaned so much and seen so little, almost wholly fed, and which even his sturdy and vital mind but reflected at best. Something of the sort narrowly escaped happening. In 1835, after more than a dozen years of trial and non-success, the author of Sartor Resartus, removing to London, very poor, a confirmed hypochondriac, Sartor universally scoffed at, no literary prospects ahead, deliberately settled on one last casting throw of the literary dice, resolved to compose and launch forth a book on the subject of the French Revolution, and, if that won no higher guerdon or prize than hitherto, to sternly abandon the trade of author forever, and emigrate for good to America. But the venture turned out a lucky one, and there was no emigration. Carlyle's work in the sphere of literature, as he commenced and carried it out, is the same in one or two leading respects that Immanuel Kant's was in speculative philosophy. But the Scotchman had none of the stomachic phlegm and never-perturbed placidity of the Königsberg sage, and did not, like the latter, understand his own limits, and stop when he got to the end of them. He clears away jungle and poison vines, and underbrush at any rate hacks valiantly at them, smiting hip and thigh. Kant did the like in his sphere, and it was all he professed to do. His labors have left the ground fully prepared ever since, and greater service was probably never performed by mortal man. But the pang and hiatus of Carlyle seemed to me to consist in the evidence everywhere that amid a whirl of fog and fury and cross-purposes, he firmly believed he had a clue to the medication of the world's ills, and that his bounden mission was to exploit it. There were two anchors, or sheet-anchors, for steadying, as a last resort, the Carlylean ship. One will be specified presently. The other, perhaps the main, was only to be found in some marked form of personal force, an extreme degree of competent urge and will, a man or men born to command. Probably there ran through every vein and current of the Scotchman's blood something that warmed up to this kind of trait and character above aught else in the world, and which makes him, in my opinion, the chief celebrator and promulger of it in literature more than Plutarch, more than Shakespeare. The great masses of humanity stand for nothing, at least nothing but nebulous raw material. Only the big planets and shining suns for him. To ideas almost invariably languid or cold, a number one forceful personality was sure to rouse his eulogistic passion and savage joy. In such case, even the standard of duty hereinafter raised was to be instantly lowered and veiled. All that is comprehended under the terms republicanism and democracy were distasteful to him from the first, and as he grew older they became hateful and contemptible. For an undoubtedly candid and penetrating faculty such as his, the bearings he persistently ignored were marvelous. For instance, the promise, nay certainty of the democratic principle, to each and every state of the current world, not so much of helping it to perfect legislators and executives, but as the only effectual method for surely, however slowly, training people on a large scale toward voluntarily ruling and managing themselves. The ultimate aim of political and all other development, to gradually reduce the fact of governing to its minimum, and to subject all its staffs and their doings to the telescopes and microscopes of committees and parties, and, greatest of all, to afford, not stagnation and obedient content, which went well enough with the feudalism and ecclesiasticism of the antique and medieval world. But a vast, insane, and recurrent ebb and tide action for those floods of the great deep that have henceforth palpably burst forever their old bounds seem never to have entered Carlyle's thought. It was splendid how he refused any compromise to the last. He was curiously antique. In that harsh, picturesque, most potent voice and figure, one seems to be carried back from the present of the British Islands more than 2,000 years, to the range between Jerusalem and Tarsus. His fullest, best biographer justly says of him, "He was a teacher and a prophet, in the Jewish sense of the word." The prophecies of Isaiah and Jeremiah have become a part of the permanent spiritual inheritance of mankind, because events proved that they had interpreted correctly the sign of their own times, and their prophecies were fulfilled. Carlyle, like them, believed that he had a special message to deliver to the present age. Whether he was correct in that belief, and whether his message was a true message, remains to be seen. He has told us that our most cherished ideas of political liberty, with their kindred corollaries, are mere illusions, and that the progress which has seemed to go along with them is a progress towards anarchy and social dissolution. If he was wrong, he has misused his powers. The principles of his teachings are false. He has offered himself as a guide upon a road of which he had no knowledge, and his own desire for himself would be the speediest oblivion both of his person and his works. If, on the other hand, he has been right, if, like his great predecessors, he has read truly the tendencies of this modern age of ours, and his teaching is authenticated by facts, then Carlyle, too, will take his place among the inspired seers. To which I add an amendment that under no circumstances, and no matter how completely time and events disprove his lurid vaticinations, should the English-speaking world forget this man, nor fail to hold in honor his unsurpassed conscience, his unique method, and his honest fame. Never were convictions more earnest and genuine. Never was there less of a flunky or temporizer. Never had political progressivism a foe it could more heartily respect. The second main point of Carlyle's utterance was the idea of duty being done. It is simply a new codicil if it be particularly new, which is by no means certain on the time-honored bequest of dynasticism, the mold-eaten rules of legitimacy and kings. He seems to have been impatient sometimes to madness when reminded by persons who thought at least as deeply as himself, that this formula, though precious, is rather a vague one, and that there are many other considerations to a philosophical estimate of each and every department either. Altogether, I don't know anything more amazing than these persistent strides and throbbings so far through our 19th century of perhaps its biggest, sharpest, and most erudite brain, in defiance and discontent with everything, contemptuously ignoring, either from constitutional inaptitude, ignorance itself, or more likely because he demanded a definite cure-all here and now, the only solace and solvent to be had. There is, apart from mere intellect, in the makeup of every superior human identity, in its moral completeness, considered as ensemble not for that moral alone, but for the whole being including physique, a wondrous something that realizes without argument, frequently without what is called education. Though I think it the goal and apex of all education deserving the name, an intuition of the absolute balance, in time and space, of the whole of this multifarious, mad chaos of fraud, frivolity. Hoggishness, this revel of fools, and incredible make-believe and general unsettledness, we call the world. A sole sight of that divine clue and unseen thread which holds the whole congeries of things, all history and time, and all events, however trivial, however momentous, like a leashed dog in the hand of the hunter. Such sole sight and root center for the mind mere optimism explains only the surface or fringe of it Carlyle was mostly, perhaps entirely without. He seems instead to have been haunted in the play of his mental action by a specter, never entirely laid from first to last. Greek scholars, I believe, find the same mocking and fantastic apparition attending Aristophanes, his comedies, the specter of world destruction. How largest triumph or failure in human life, in war or peace, may depend on some little hidden centrality, hardly more than a drop of blood, a pulse beat, or a breath of air. It is certain that all these weighty matters, democracy in America, Carlylism, and the temperament for deepest political or literary exploration, turn on a simple point in speculative philosophy. The most profound theme that can occupy the mind of man, the problem on whose solution science, art, the bases and pursuits of nations, and everything else, including intelligent human happiness. Here today, 1882, New York, Texas, California, the same as all times, all lands, subtly and finally resting, depends for competent outset and argument, is doubtless involved in the query. What is the fusing explanation and tie with the relation between the radical democratic me, the human identity of understanding, emotions, spirit, and see on the one side, of and with the conservative not me, the whole of the material objective universe and laws, with what is behind them in time and space on the other side? Immanuel Kant, though he explained or partially explained, as may be said, the laws of the human understanding, left this question an open one. Schelling's answer, or suggestion of answer, is and very valuable and important as far as it goes. That the same general and particular intelligence, passion, even the standards of right and wrong, which exist in a conscious and formulated state in man, exist in an unconscious state, or in perceptible analogies throughout the entire universe of external nature, in all its objects large or small, and all its movements and processes thus making the impalpable human mind, and concrete nature. Notwithstanding their duality and separation, convertible, and in centrality and essence one. But G.F. Hegel's fuller statement of the matter probably remains the last best word that has been said upon it, up to date. Substantially adopting the scheme just epitomized, he so carries it out and fortifies it and merges everything in it, with certain serious gaps now for the first time filled, that it becomes a coherent metaphysical system, and substantial answer, as far as there can be any answer, to the foregoing question a system which, while I distinctly admit that the brain of the future may add to, revise, and even entirely reconstruct, at any rate beams forth today, in its entirety, illuminating the thought of the universe, and satisfying the mystery thereof to the human mind, with a more consoling scientific assurance than any yet. According to Hegel, the whole earth, an old nucleus thought, as in the Vedas and no doubt before, but never hitherto brought so absolutely to the front, fully surcharged with modern scientism and facts, and made the sole entrance to each and all, with its infinite variety, the past, the surroundings of today, or what may happen in the future. The contrarieties of material with spiritual, and of natural with artificial, are all, to the eye of the ensemblist, but necessary sides and unfoldings. Different steps or links, in the endless process of creative thought, which, amid numberless apparent failures and contradictions, is held together by central and never broken unity, not contradictions or failures at all, but radiations of one consistent and eternal purpose. The whole mass of everything steadily, unerringly tending and flowing toward the permanent util and morale, as rivers to oceans. As life is the whole law and incessant effort of the visible universe, and death only the other or invisible side of the same, so the util, so truth, so health are the continuous immutable laws of the moral universe, and vice and disease, with all their perturbations, are but transient, even if ever so prevalent expressions. To politics throughout, Hegel applies the like Catholic standard and faith. Not any one party, or any one form of government, is absolutely and exclusively true. Truth consists in the just relations of objects to each other. A majority or democracy may rule as outrageously, and do as great harm as an oligarchy or despotism, though far less likely to do so. But the great evil is either a violation of the relations just referred to, or of the moral law. The specious, the unjust, the cruel, and what is called the unnatural, though not only permitted but in a certain sense, like shade to light, inevitable in the divine scheme, are by the whole constitution of that scheme, partial, inconsistent, temporary, and though having ever so great an ostensible majority, are certainly destined to failures, after causing great suffering. Theology, Hegel translates into science. All apparent contradictions in the statement of the deific nature, by different ages, nations, churches, points of view, are but fractional and imperfect expressions of one essential unity, from which they all proceed crude endeavors or distorted parts, to be regarded both as distinct and united. In short, to put it in our own form, or summing up, that thinker or analyzer or overlooker who by an inscrutable combination of trained wisdom and natural intuition most fully accepts in perfect faith the moral unity and sanity of the creative scheme. In history, science, and all life and time, present and future, is both the truest cosmical devotee or religioso, and the profoundest philosopher. While he who, by the spell of himself and his circumstance, sees darkness and despair in the sum of the workings of God's providence, and who, in that, denies or prevaricates, is, no matter how much piety plays on his lips, the most radical sinner and infidel. I am the more assured in recounting Hegel a little freely here, not only for offsetting the Carlylean letter and spirit-cutting it out all and several from the very roots, and below the roots but to counterpoise, since the late death and deserved apotheosis of Darwin, the tenets of the evolutionists. Unspeakably precious as those are to biology, and henceforth indispensable to a right aim and estimate in study, they neither comprise or explain everything, and the last word or whisper still remains to be breathed, after the utmost of those claims, floating high and forever above them all, and above technical metaphysics. While the contributions which German Kant and Fichte and Schelling and Hegel have bequeathed to humanity and which English Darwin has also in his field are indispensable to the erudition of America's future, I should say that in all of them, and the best of them when compared with the lightning flashes and flights of the old prophets and exaltes, the spiritual poets and poetry of all lands, as in the Hebrew Bible, there seems to be, nay certainly is, something lacking, something cold. A failure to satisfy the deepest emotions of the soul, want of living glow, fondness, warmth, which the old exaltes and poets supply, and which the keenest modern philosophers so far do not. Upon the whole, and for our purposes, this man's name certainly belongs on the list with the just specified first-class moral physicians of our current era and with Emerson, and 2 or 3 others, though his prescription is drastic, and perhaps destructive, while theirs is assimilating, normal and tonic. Feudal at the core, and mental offspring and radiation of feudalism, as are his books, they afford ever valuable lessons and affinities to democratic America. Nations or individuals, we surely learn deepest from unlikeness, from a sincere opponent, from the light thrown even scornfully on dangerous spots and liabilities. Michelangelo invoked heaven's special protection against his friends and affectionate flatterers, palpable foes he could manage for himself. In many particulars Carlyle was indeed, as Froude terms him, one of those far-off Hebraic utterers, a new Micah or Habakkuk. His words at times bubble forth with abysmic inspiration. Always precious, such men, as precious now as any time. His rude, rasping, taunting, contradictory tones what ones are more wanted amid the supple, polished, money-worshipping, Jesus and Judas equalizing, suffrage sovereignty echoes of current America. He has lit up our 19th century with the light of a powerful, penetrating, and perfectly honest intellect of the first class, turned on British and European politics, social life, literature, and representative personages thoroughly dissatisfied with all, and mercilessly exposing the illness of all. But while he announces the malady and scolds and raves about it, he himself, born and bred in the same atmosphere, is a marked illustration of it. Notes: it will be difficult for the future judging by his books, personal dissympathies, and to account for the deep hold this author has taken on the present age, and the way he has colored its method and thought. I am certainly at a loss to account for it all as affecting myself, but there could be no view, or even partial picture, of the middle and latter part of our 19th century that did not markedly include Thomas Carlyle. In his case, as so many others, literary productions, works of art, personal identities, events, there has been an impalpable something more effective than the palpable. Then I find no better text. It is always important to have a definite, special, even oppositional, living man to start from, for sending out certain speculations and comparisons for home use. Let us see what they amount to, those reactionary doctrines, fears, scornful analyses of democracy even, from the most erudite and sincere mind of Europe. Not the least mentionable part of the case. A streak, it may be, of that humor with which history and fate love to contrast their gravity, is that, although neither of my great authorities during their lives considered the United States worthy of serious mention, all the principal works of both might not inappropriately be this day collected and bound up under the conspicuous title Speculations for the Use of North America and Democracy there, with the relations of the same to metaphysics, including lessons and warnings, encouragements too, and of the vastest, from the old world to the new. I hope I shall not myself fall into the error I charge upon him, of prescribing a specific for indispensable evils. My utmost pretension is probably but to offset that old claim of the exclusively curative power of first-class individual men, as leaders and rulers, by the claims, and general movement and result, of ideas. Something of the latter kind seems to me the distinctive theory of America, of democracy, and of the modern, or rather, I should say, it is democracy and is the modern. I am much indebted to J. Gostick's abstract. I have deliberately repeated it all, not only in offset to Carlyle's ever-lurking pessimism and world decadence, but as presenting the most thoroughly American points of view I know. In my opinion, the above formulas of Hegel are an essential and crowning justification of New World democracy in the creative realms of time and space. There is that about them which only the vastness, the multiplicity, and the vitality of America would seem able to comprehend, to give scope and illustration to, or to be fit for, or even originate. It is strange to me that they were born in Germany, or in the Old World at all. While a Carlyle, I should say, is quite the legitimate European product to be expected. A couple of old friends Coleridge bit. Latter April have run down in my country haunt for a couple of days, and am spending them by the pond. I had already discovered my kingfisher here, but only one the mate not here yet. This fine bright morning, down by the creek, he has come out for a spree, circling, flirting, chirping at a round rate. While I am writing these lines, he is disporting himself in scoots and rings over the wider parts of the pond, into whose surface he dashes, once or twice making a loud souse, the spray flying in the sun beautiful. I see his white and dark gray plumage and peculiar shape plainly, as he has deigned to come very near me. The noble, graceful bird. Now he is sitting on the limb of an old tree, high up, bending over the water seems to be looking at me while I memorandize. I almost fancy he knows me. 3 days later my second kingfisher is here with his or her mate. I saw the two together flying and whirling around. I had heard, in the distance, what I thought was the clear rasping staccato of the birds several times already, but I couldn't be sure the notes came from both until I saw them together. Today at noon they appeared, but apparently either on business or for a little limited exercise only. No wild frolic now, full of free fun and motion, up and down for an hour. Doubtless, now they have cares, duties, incubation responsibilities. The frolics are deferred till summer close. I don't know as I can finish today's memorandum better than with Coleridge's lines, curiously appropriate in more ways than one. All nature seems at work, slugs leave their lair. The bees are stirring, birds are on the wing, and winter, slumbering in the open air, wears on his smiling face a dream of spring. And I, the while, the sole unbusy thing, nor honey make, nor pair, nor build, nor sing. A week's visit to Boston. May 1, 81 seems as if all the ways and means of American travel today had been settled, not only with reference to speed and directness, but for the comfort of women, children, invalids, and old fellows like me. I went on by a through train that runs daily from Washington to the Yankee metropolis without change. You get in a sleeping car soon after dark in Philadelphia, and after ruminating an hour or two, have your bed made up if you like, draw the curtains, and go to sleep in it. Fly on through Jersey to New York here in your half-slumbers, a dull jolting and bumping sound or tour, unconsciously toted from Jersey City by a midnight steamer around the Battery, and under the big bridge to the track of the New Haven road resume your flight eastward, and early the next morning you wake up in Boston. All of which was my experience. I wanted to go to the Revere House. A tall, unknown gentleman, a fellow passenger on his way to Newport, he told me, I had just chatted a few moments before with him, assisted me out through the depot crowd, procured a hack, put me in it with my traveling bag, saying smilingly and quietly, "Now I want you to let this be my ride," paid the driver, and before I could remonstrate himself off. The occasion of my jaunt, I suppose I had better say here, was for a public reading of the Death of Abraham Lincoln essay on the 16th anniversary of that tragedy, which reading duly came off, night of April 15. Then I lingered a week in Boston, felt pretty well, the mood propitious, my paralysis lulled, went around everywhere and saw all that was to be seen, especially human beings. Boston's immense material growth, commerce, finance, commission stores, the plethora of goods, the crowded streets and sidewalks made, of course, the first surprising show. In my trip out west last year, I thought the wand of future prosperity, future empire, must soon surely be wielded by St. Louis, Chicago, beautiful Denver, perhaps San Francisco. But I see the said wand stretched out just as decidedly in Boston, with just as much certainty of staying. Evidences of copious capital, indeed no center of the New World ahead of it. Half the big railroads in the West are built with Yankees' money, and they take the dividends. Old Boston, with its zigzag streets and multitudinous angles, crush up a sheet of letter paper in your hand, throw it down, stamp it flat, and that is a map of Old Boston, New Boston, with its miles upon miles of large and costly houses, Beacon Street, Commonwealth Avenue, and 100 others. But the best new departures and expansions of Boston, and of all the cities of New England, are in another direction. The Boston of today. In the letters we get from Dr. Schliemann, interesting but fishy, about his excavations there in the far-off Homeric area, I notice cities. Ruins, and see, as he digs them out of their graves, are certain to be in layers, that is to say, upon the foundation of an old concern, very far down indeed, is always another city or set of ruins. And upon that another superadded, and sometimes upon that still another, each representing either a long or rapid stage of growth and development, different from its predecessor, but unerringly growing out of and resting on it. In the moral, emotional, heroic, and human growths, the main of a race, in my opinion, something of this kind has certainly taken place in Boston. The New England metropolis of today may be described as sunny. There is something else that makes warmth, mastering even winds and meteorologies, though those are not to be sneezed at. Joyous, receptive, full of ardor, sparkle, a certain element of yearning, magnificently tolerant, yet not to be fooled, fond of good eating and drinking, costly in costume as its purse can buy. And all through its best average of houses, streets, people, that subtle something generally thought to be climate, but it is not, it is something indefinable in the race, the turn of its development, which effuses behind the whirl of animation, study, business, a happy and joyous public spirit, as distinguished from a sluggish and saturnine one. Makes me think of the glints we get, as in Symonds's books, of the jolly old Greek cities. Indeed, there is a good deal of the Hellenic in B, and the people are getting handsomer too, padded out, with freer motions, and with color in their faces. I never saw, although this is not Greek, so many fine-looking gray-haired women. At my lecture, I caught myself pausing more than once to look at them, plentiful everywhere through the audience, healthy and wifely and motherly, and wonderfully charming and beautiful, I think, such as no time or land but ours could show. My tribute to 4 poets. April 16, a short but pleasant visit to Longfellow. I am not one of the calling kind, but as the author of Evangeline, kindly took the trouble to come and see me 3 years ago in Camden, where I was ill. I felt not only the impulse of my own pleasure on that occasion, but a duty. He was the only particular eminence I called on in Boston, and I shall not soon forget his lit-up face and glowing warmth and courtesy in the modes of what is called the old school. And now just here I feel the impulse to interpolate something about the mighty 4 who stamped this first American century with its birthmarks of poetic literature. In a late magazine, one of my reviewers, who ought to know better, speaks of my attitude of contempt and scorn and intolerance toward the leading poets, of my deriding them and preaching their uselessness. If anybody cares to know what I think and have long thought and avowed about them, I am entirely willing to propound. I can't imagine any better luck befalling these states for a poetical beginning and initiation than has come from Emerson, Longfellow, Bryant, and Whittier. Emerson, to me, stands unmistakably at the head, but for the others I am at a loss where to give any precedence. Each illustrious, each rounded, each distinctive. Emerson for his sweet, vital-tasting melody, rimmed philosophy, and poems as amber-clear as the honey of the wild bee he loves to sing. Longfellow for rich color, graceful forms, and incident sol that makes life beautiful and love refined, competing with the singers of Europe on their own ground, and, with one exception, better and finer work than that of any of them. Bryant pulsing the first interior verse throbs of a mighty world bard of the river and the wood, ever conveying a taste of open air, with scents as from hayfields, grapes, birch borders, always lurkingly fond of Threnodies, beginning and ending his long career with chance of death, with here and there through all poems or passages of poems, touching the highest universal truths, enthusiasms, duties, morals as grim and eternal, if not as stormy and fateful as anything in Aeschylus. While in Whittier, with his special themes, his outcropping love of heroism and war for all his Quakerdom, his verses at times like the measured step of Cromwell's old veterans, In Whittier lives the zeal, the moral energy, that founded New England, the splendid rectitude and ardor of Luther, Milton, George Fox. I must not, dare not, say the willfulness and narrowness, though doubtless the world needs now, and always will need, almost above all, just such narrowness and willfulness. Millet's pictures. Last items. April 18 went out 3 or 4 miles to the house of Quincy Shaw to see a collection of J.F. Millet's pictures. 2 rapt hours. Never before have I been so penetrated by this kind of expression. I stood long and long before the sower. I believe what the picture men designate the first sower, as the artist executed a second copy, and a third, and some think improved in each. But I doubt it. There is something in this that could hardly be caught again, a sublime murkiness and original pent fury. Besides this masterpiece, there were many others. I shall never forget the simple evening scene, watering the cow, all inimitable, all perfect as pictures, works of mere art. And then it seemed to me, with that last impalpable ethic purpose from the artist, most likely unconscious to himself, which I am always looking for. To me, all of them told the full story of what went before, and necessitated the great French Revolution, the long precedent crushing of the masses of a heroic people into the earth. In abject poverty, hunger, every right denied, humanity attempted to be put back for generations, yet nature's force, titanic here, the stronger and hardier for that repression waiting terribly to break forth, revengeful the pressure on the dikes. And the bursting at last, the storming of the Bastille, the execution of the king and queen, the tempest of massacres and blood. Yet who can wonder? Could we wish humanity different? Could we wish the people made of wood or stone, or that there be no justice in destiny or time? The true France, base of all the rest, is certainly in these pictures. I comprehend field people reposing, the diggers, and the Angelus in this opinion. Some folks always think of the French as a small race, 5 or 5.5 feet high, and ever frivolous and smirking. Nothing of the sort. The bulk of the personnel of France before the Revolution was large-sized, serious, industrious as now, and simple. The Revolution and Napoleon's wars dwarfed the standard of human size, but it will come up again. If for nothing else, I should dwell on my brief Boston visit for opening to me the new world of Millet's pictures. Will America ever have such an artist out of her own gestation, body, soul? Sunday, April 17, an hour and a half. Late this afternoon, in silence and half-light, in the great nave of Memorial Hall, Cambridge, the walls thickly covered with mural tablets, bearing the names of students and graduates of the university who fell in the Secession War. April 23, it was well I got away in fair order. For if I had stayed another week, I should have been killed with kindness, and with eating and drinking. Birds and a caution. May 14 home again, down temporarily in the Jersey woods. Between 8 and 9 a.m., a full concert of birds from different quarters, in keeping with the fresh scent, the peace, the naturalness all around me. I am lately noticing the russet-back, size of the robin or a trifle less, light breast and shoulders, with irregular dark stripes. Dale long sits hunched up by the hour these days, top of a tall bush or some tree, singing blithely. I often get near and listen, as he seems tame. I like to watch the working of his bill and throat, the quaint sidle of his body and flecks of his long tail. I hear the woodpecker, and night and early morning the shuttle of the whippoorwill noons, the gurgle of thrush delicious, and meow-wow of the catbird. Many I cannot name, but I do not very particularly seek information. You must not know too much, or be too precise or scientific about birds and trees and flowers and watercraft. A certain free margin, and even vagueness, perhaps ignorance, credulity helps your enjoyment of these things, and of the sentiment of feathered, wooded, river, or marine nature generally. I repeat, it don't want to know too exactly, or the reasons why. My own notes have been written offhand in the latitude of middle New Jersey. Though they describe what I saw, what appeared to me, I dare say the expert ornithologist, botanist, or entomologist will detect more than one slip in them. Samples of my commonplace book. One ought not to offer a record of these days, interests, recuperations, without including a certain old, well-thumbed commonplace book, filled with favorite excerpts, I carried in my pocket for 3 summers, and absorbed over and over again when the mood invited. I find so much in having a poem or fine suggestion sink into me, a little then goes a great ways, prepared by these vacant sane and natural influences. Some old acquaintances' memories. Aug. 16. Chalk a big mark for today was one of the sayings of an old sportsman friend of mine when he had had unusually good luck come home thoroughly tired, but with satisfactory results of fish or birds. Well, today might warrant such a mark for me. Everything propitious from the start. An hour's fresh stimulation, coming down 10 miles of Manhattan Island by railroad and 8 o'clock stage. Then an excellent breakfast at Pfaff's Restaurant, 24th Street. Our host himself, an old friend of mine, quickly appeared on the scene to welcome me and bring up the news, and first opening a big fat bottle of the best wine in the cellar. Talk about antebellum times, 59 and 60, and the jovial suppers at his then Broadway place, near Bleecker Street. Ah, the friends and names and frequenters those times, that place. Most are dead: Ada Clare, Wilkins, Daisy Shepherd, O'Brien, Henry Clapp, Stanley, Mullen, Wood, Brougham, Arnold, all gone. And their Pfaff and I, sitting opposite each other at the little table, gave a remembrance to them in a style they would have themselves fully confirmed, namely, big, brimming, filled-up champagne glasses, drained in abstracted silence very leisurely to the last drop. Pfaff is a generous German restaurateur, silent, stout, jolly, and I should say the best selector of champagne in America. A discovery of old age. Perhaps the best is always cumulative. One's eating and drinking one wants fresh, and for the nonce, right off, and have done with it, but I would not give a straw for that person or poem or friend or city or work of art that was not more grateful the second time than the first, and more still the third. Nay, I do not believe any grandest eligibility ever comes forth at first. In my own experience, persons, poems, places, characters, I discover the best hardly ever at first. No absolute rule about it, however. Sometimes suddenly bursting forth, or stealthily opening to me, perhaps after years of unwitting familiarity, unappreciation, usage. A visit at the last to R.W. Emerson. Concord, Mass. Out here on a visit. Elastic, mellow Indian summery weather. Came today from Boston, a pleasant ride of 40 minutes by steam, through Somerville, Belmont, Waltham, Stony Brook, and other lively towns, convoyed by my friend F.B. Sanborn, and to his ample house and the kindness and hospitality of Mrs. S. and their fine family. Am writing this under the shade of some old hickories and elms, just after 4 p.m. on the porch, within a stone's throw of the Concord River. Off against me, across stream, on a meadow and side hill, haymakers are gathering and wagoning in probably their second or third crop. The spread of emerald green and brown, the knolls, the score or two of little haycocks dotting the meadow, the loaded-up wagons, the patient horses, the slow, strong action of the men and pitchforks, all in the just waning afternoon, with patches of yellow sunshine, mottled by long shadows, a cricket shrilly chirping, herald of the dusk, a boat with 2 figures noiselessly gliding along the little river, passing under the stone bridge arch, the slight settling haze of aerial moisture. The sky and the peacefulness expanding in all directions and overhead fill and soothe me. Same evening never had I a better piece of luck befall me, a long and blessed evening with Emerson, in a way I couldn't have wished better or different. For nearly 2 hours he has been placidly sitting where I could see his face in the best light near me. Mrs. S.'s back parlor well filled with people, neighbors, many fresh and charming faces, women, mostly young, but some old. My friend A.B. Alcott and his daughter Louisa were there early. A good deal of talk, the subject Henry Thoreau, some new glints of his life and fortunes, with letters to and from him, one of the best by Margaret Fuller, others by Horace Greeley, Channing, and one from Thoreau himself, most quaint and interesting. No doubt I seemed very stupid to the roomful of company, taking hardly any part in the conversation, but I had my own pail to milk in, as the Swiss proverb puts it. My seat and the relative arrangement were such that, without being rude or anything of the kind, I could just look squarely at E., which I did a good part of the 2 hours. On entering, he had spoken very briefly and politely to several of the company, then settled himself in his chair, a trifle pushed back, and though a listener and apparently an alert one, remained silent through the whole talk and discussion. A lady friend quietly took a seat next him, to give special attention. A good color in his face, eyes clear, with the well-known expression of sweetness, and the old clear-peering aspect quite the same. Next day several hours at E's house and dinner there. An old familiar house, he has been in it 35 years, with surroundings, furnishment, roominess, and plain elegance and fullness, signifying democratic ease, sufficient opulence, and an admirable old-fashioned simplicity, modern luxury, with its mere sumptuousness and affectation, either touched lightly upon or ignored altogether. Dinner the same. Of course, the best of the occasion, Sunday, September 1881, was the sight of E himself. As just said, a healthy color in the cheeks, and good light in the eyes, cheery expression, and just the amount of talking that best suited, namely, a word or short phrase only where needed, and almost always with a smile. Besides Emerson himself, Mrs. E. with their daughter Ellen, the son Edward and his wife, with my friend F.S. and Mrs. S., and others, relatives and intimates. Mrs. Emerson, resuming the subject of the evening before, I sat next to her, gave me further and fuller information about Thoreau, who, years ago, during Mr. E.'s absence in Europe, had lived for some time in the family, by invitation. Other Concord notations. Though the evening at Mr. and Mrs. Sanborn's, and the memorable family dinner at Mr. and Mrs. Emerson's, have most pleasantly and permanently filled my memory, I must not slight other notations of Concord. I went to the old manse, walked through the ancient garden, entered the rooms, noted the quaintness, the unkempt grass and bushes, the little panes in the windows, the low ceilings, the spicy smell, the creepers embowering the light. Went to the Concord battleground, which is close by, scanned French's statue. The Minute Man, read Emerson's poetic inscription on the base, lingered a long while on the bridge, and stopped by the grave of the unnamed British soldiers buried there the day after the fight in April, '75. Then riding on, thanks to my friend Miss M. and her spirited white ponies, she driving them, a half-hour at Hawthorne's and Thoreau's graves. I got out and went up, of course, on foot, and stood a long while and pondered. They lie close together in a pleasant wooded spot well up the cemetery hill, Sleepy Hollow. The flat surface of the first was densely covered by myrtle, with a border of arborvitae, and the other had a brown headstone, moderately elaborate with inscriptions. By Henry's side lies his brother John, of whom much was expected, but he died young. Then to Walden Pond, that beautiful embowered sheet of water, and spent over an hour there. On the spot in the woods where Thoreau had his solitary house is now quite a cairn of stones, to mark the place. I too carried one and deposited on the heap. As we drove back, saw the School of Philosophy, but it was shut up, and I would not have it opened for me. Nearby stopped at the house of W.T. Harris, the Hegelian, who came out, and we had a pleasant chat while I sat in the wagon. I shall not soon forget those Concord drives, and especially that charming Sunday forenoon one with my friend Miss M. and the white ponies. Boston Common more of Emerson. Oct. 1013 I spend a good deal of time on the Common, these delicious days and nights every midday from 11:3 to about 1 and almost every sunset another hour. I know all the big trees, especially the old elms along Tremont and Beacon streets, and have come to a sociable silent understanding with most of them, in the sunlit air, yet crispy cool enough, as I saunter along the wide unpaved walks. Up and down this breadth by Beacon Street, between these same old elms, I walked for 2 hours of a bright sharp February midday 21 years ago, with Emerson, then in his prime, keen, physically and morally magnetic, armed at every point, and when he chose, wielding the emotional just as well as the intellectual. During those 2 hours he was the talker and I the listener. It was an argument statement, reconnoitering, review, attack, and pressing home, like an army corps in order, artillery, cavalry, infantry, of all that could be said against that part, and a main part in the construction of my poems, Children of Adam. More precious than gold to me that dissertation it afforded me, ever after this strange and paradoxical lesson. Each point of E.'s statement was unanswerable, no judge's charge ever more complete or convincing. I could never hear the points better put in than I felt down in my soul the clear and unmistakable conviction to disobey all and pursue my own way. What have you to say then to such things? Said E., pausing in conclusion. Only that while I can't answer them at all, I feel more settled than ever to adhere to my own theory and exemplify it, was my candid response. Whereupon we went and had a good dinner at the American House, and thenceforward I never wavered or was touched with qualms, as I confess I had been 2 or 3 times before. An Ossianic night, dearest friends. Nov. 81 again back in Camden. As I cross the Delaware in long trips tonight, between 9 and 11, the scene overhead is a peculiar one-swift sheets of flitting vapor gauze, followed by dense clouds throwing an ink pall on everything. Then a spell of that transparent steel-gray black sky I have noticed under similar circumstances, on which the moon would beam for a few moments with calm luster, throwing down a broad dazzle of highway on the waters, then the mists careering again. All silently, yet driven as if by the furies they sweep along, sometimes quite thin, sometimes thicker, a real oceanic night amid the whirl, absent or dead friends, the old, the past, somehow tenderly suggested while the gale strains chant themselves from the mists, be thy soul blessed, O Carol, in the midst of thy eddying winds. Oh, that thou wouldst come to my hall when I am alone by night, and thou dost come, my friend. I hear often thy light hand on my harp, when it hangs on the distant wall, and the feeble sound touches my ear. Why dost thou not speak to me in my grief, and tell me when I shall behold my friends? But thou passest away in thy murmuring blast, the wind whistles through the gray hairs of Ossian. But most of all, those changes of moon and sheets of hurrying vapor and black clouds, with the sense of rapid action in weird silence, recall the far-back Erse belief that such above were the preparations for receiving the wraiths of just slain warriors. We sat that night in Selma, round the strength of the shell. The wind was abroad in the oaks, the spirit of the mountain roared. The blast came rustling through the hall and gently touched my harp. The sound was mournful and low, like the song of the tomb. Fingal heard it the first. The crowded sighs of his bosom rose. Some of my heroes are low, said the gray-haired king of Morven. I hear the sound of death on the harp. Ossian, touch the trembling string. Bid the sorrow rise that their spirits may fly with joy to Morven's woody hills. I touched the harp before the king. The sound was mournful and low. Bend forward from your clouds, I said, ghosts of my fathers. Bend, lay by the red terror of your course. Receive the falling chief, whether he comes from a distant land or rises from the rolling sea. Let his robe of mist be near, his spear that is formed of a cloud. Place a half-extinguished meteor by his side in the form of a hero's sword, and oh, let his countenance be lovely, that his friends may delight in his presence. Bend from your clouds, I said, ghosts of my fathers, bend. Such was my song in Selma to the lightly trembling harp. How or why I know not, just at the moment, but I too muse and think of my best friends in their distant homes, of William O'Connor, of Morris Buck, of John Burroughs, and of Mrs. Gilchrist, friends of my soul, stanchest friends of my other soul, my poems. Only a new ferry boat. Jan. 12, 82. Such a show as the Delaware presented an hour before sundown yesterday evening, all along between Philadelphia and Camden, is worth weaving into an item. It was full tide, a fair breeze from the southwest, the water of a pale tawny color, and just enough motion to make things frolicsome and lively. Add to these an approaching sunset of unusual splendor, a broad tumble of clouds, with much golden haze and profusion of beaming shaft and dazzle. In the midst of all, in the clear drab of the afternoon light, there steamed up the river the large new boat, the Wenana, as pretty an object as you could wish to see, lightly and swiftly skimming along, all trim and white, covered with flags, transparent red and blue, streaming out in the breeze. Only a new ferry boat, and yet in its fitness comparable with the prettiest product of nature's cunning, and rivaling it. High up in the transparent ether, gracefully balanced, encircled 4 or 5 great sea hawks, while here below, amid the pomp and picturesqueness of sky and river, swam this creation of artificial beauty and motion and power, in its way no less perfect. Death of Longfellow. Camden, April. 82. I have just returned from an old forest haunt, where I love to go occasionally away from parlors, pavements, and the newspapers and magazines, and where, of a clear forenoon, deep in the shade of pines and cedars, and a tangle of old laurel trees and vines, the news of Longfellow's death first reached me. For want of anything better, let me lightly twine a sprig of the sweet ground ivy trailing so plentifully through the dead leaves at my feet, with reflections of that half-hour alone, there in the silence, and lay it as my contribution on the dead bard's grave. Longfellow, in his voluminous works, seems to me not only to be eminent in the style and forms of poetical expression that mark the present age, an idiosyncrasy, almost a sickness, of verbal melody, but to bring what is always dearest as poetry to the general human heart and taste, and probably must be so in the nature of things. He is certainly the sort of bard and counteractant most needed for our materialistic, self-assertive, money-worshipping, Anglo-Saxon races, and especially for the present age, in American age tyrannically regulated with reference to the manufacturer, the merchant, the financier, the politician, and the day workman, for whom and among whom he comes as the poet of melody, courtesy, deference poet of the mellow twilight of the past in Italy, Germany, Spain. And in Northern Europe poet of all sympathetic gentleness and universal poet of women and young people. I should have to think long if I were asked to name the man who has done more, and in more valuable directions, for America. I doubt if there ever was before such a fine intuitive judge and selector of poems. His translations of many German and Scandinavian pieces are said to be better than the vernaculars. He does not urge or lash. His influence is like good drink or air. He is not tepid either, but always vital with flavor, motion, grace. He strikes a splendid average and does not sing exceptional passions or humanity's jagged escapades. He is not revolutionary, brings nothing offensive or new, does not deal hard blows. On the contrary, his songs soothe and heal, or if they excite, it is a healthy and agreeable excitement. His very anger is gentle, is at second hand, as in the Quadroon Girl and the Witnesses. There is no undue element of pensiveness in Longfellow's strains. Even in the early translation, the Manrique, the movement, is as of strong and steady wind or tide, holding up and buoying. Death is not avoided through his many themes, but there is something almost winning in his original verses and renderings on that dread subject as, closing, the happiest land dispute. And then the landlord's daughter up to heaven raised her hand, and said, Ye may no more contend, there lies the happiest land. To the ungracious complaint charge of his want of racy nativity and special originality, I shall only say that America and the world may well be reverently thankful can never be thankful enough for any such singing bird vouchsafed out of the centuries, without asking that the notes be different from those of other songsters. Adding what I have heard Longfellow himself say, that ere the new world can be worthily original, and announce herself and her own heroes, she must be well saturated with the originality of others, and respectfully consider the heroes that lived before Agamemnon. Starting newspapers. Reminiscences from the Camden Courier. As I sat taking my evening sail across the Delaware in the staunch ferry boat Beverly, a night or two ago, I was joined by two young reporter friends. I have a message for you, said one of them. The sea folks told me to say they would like a piece signed by your name to go in their first number. Can you do it for them? I guess so, said I. What might it be about? Well, anything on newspapers, or perhaps what you've done yourself, starting them. And off the boys went, for we had reached the Philadelphia side. The hour was fine and mild, the bright half-moon shining, Venus, with excessive splendor, just setting in the west, and the great Scorpion rearing its length more than half up in the southeast. As I crossed leisurely for an hour in the pleasant night scene, my young friend's words brought up quite a string of reminiscences. I commenced when I was but a boy of 11 or 12 writing sentimental bits for the old Long Island Patriot, in Brooklyn. This was about 1832. Soon after, I had a piece or two in George P. Morris's then celebrated and fashionable Mirror of New York City. I remember with what half-suppressed excitement I used to watch for the big, fat, red-faced, slow-moving, very old English carrier who distributed the Mirror in Brooklyn, and when I got one, opening and cutting the leaves with trembling fingers. How it made my heart double beat to see my piece on the pretty white paper, in nice type. My first real venture was the Long Islander, in my own beautiful town of Huntington, in 1839. I was about 20 years old. I had been teaching country school for 2 or 3 years in various parts of Suffolk and Queens counties, but liked printing, had been at it while a lad, learned the trade of compositor, and was encouraged to start a paper in the region where I was born. I went to New York, bought a press and types, hired some little help, but did most of the work myself, including the press work. Everything seemed turning out well. Only my own restlessness prevented me gradually establishing a permanent property there. I bought a good horse, and every week went all round the country serving my papers, devoting one day and night to it. I never had happier jaunts going over to South Side, to Babylon down the South Road, across to Smithtown and Comac, and back home. The experiences of those jaunts, the dear old-fashioned farmers and their wives, the stops by the hayfields, the hospitality, nice dinners, occasional evenings, the girls, the rides through the brush, come up in my memory to this day. I next went to the Aurora, daily in New York City, a sort of freelance. Also wrote regularly for the Tatler, an evening paper. With these and a little outside work I was occupied off and on, until I went to edit the Brooklyn Eagle, where for 2 years I had one of the pleasantest sits of my life, a good owner, good pay, and easy work and hours. The troubles in the Democratic Party broke forth about those times, 1848-49, and I split off with the Radicals, which led to rows with the boss and the party, and I lost my place. Being now out of a job, I was offered impromptu. It happened between the acts one night in the lobby of the old Broadway Theater near Pearl Street, New York City. A good chance to go down to New Orleans on the staff of the Crescent, a daily to be started there with plenty of capital behind it. One of the owners, who was north buying material, met me walking in the lobby, and though that was our first acquaintance, after 15 minutes' talk and a drink, we made a formal bargain, and he paid me $200 down to bind the contract and bear my expenses to New Orleans. I started 2 days afterwards, had a good leisurely time, as the paper wasn't to be out in 3 weeks. I enjoyed my journey and Louisiana life much. Returning to Brooklyn a year or two afterward, I started the Freeman, first as a weekly, then daily. Pretty soon the Secession War broke out, and I, too, got drawn in the current southward and spent the following 3 years there as memorandized proceeding. Besides starting them as aforementioned, I have had to do, one time or another during my life, with a long list of papers at divers places, sometimes under queer circumstances. During the war, the hospitals at Washington, among other means of amusement, printed a little sheet among themselves, surrounded by wounds and death, the Armory Square Gazette, to which I contributed. The same long afterward, casually, to a paper I think it was called the Jimplicute, out in Colorado, where I stopped at the time. When I was in Quebec Province, in Canada, in 1880, I went into the queerest little old French printing office near Tadoussac. It was far more primitive and ancient than my Camden friend William Kurtz's place up on Federal Street. I remember, as a youngster, several characteristic old printers of a kind hard to be seen these days. The great unrest of which we are part. My thoughts went floating on vast and mystic currents as I sat today in solitude and half-shade by the creek, returning mainly to 2 principal centers. One of my cherished themes for a never-achieved poem has been the 2 impetuses of man and the universe in the latter: creation's incessant unrest, exfoliation, Darwin's evolution, I suppose. Indeed, what is nature but change in all its visible, and still more its invisible processes? Or what is humanity in its faith, love, heroism, poetry, even morals, but emotion? Note: 50,000 years ago the constellation of the Great Bear or Dipper was a starry cross. 100,000 years hence the imaginary Dipper will be upside down, and the stars which form the bowl and handle will have changed places. The misty nebulae are moving, and besides are whirling around in great spirals, some one way, some another. Every molecule of matter in the whole universe is swinging to and fro. Every particle of ether which fills space is in jelly-like vibration. Light is one kind of motion, heat another, electricity another, magnetism another, sound another. Every human sense is the result of motion. Every perception, every thought is but motion of the molecules of the brain translated by that incomprehensible thing we call mind. The processes of growth, of existence, of decay, whether in worlds or in the minutest organisms, are but motion. By Emerson's grave. May 6, 82 we stand by Emerson's new-made grave, without sadness indeed a solemn joy and faith, almost hauteur our soul benissen no mere. Warrior, rest, thy task is done. For one beyond the warriors of the world lies surely symboled here, a just man, poised on himself, all-loving, all-enclosing, and sane and clear as the sun. Nor does it seem so much Emerson himself we are here to honor. It is conscience, simplicity, culture, humanity's attributes at their best, yet applicable if need be to average affairs and eligible to all. So used are we to suppose a heroic death can only come from out of battle or storm, or mighty personal contest, or amid dramatic incidents or danger. Have we not been taught so for ages by all the plays and poems? That few even of those who most sympathizingly mourn Emerson's late departure will fully appreciate the ripened grandeur of that event, with its play of calm and fitness, like evening light on the sea. How I shall henceforth dwell on the blessed hours when, not long since, I saw that benignant face, the clear eyes, the silently smiling mouth, the form yet upright in its great age to the very last, with so much spring and cheeriness, and such an absence of decrepitude, that even the term venerable hardly seemed fitting. Perhaps the life now rounded and completed in its mortal development, and which nothing can change or harm more, has its most illustrious halo, not in its splendid intellectual or aesthetic products, but is forming in its entirety one of the few, alas, how few, perfect and flawless excuses for being, of the entire literary class. We can say, as Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, "It is not we who come to consecrate the dead, we reverently come to receive, if so it may be, some consecration to ourselves and daily work from him." At present writing personal. A letter to a German friend extract. May 31, 82. From today I enter upon my 64th year. The paralysis that first affected me nearly 10 years ago has since remained, with varying course seems to have settled quietly down, and will probably continue. I easily tire, am very clumsy, cannot walk far, but my spirits are first-rate. I go around in public almost every day now and then take long trips, by railroad or boat. Hundreds of miles, live largely in the open air, am sunburnt and stout. Weigh 190. Keep up my activity and interest in life, people, progress, and the questions of the day. About 2/3 of the time I am quite comfortable. What mentality I ever had remains entirely unaffected, though physically I am a half-paralytic, and likely to be so, long as I live. But the principal object of my life seems to have been accomplished. I have the most devoted and ardent of friends, and affectionate relatives, and of enemies I really make no account. After trying a certain book, one tried to read a beautifully printed and scholarly volume on the theory of poetry, received by mail this morning from England, but gave it up at last for a bad job. Here are some capricious pencilings that followed, as I find them in my notes. In youth and maturity, poems are charged with sunshine and varied pomp of day, but as the soul more and more takes precedence, the sensuous still included, the dusk becomes the poet's atmosphere. I too have sought, and ever seek, the brilliant sun, and make my songs according. But as I grow old, the half-lights of evening are far more to me. The play of imagination, with the sensuous objects of nature for symbols, and faith with love and pride, as the unseen impetus and moving power of all, make up the curious chess game of a poem. Common teachers or critics are always asking, what does it mean? Symphony of fine musician, or sunset, or sea waves rolling up the beach, what do they mean? Undoubtedly, in the most subtle elusive sense, they mean something, as love does, and religion does, and the best poem, but who shall fathom and define those meanings? I do not intend this as a warrant for wildness and frantic escapades, but to justify the soul's frequent joy in what cannot be defined to the intellectual part, or to calculation. At its best, poetic lore is like what may be heard of conversation in the dusk, from speakers far or hid, of which we get only a few broken murmurs. What is not gathered is far more perhaps the main thing. Grandest poetic passages are only to be taken at free removes, as we sometimes look for stars at night, not by gazing directly toward them, but off one side. To a poetic student and friend, I only seek to put you in rapport. Your own brain, heart, evolution must not only understand the matter, but largely supply it. Final confessions, literary tests. So draw near their end these garrulous notes. There have doubtless occurred some repetitions, technical errors in the consecutiveness of dates, in the minutiae of botanical, astronomical, and sea exactness, and perhaps elsewhere, for in gathering up, writing, peremptorily dispatching copy, this hot weather, last of July and through August, 82, and delaying not the printers, I have had to hurry along, no time to spare. But in the deepest veracity of all-in reflections of objects, scenes, nature's outpourings, to my senses and receptivity, as they seem to me in the work of giving those who care for it, some authentic glints, specimen days of my life, and in the bona fide spirit and relations, from author to reader, on all the subjects designed, and as far as they go, I feel to make unmitigated claims. The synopsis of my early life, Long Island, New York City, and so forth, and the diary jottings in the Secession War, tell their own story. My plan in starting what constitutes most of the middle of the book was originally for hints and data of a nature poem that should carry one's experiences a few hours, commencing at noon flush, and so through the afterpart of the day, I suppose, led to such idea by my own life afternoon now arrived. but I soon found I could move at more ease by giving the narrative at first hand. Then, there is a humiliating lesson one learns, in serene hours, of a fine day or night. Nature seems to look on all fixed-up poetry and art as something almost impertinent. Thus I went on, years following, various seasons and areas, spinning forth my thought beneath the night and stars. Or as I was confined to my room by half-sickness. Or at midday looking out upon the sea, or far north steaming over the Sagnae's black breast, jotting all down in the loosest sort of chronological order, and here printing from my impromptu notes, hardly even the seasons grouped together. Or anything corrected, so afraid of dropping what smack of outdoors or sun or starlight might cling to the lines, I dared not try to meddle with or smooth them. Every now and then, not often, but for a foil, I carried a book in my pocket or perhaps tore out from some broken or cheap edition a bunch of loose leaves. Most always had something of the sort ready, but only took it out when the mood demanded. In that way, utterly out of reach of literary conventions, I reread many authors. I cannot divest my appetite of literature, yet I find myself eventually trying it all by nature-first premises, many call it, but really the crowning results of all, laws, tallies, and proofs. Has it never occurred to anyone how the last deciding tests applicable to a book are entirely outside of technical and grammatical ones, and that any truly first-class production has little or nothing to do with the rules and calibers of ordinary critics, or the bloodless chalk of Allibone's dictionary? I have fancied the ocean and the daylight, the mountain and the forest, putting their spirit in a judgment on our books. I have fancied some disembodied human soul giving its verdict. Nature and democracy morality. Democracy, most of all affiliates with the open air, is sunny and hearty and sane only with nature just as much as art is. Something is required to temper both to check them, restrain them from excess, morbidity. I have wanted, before departure, to bear special testimony to a very old lesson and requisite. American democracy, in its myriad personalities, in factories, workshops, stores, offices through the dense streets and houses of cities, and all their manifold sophisticated life must either be fibered, vitalized by regular contact with outdoor light and air and growths, farm scenes, animals, fields, trees, birds, sun warmth, and free skies, or it will certainly dwindle and pale. We cannot have grand races of mechanics, work people, and commonalty, the only specific purpose of America, on any less terms. I conceive of no flourishing and heroic elements of democracy in the United States, or of democracy maintaining itself at all, without the nature element forming a main part to, be its health element and beauty element to, really underlie the whole politics, sanity, religion, and art of the New World. Finally, the morality. Virtue, said Marcus Aurelius, what is it only a living and enthusiastic sympathy with nature? Perhaps indeed the efforts of the true poets, founders, religions, literatures, all ages have been, and ever will be, our time and times to come, essentially the same to bring people back from their persistent strayings and sickly abstractions, to the costless average, divine, original concrete.